Okay, hello everyone. Uh, I know previously we wanted to play PS2, but I guess they got distracted with another game, but that's fine. So, yeah, here I am. Just probably gonna do Genshin again, usual. I know what other plans we have. No, we're probably gonna stick with this for a while. We'll see. My ear, my PT bird. Everyone's sorry.
Let the wind lead. Of course, it's always a pleasure to be in your company. Is there a particular topic that you wish to discuss? Only a few simple songs. It's really nothing to brag about. Uh, um, but I'm completely unprepared. At the very least, let me practice first. Okay, I will do my best.
Ah, you're back. Be sure to get ample rest before your next adventure. Sure. I'll even tell you a couple of jokes. Why did the sumpter beast cross the road while burdened with heavy goods? To get to Sumeru's most sumptuous sumpter beast bodybuilding competition. Well, what do you think? Here's another one. Which creature has the worst personal hygiene in all of Tevat? Cryo slimes. Why? Because they always bounce on top of the water and never go in for a bath. You don't find that funny at all? Okay. Well, never mind. It's really hard for me to tell what jokes someone might find funny. It's because I always have this ultra-serious look on my face, and it stresses out the other Matra. One time, it hit me that I should try telling a couple of jokes, so I gave it my best shot, and the room fell completely silent, with everyone just staring at me. But then, after a few moments, someone started laughing and said, "You call that a joke?" Then everyone else started laughing. Even though they were all saying that my jokes weren't funny, I could tell that I had lightened the mood. So I thought, even if the jokes aren't funny, at least telling them can still help the others around me feel more at ease. Besides, if I tell lots of jokes, not all of them can be bad, surely. I just need to stick to it. And I know that one of them will land. Someday.
Ah, it's you. I've been waiting for the owner to show up. One cannot simply walk around without first obtaining permission. If you mean what I would like to do right now, I think I would enjoy taking a nice walk. But if you're asking about the long term, then I would want all life to be able to live on in the original forms that are rightfully theirs. It's merely that, as of now, even existence in such a natural state must be fought for most fiercely. You are right. I'm saying that more for myself to hear than anything else. If you too find yourself subject to grave injustice, yet bound by rules that are twisted and warped, you must be willing to step up and right those wrongs. If you cannot break free from the eggshell, the world is naught but a prison where you are blinded and confined. Do not be afraid of bleak desolation and poverty outside the prison, and do not fret about your stable rations being cut off once the prison is destroyed. Outside that world, I will always be waiting for you.
Hello there. I was just thinking about finding a patch of grass to lie down if you don't need me for anything. Sure. Got anything on your mind? Talking about the weather is usually a great way to get a conversation going, but it seems like the weather here is always the same. I see. So the keeper of this place is a teapot spirit. When I first arrived, I'd actually mistaken her for one of those large finchbill pets. Yeah, you're right. Speaking of which, I actually made a similar mistake when I was young. I once thought that melazines were the form that sea hares took when they hopped onto land. It wasn't until I read some books that I realized just how silly I was. You should know that according to laws and regulations, melazines are also recognized citizens of Fontaine. It is forbidden to view or treat them as pets or monsters. Good. That makes for one less legal trouble you may get yourself into. Although it'd be great to have more people working in the fortress, I've never been interested in instigating crime. It's my hope that people will use more legitimate channels to find work in the Fortress of Mirapede. There's no need to cause headaches for the upstanding ladies and gentlemen of the Palais Mermonia.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
You deal with me?
Where do you want to go next? If you'd like to see Liyue's tourist spots, I have a few references.
Yes, report.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
Boba, get them! Let's light it up! Now disappear!
Keep This isn't over!
Out of the frying pan, into the fire!
Huh? Take cover!
Nice and spicy!
Stabilize! Take this!
Race you! Out of the frying pan, into the fire!
Cut down! Solidify! Let me try this. Yeah!
Nice and spicy!
Everybody stand back! Let's get this show on the road!
Order guide you. This battle. Gather.
Boba, get them!
Step right up! I'm going in!
I will have order.
You let
Stabilize.
Out of the way! You're
order.
Here comes the finale.
Killjoy, we've only just begun.
And voila!
Solidify.
Get out of here! Out of the way!
Out of the frying pan, into the fire.
Stabilize. Order guide you. Gather.
Booba, get them.
Get out of here! Out of the way! Now disappear!
Solidify.
Nice and spicy.
Huh? Out of the way!
Eat this.
I'm going in! Let's get this show on the road! Step right up.
Stabilize.
Booba, get them. Race you.
Huh? Take cover! Teamwork is dreamwork!
I will have order.
Out of the frying pan, into the fire.
Get out of here! Take cover! And voila!
Gather.
I'm going in! A round of applause! Now disappear!
Stabilize.
Get out of here! Teamwork is dreamwork!
Solidify. Gather. Solidify.
I need to do it again. I completely forgot about the charge attack. Yeah, let me do it again.
Motion to compel.
Stabilize. I'm ready. Cheap tricks. Cut down.
And voila!
Boom boom!
Gather. Take this. This battle. Stabilize.
Now disappear!
Motion to compel.
Gather.
You're toast.
You'll get stabilized.
Boba, get them. Incinerate. Rattle the flame.
Killjoy. We've only just begun.
Let's get this show on the road!
Chill to the bone. This is order. It's time for a flash. I will have order. Solidify. Disgusting.
And I use this tiles only instead, but I'm still working just fine.
Stabilize.
Nice and spicy. Invisible evidence.
A round of applause!
Gather. This is order.
Motion to compel. Race you.
Stabilize.
Wrap up the flame. Boom boom.
Here comes the finale!
Gather. I will have order.
Eat this! Invisible evidence. Motion to compel.
Yeah, already did. It still wins a lot. Which is quick.
outlines your fate.
The wind knows me. A moment, please.
Witness the power of Gua. Let the world collide!
Let's begin. Stay cool and face your guilt.
Clouds high, the birds call.
Shower me with praise! Time to shine!
Let me weave you a verse.
One with nature.
May I present? Yoo-hoo!
No, my sword! Rain outlines your fate. Witness the power of Gua.
Fallen leaves, adorn my night.
Let the world collide!
A moment, please. Have a sanctuary. Way now.
Rain outlines your fate. Rain cutter.
Strike a pose! Time to shine!
Stay cool and face your guilt. A moment, please.
Clouds high, the birds call.
No rest for the wicked. A bitter pill to swallow.
Shower me with praise! Witness the power of Gua. Let the world collide! The statue was sealed.
Remember, health comes first. A bitter pill to swallow.
At odds, reveal thyself! Know my sword!
What you got?
I summon thee!
As you wish, main Fräulein.
Rain outlines your fate. Rain cutter!
Taking a turn for the better. Mind the side effects. You are the Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Let me read you a verse. Know my sword. Rain outlines your fate. Time to shine. Yoo-hoo!
Seems like an emergency.
The statue was sealed.
You won this one.
By royal decree, know my sword. Rain cutter. Shower me with praise.
Mind the side effects. Remember, health comes first.
Midnight Phantasmagoria. Let the world collide. Witness the power of Gua.
A bitter pill to swallow. Seems like an emergency. Not like glasses. Mind the side effects.
Let my name echo in song. Yoo-hoo! How dare you! Oz, reveal thyself. Rain cutter.
A bitter pill to swallow. Taking a turn for the better. As you wish, main Fräulein.
Yeah. Thanks. Ah. You have two more to do. Yeah, I'm doing good. Like, I guess. Oh, ding. Good. You was in great. Do. Letting the boss anal me.
Stabilize! Scatter! Settle down! Gather! Spring forth! Let's begin. Bow your head. Let the mighty be humbled. Solidify. Silence.
Hear the bugs. True story. Actually. Now. Don't mind me to, right now I'm just collecting bugs. Well, units.
Gather! Bow your head. Settle down.
Hi. Here, Annie. Ugh. Give me a heart attack one moment. Alright, how's your stream? There. But yeah, how's your stream? Whew. Give me a spook for a moment. I'm just hunting bugs at the moment. Just doing my own things, hunting bugs right there. I've been here. What's that one? Yeah. This one? Not that one. Yeah. Whose noises? How's it going? Not really. I was saying that this, I only play like maybe less than every day or every day a week. Maybe 4 days a week or something. Been alright. Trying to develop my characters and trying to get some materials here and there. How do I go there again? No, not that one. I don't know. Do I go down? And then, here? Okay, it was here. I think this was a rude. Okay, if I go back to track. Next one. That one. Oh. Bum, bum. That one. I go. That one. This. Where? Did I run over here? This whole weird. Oh, my sanity. Oh, there's a bug. Restore his state. That's scared of that bug.
Boats are made for transferring commodities back and forth. And those that come across Lior tend to stay a while. So it is where many things come to settle.
Fine, I'll take the bug. Run around. There. Two. feel this is a storm. There. E. Well, just go.
Stabilize.
Violet grass is a plant that enjoys a moist
rain?
environment and is best picked after it rains. If you should choose to pick any, be sure to store them appropriately.
Very short. Batting.
Solidify.
My way now.
One is.
Stabilize.
Okay. Pipes. One more here. Go down here.
Solidify.
Silence!
Just batting. Uh, what's that? I don't understand that. Sorry. No, I know just getting materials a while for the lack of one.
If you'd like to see Liyue's
Done.
tourist spots, I have a few references.
Nope.
What should the next font of flavor
Lead. Yes. 1, 2. Tricky thing. Okay, next one is open me. Six. Alright. Bye. What does that do? One of them is far behind a quest, which I haven't done. That one there. That looks right. That one. Yeah. Over here. Oh. What okay. We do. Turkey. Bitch.
Stabilize!
Settle down.
Dude.
Gather! Bow your head.
Is it what you wish to find? Hopefully the excitement of opening a treasure chest has at least made it a worthwhile experience.
It wasn't hardly.
Every journey has its final day. Don't rush.
No, you're not. Is this a Jekyll and Hyde going on? might be muted. I don't hear you.
Hello, old lady of the server.
You know.
You wish I was gonna call you old man, but nah. You are wrong.
You're right. Don't give me that mental image. I had a bad mental image just now. You just gave me a horrible mental image. You gave me a horrible mental image. I'm sorry.
Well, you know what? Those are also the times that I've been given mental images too of other things.
You say old lady, I just immediately think of gender bends only.
I wish it was that way, but
Unfortunately, no. I rather not. That's just Ningguang.
no, it is just Ningguang.
That one.
I'm trying to finish this up because I took a little bit too long in the salon just trying to make a custom character data.
Fine.
And the worst thing is that UQs are now running, and I'm like, no.
Nope.
No, I just want to get this done with, collect shit, and then just be gone. Let me see. Ugh, not mining rig.
That's it.
I tried it, rank 3. It was horrible. I had to quit 3 times because people were abandoning the run.
Well, I'm not surprised. It's almost all the time we do minor rigs, always like that.
Yeah, but you know what's the problem? Rank 3 is horribly painful.
Silence.
Horrifyingly painful. Because, I don't know what's going on, but, everyone ends up, like, being the Three Stooges when it comes to defending, at a certain wave. And we end up losing a tower.
I felt like
A rig tower.
every time there's a minor rig, people means of defending isn't really defending, but kills them. Kill as much as they can.
Yeah.
I mean, I know offense is the best defense, but sometimes people just went in for the kill and just don't really know what's going on in the back.
No. Actually, I think the problem is trying to defend against Starlord.
The entire family left me and entire family? You mean the entire group? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, honestly, I don't mind doing minor raid, but I'm very scared to play it with public because of that. It's a big here. Except for today.
Don't blame you for that. I don't blame you. The problem is that when it comes to the waves there, I think between 4, I think, no, it's like 3 and 4 where it gets stupid because they end up faltering to the point of the middle rig there gets destroyed because the bosses there are like starless. Yeet. They're like, oh, you're trying to defend? Nope. Yeet.
Yep.
Oh, and the assault towers are just ridiculous there. Because the number of them they spawn in, it's like, uh-oh. Well. And you expect 8 people to defend the whole area. When the map itself is a little difficult to traverse. Oh, and you know how much he hates nightmares of airborne enemies?
Yep.
Yeah, well... You know those annoying starless birds there?
The arms.
Some of them spawn on top of that rocky ridge above, I think, Purple Tower.
Yeah.
And I'm like... Are you kidding me? Nobody's dealing with them. I have to deal with them. Yeah. Yeah. Great. And the fact that I'm the basically being the hunter braver class while everyone else is like,
And all the more valuable for it.
y'all are being tech and range, but don't have any. And then Slayer, and I'm like, so do we have any proper DPS then? Well, it's crowd control though. Just not enough. So I'm like, never again.
I
Now
prefer
PTSD.
staying close to the towers, even though it's like, I know it kind of brings danger because there is splash damage, but mainly because sometimes there are enemies way too far that I have to run over.
Yeah. And then you have obnoxious enemies that are so tame. Especially at rank 3 because this isn't weak shit here.
The tides beckon. Settle down.
And the fact that they're including the new Starless
No,
enemy.
that's not Hikari, that's Matoi. This is why you have to stop changing your pictures, you dumbwit.
Items into your possession.
No.
You
Let me
keep
see if I can
changing
settle
your
for a
photos, so sometimes people were like, who are you again?
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to.
Oh, Matoi, your microphone is buzzing. That's amusing.
Oh my god.
No,
I
it's
hate
not.
Discord when-
And I'm pretty sure Hikari completely hates minor ring anyway. She will not do it.
Never. She will never touch that. Not even if we drag her. She will never want to touch that.
Never. Oh. So, you know what?
And the thing is, she also hates pain too.
Yeah, she
That-
doesn't like suffering.
Which that is like, that's an absolute pain fest there. Good luck.
Right. How do I open that? Yeah.
Yeah,
Do I
so I'm
have
still
to-
trying to settle on a character reference, so then at least she can create a PNG for me. That way, whenever I change it, it won't affect that, and then I just need to like update it. So then it's stuck with that, who I am.
He was asking the next time there's the minor raid wanna grow up with Kurai and his friend. They're decent. They're very decent. I'll say that.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's a certainty of you and your feeling.
I mean, I don't mind it.
Yeah. Just as long as if you're fine with it, I'm probably fine with it too.
Yeah. Wrong with that? Wait, it's
Just don't
right now?
No. No thanks. No.
Okay, he'll skip this one.
No, I'm skipping because holy crap, no. I still have a bit of PTSD from that, so I'm trying to wait it out. Plus, I want to still try to prepare at least a bit for Stinky Solus that's coming in on the 15th.
Fair enough. Yeah, he needs to relax for now.
Melusines
Yeah,
are
and
beautiful
yeah.
creatures.
And also
They are
Solus,
the
since
pride
Solus
of
is pretty
Farmi.
much coming on Wednesday.
Be sure to be friendly.
Yeah,
And
I don't
cause
want to
them no
feel
harm.
frustrated.
What in the... You should see.
Because although this one's like a bit weaker and not such a pain in the butt like the 4-party one, I'm still going to see bodies drop a lot.
Pumpkin Mail showing me. Yep. Go ahead.
I will literally see a lot of bodies drop because this is Solus we're talking about. This isn't Aegis.
You covered the little sight.
Stabilize.
Because this bastard has DPS checks, which will pretty much be like, oh, you're trying to survive? Nope.
by surviving.
Exactly. At least Aegis has moves that are, you can tell.
Silence.
By the way, I watched the video on somebody analyzing Solus's music there. You were like, when it came to some of the tempo and melodies changing there.
Yeah.
You were right about Sodam and like what do you call it? Music there though, but it's kind of like a
Subtle. It's not obvious.
subtle reference there to Sodam there.
It was very brief. You don't really hear it like a lot. It doesn't really spam me. It's just you hear like
Yeah.
maybe 1 or 2 notes and that's it.
Oh yeah, it's pretty much there.
Yeah.
It's
just
basically
more throwback.
Yeah, because the whole fight is basically like how you say, because of what happened to Arcs, you know, due to story there. Apparently, Solus is like, you know, I'm just gonna play around with you Arcs. But once we started beating the shit out of him halfway through, then started to like realize that we ain't the weaklings that were beaten easily back then. And then when he went into the second phase, that's basically means that, you know what, I'm tired of playing games. Now I'm getting serious.
Spantalia over again.
Yep. And I was surprised how someone was able to kind of like analyze that like bit by bit, wondering how Solus's basically behavior through the whole like music there. Because in the first phase, I noticed that some of his attacks tend to get a little bit aggressive because he notices how we're not dying so easily. So it feels like he's getting a bit annoyed. I'm just kind of surprised that they use, you know, when he does his, one of his attacks there, it sounds like Nex Alio there. I wonder if it's because Sega's like, oh, here, we'll throw this in just to scare you.
Yeah.
Ammo?
Give me your shit!
This is order. The tides beckon.
Or like, eat Chunkla.
One last trial. Just little hammer when you meet here.
Mm-hmm. Okay. There we go. I'm done here. Yeah, because I'm not doing the mutant and I'm not doing the enemy suppression. I'm not doing Lucille. I already
Why?
completed every single weekly. Except for Solus. I hate Solus weekly. That shit is not worth it.
Yeah.
I mean, for measly 20 star gems, that kind of feels a little insulting. If it was like 50, then sure. I mean, it would be worth it weekly, but 20, nah.
Yeah.
Abandoned
feels like-
property belongs to
feel
whoever
like,
finds it first.
You know what? I prefer,
It's
I
legally
prefer
yours
like
now.
wasting money on, well, not money, but wasting tickets on special scratch to get that.
Yep.
Okay. So, if you want, I can DM you the character reference it.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Because I did a little change compared to how my OCs originally was.
Is it in still shade or?
Yes, Cell
Okay.
Shade.
Yeah, no, that will help.
Because I know you have a hard time with the regular.
Yeah, because I
Kind of
cannot take the colors from normal ones.
Yeah.
It will sound weird, but that's literally the problem because without the still shade, it blends in too well. There.
Too well.
I literally had to squint to actually see what's on.
Yeah.
How do I go up there? Oh, excuse your mom.
Oh yeah, because they're playing. They're playing.
Wait?
They're playing dominoes. It's kind of like an old school kind of thing.
Oh,
It's like before, like, you know.
is it the
video
stacky
games
stacky
is a thing.
thingy? Stacky stacky.
Yeah,
Yeah, that makes
staggy
sense.
stag thing, but but it's like playing like mahjong there
Ah,
style. Yeah. Okay, I'll do that. Yeah. By the way, the character is like when I made it is actually an inspiring design from a character from Project Sekai, but like I added a bit of touches. So because the thing is, she's supposed to have like a two-tone color hair, but I wasn't too comfortable with that because since I'm using placenta hair and a thing there, I'm like, yeah, I don't think it'd be worth pulling that off.
yeah. This is a little bit hard
Mainly,
to blend.
yeah.
Where are my misty?
And then I'm gonna try and up close. Probably try some like shots.
Settle down.
And then back though.
Don't you dare! Fucking dare!
Bow your head.
I created an angel with this height too, but I'm keeping that to myself.
Yeah.
Because while it is related to my AU story, she has another form, but that's more in the line of when I pull off like a narrative personal story there. Because my male actually ends up using special equipment there, 3 equipment, but that's only to pretty much hunt down this character. And how they slip through the, you know, the wrong side there, but not intentionally. So
Don't check me. Don't check you. Okay.
Settle down.
by the way, you know about the knees, right? The
What else?
the leg armor.
Stabilize.
If you don't remember on the leg armor there, like the front armor pads there.
Wait,
I'll probably give you the screenshot.
Oh, yeah.
Bow
Might,
your head.
yeah, it might help. Well, then again, normally PNGs, I don't really do full body. It's always like bust shots or something like I do.
Yeah. No, just in case if you kind of need it there, so. Yeah, like this. Yeah, just in case if you need it there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Doesn't need to be full body, but at least like showable. So then that's like I'm
Yeah.
not stuck with Avatar being random so much. So.
I mean, the avatar keeps changing because you keep changing your PFP anyway.
Yeah, but I need to kind of like have it now like
Established one.
established. That way you don't get so confused. So you can work on that later.
Yeah. When I have the vision.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, when you do, also give me the link on the thing for avatars to update.
The link for what?
Because I have the link for the avatar look there for your stream there. That way,
Oh,
they have it up there.
it's in the Void Lab thingy that I had. Yeah, it's in the Void Lab channel. Just in the headquarters. Oh,
Oh yeah, here it is. reactive. Yeah, so it's up here where you posted it on January.
Yeah, because there's never
Yeah,
been an
that's what you're saying.
actual update for that one. It's always like that.
Yeah. Yeah, because you wanted to start using this.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
My God, you slog. Damn, mom again. Sounds very happy. Okay.
Solidify! Settle down! Let's begin.
If you ever see any stickers on my back, do me a favor and take them off. Malazines like to play pranks sometimes. It's raining? That's all right. A real problem would be if we could feel water dripping on our heads in the fortress of Meripede.
Arms gather. Solidify!
There you go. And all the bugs spawn.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm trying to collect the sub-detection unit for easily.
Right.
And judging by the distribution in the map, it is very scattered. He's level broke to level 80, but I don't have enough EXP tickets. They hurt.
Ad Astra Abbot.
I need to I need
Thank
to do
you
a
for
new bullet first before I even level up Grizzly anyway.
Oof. Oof.
Uh,
Shit. Yeah, that's gonna be a pain.
Niblet is level 87-90 right now. Grizzly is
Oh,
70-80. Yeah! Yeah, he eats a lot.
he eats a lot. Yeah, he's definitely a hungry dragon.
He's a hungry dragon, but this is
Yes, he's strong dragon.
stonk.
Yes. Nuvalet, use Hydro Pump.
You got it.
Like a Pokemon.
It raises.
He cuts in and he just Hydro Pumps the shit out of enemies.
Technically, here's the funny thing though. In the what we call the abyss thingy, the weekly or monthly shit that they do. There is a little team where there's nobody else but Nuvalet. Just
Nobody
Nuvalet.
else but Nivelet.
Yeah, just Nuvalet in the run. We continue the story then.
Continue with the story further.
Yeah, because pretty much yeah. I have no other materials to grind at the moment. And yeah, well, technically I can keep grinding for materials just to get just to prepare him. But yeah, I guess I better wait until I get my better EXP or something.
Hey, isn't that Vidoc over there? Huh. Is it just Paimon, or are there fewer people than usual here today?
Ah. Seeing you at this time must mean you've already saved up a lot of credit coupons. Or at least enough to skip work. Seems you're getting into the swing of things around here. Impressive. Very impressive.
So, now can you tell us about the hidden rules you know?
If that's what you want to know, I guess you couldn't have come at a better time.
Huh? What do you mean it's a good time?
Leonid and those other pesky broke urchins have all gone to work in the production zone. I wouldn't want them listening in without paying up.
We get it! Just tell us already!
So, you know those pipes that make strange sounds? Don't ever, ever go near them at night. Even if you manage to avoid the guards, you might find something even more terrible there.
Something even more terrible? Like what?
A group of cannibals.
Cannibals? In the Fortress of Meripede?
Every month, they meet a few times in the dead of night. Rumor has it they might be connected to the people that have disappeared here. But what's even scarier is that they have a special proclivity. Since they have no way to dispose of the leftover remains, they have ways to transform them into other forms and keep them in the fortress forever.
I'm just turning into a
Paimon might already know what you
story.
mean by other forms. So that's what's going on here. Oh, Paimon's stomach doesn't feel so good.
You two look pretty skeptical. No matter. Learning the truth behind dark secrets isn't necessarily a good thing. I've got things to do too. I suggest you just act like I never told you anything.
Traveler, can we just trust him on this one? Oh, Paimon doesn't want her blood and flesh entombed here for all eternity? Oh, so that's how you see the situation. Huh. You know, Paimon does feel a little better about it now. When will all the secrets end? Vidok isn't here. But the guys who went to work in the morning are back. Let's go ask them!
Always at your service.
Just stay away from me.
What? What are you saying? You shouldn't go around saying stuff like that.
What are you talking about? Listen, you should keep your nose out of other people's business.
Their attitude sure is suspicious. Like they're trying to avoid us. But if they're being so obvious about acting weirdly, do you think they might just be trying to lure us in? Oh, this is all getting way too creepy for Paimon. So you mean we still need to investigate some more? Okay, if you say so. Fielding?
What do you want? Criminals like you ought to be working right now. Catch my drift.
We just want to ask you a simple question. Have you ever discovered anything odd during your nighttime patrols?
Why are you asking about something like that? Whatever happens at night isn't your concern. All you need to worry about is getting enough sleep.
Well... right! We've heard it happens a few times every month. Paimon has sensitive ears, so it makes it hard to sleep.
Really? I see. But it's not like I'm on duty every night. And now that you mention it, I recall my colleagues talking about something like that before. They say that strange things tend to happen at night on pipe cleaning days. Lots of us don't willingly take those shifts.
So, what happens at night on pipe cleaning days?
And they just conduct regular cleaning of the fortress's drainage facilities. There are 3 pipe cleaning days per month, and it just so happens that today is one of the scheduled days. You can try to confirm the sounds tonight if you want, and if they're real, then I can report the issue to my superiors for you.
Oh, okay. Then we'll keep both ears out tonight.
If that's all, then I'll be leaving now. I advise you not to try anything funny, though. Even if I'm not on duty tonight, someone will still be watching you.
Don't worry, we don't want any time added to our sentences. Oh, he left. So what do you think about the pipe cleaning days he mentioned? Right, both are a possibility. But Fielding did say that tonight is a cleaning night. Paimon knew you would say that. Alright, sounds like we'll be up all night tonight then. Paimon just hopes the guards don't catch us.
Hi. Hi.
Yes.
I'm gonna take a little bit nom, then I'll be back.
You gonna take what?
A little nom. I need to chew a bit.
Oh no, go get something to eat.
Yeah, because I woke up around 6 and I should be eating on 2 hours anyway.
Yeah, go
just maybe a small bread or something, but I'll be back in 2 minutes. Right.
Yeah, get a small break.
I've been cheating and then I went checking the sink and guess what?
What happened?
Maggots.
Ooh, gross.
It was a good thing I only eat one piece of bread, or else all those would be going out already. I'm like, yeah, not my thing.
Yikes.
No, bye.
Oh, I'm so tired. But we can't sleep yet.
Yikes.
They'll be cleaning the pipes tonight.
That's that was the second time, and I'm pretty sure I stepped on one by accident.
Crap.
With barefoot. Not even sure it was just barefoot because I'm pretty sure I felt something weirdly.
Whatever. Just be sure to wake Paimon if she dozes off. Paimon's worried something might happen if you go alone. Huh? Traveler? Did you fall asleep already?
I'm sorry, Cry, for you to hear that.
Traveler, come on, wake up! Oh, it looks like you were just peacefully sleeping to Paimon. Well, what did you see this time? Really? So we're finally starting to figure out what actually happened! But what about the cannibals? How do you explain them? Okay, well it's about time for us to get moving. Just be careful to avoid the patrolling guards.
Oh, Metal Gear Solid again. Okay.
Here we go with Metal Gear Solid.
I have to sneak around past the guards.
Of course.
Yeah, there's a lot of guards. Lights too? No. But there's a lot of guards, yeah. Pipes are back there? Okay.
Shh, careful. We'll get in trouble if the guards catch us.
You're the one scaring me more than the guards, though.
Hey, not this way. We need to get to that pipe, remember?
I know! Shut up! I...
Uh-oh! They spot...
It's not there.
Shh, careful.
I know,
We'll get in trouble if the guards catch us.
Guards doesn't seem to be stopping there.
This should be the place.
What? I know you. You were the ones we saw.
Huh. You've got guts showing up here. You know who we are, right?
You'd better leave now. Ain't nobody coming here to save you.
What'd you say? Yeah, so what if they were? If you push us, we can make those rumors a reality at any time.
Hey, what's the point of all those rumors anyway? What exactly are you trying to do?
I don't have to tell you anything. If you turn around, go back to the dormitories, and act like you never saw anything, then I'll pretend that you never showed up here.
Yeah, scram. Nothing worth seeing here. Huh? What did you say?
Isn't that exactly what Boss said when he left?
Hey, do you know our boss? Whoa. We had no idea our boss was such a big deal. He always kept his identity a secret. So, did he have you come here to find us?
Oh, so your child's crew here? Seems like he had no problem fitting in.
We're the only ones who heard him say those words when he left that night. So unless he somehow told you those exact same words after that... All right. I guess that's proof enough for me. I believe you.
Wow, those dreams of yours sure come in handy.
We gave him the business for a while and would always give him a hard time when he first came to the fortress of Maripede. But here in the fortress, the strong will always earn respect. He was working the longest hours and racking up wins in the Pancration Ring. You could always see how amazing he was, even when he was teaching us a lesson. So eventually, we all decided to follow him.
But one day, he suddenly told us that he had to find a way to escape this place, no matter the cost. He said it was because he heard that call again. And as his crew, if the boss wants something, then it's our job to get it done. So, we got to work, and used the hidden rules that were here to make up and spread the rumor about the cannibal rule. We just wanted to give him a better chance of escaping on a night after the pipes had been cleaned.
Oh, thanks to your rumor, nobody would want to come anywhere near here, prisoner or guard. Wow, it sure is easy to exploit people's fear of the unknown. But hasn't Child already escaped? Why are you all still coming here after pipe cleaning day?
Because as far as we know, the pipe he went into isn't actually an exit. It should be a dead end. It leads to an abandoned factory area, and even if there were a way to escape from there into the sea, we're still way too deep. No one could ever reach the surface alive. But Boss still insisted on going in. It's like he was obsessed about it. So we told him that we'd pretend as if he never existed while he was gone, and that if he wanted to come back, he should wait for nighttime on a pipe cleaning day. That way, we could meet him here and help cover the whole thing up.
So you come and wait here through the night a few times a month just because of that promise?
Yeah, but it's been so long now. We already know in our hearts that he must have managed to escape somehow.
Is it also possible that something unfortunate happened to him?
Nothing could ever defeat Boss or slow him down. It's one thing we know for sure.
Okay. Paimon was just brainstorming possibilities.
All right. Keep quiet and follow us.
The way up from here has been sealed off. It's impossible to get through. Boss left by going down from here. It wasn't full of water at the time. Later, we came back hoping to have a look. That's when we found out it had been completely flooded. It's impossible to navigate unless you're an extremely skilled diver.
Do you think Child got trapped by the water?
Not likely. We all know that Boss was an incredible swimmer.
Really? Then have him come investigate, pronto. Just be sure to tell us if you get any news about Boss.
It's getting late. We should leave before the guards come this way.
Yeah, we learned a lot about what happened to Child here. Let's get going!
Mr.
We finally learned some key information. Seems all of our investigative work has finally started to pay off. When you said you knew a diver, you were talking about Fremine, right? If we ask Linny, he'll definitely have Fremine help us. Ugh. Why is Child like this? What was he doing going into the pipes? Not making our jobs easier, that's for sure. Fortunately, though, it seems like it's only a matter of time now before we find out what really happened. Now that we can finally relax, I'm starting to feel super sleepy. Let's try to get some rest while we still can. Nighty-night, traveler! It's morning already? Paimon still needs more sleep. Huh? Wait, look over there! Isn't that... It's one of Linny's cards! Let Paimon see what's written on it. Maybe you haven't heard, but today is the monthly free day. Everyone has the day off today, which makes it the perfect time to do some investigating. It's been a while since we last talked. Have you been making any progress lately? Let's meet at our usual spot in the factory area before lunchtime. I have new information. Ooh, today's our lucky day. We have the day off. From the sound of it, Lenny's been making progress with his investigation. Wonder what he's discovered. We still have some time before we meet up. Let's talk with the people here for a bit more before we go. Look, there are some people talking over there. Let's listen in on the conversation.
If you ask me, those pompous parasites on the surface act like they're all a bunch of aristocrats. Do any of them give half a hoot about a bunch of dogs like us?
Hey, speak for yourself, mate. I'm no dog.
Oh, you think you're special or something? If you're here, then you're just a convict like the rest of us. I've heard that even if you're released after serving your sentence, going back to life on the surface ain't any better. Once a criminal, always a criminal. Or marked for life.
I don't buy that.
Hey, how cool would it be if the whole world was destroyed by a giant flood and everyone had to start over from nothing?
What kind of filthy bilgewater are you spewing? I have family up there. You best shut your sewer hole with talk like that. Listen, things ain't so great on the surface, but who says that you have to leave? I've heard that you can still stay here and work even after you've served your sentence. Not bad if you ask me. Who wants to live in the ruddy overworld anyway?
Yes.
And what makes you think they'd want to hire someone like you? It's one of the great mysteries of the universe, how someone as useless as you is so confident.
Whoa. Sounds like they're really unhappy about the overworld. Speaking of which, Paimon never heard anyone use the words overworld or underworld when we were living up there. Is it only something the inmates down here say? That's true.
Grab yourself a welfare meal.
There's a group of people over there. Let's go listen in.
So I said, that's not a faucet. Hey, who are you two? Why'd you come over all of a sudden?
Oh, sorry for eavesdropping. Sounds like you were talking about something private.
What's the matter? They're just looking to join in on our fun, that's all.
Hey, don't pretend like it's okay for them to just interrupt us like that. Yeah, fine. You're lucky we don't mind extroverts that much.
You hear that, Quisto? What nice!
Your expressions tell me you're looking to hear some juicy info, am I right? But before that, it just so happens that I know you two.
Really? Are we that famous?
You're kidding. How often does anyone get a personal tour led by His Grace himself? Practically everyone was talking about it. Word has it that you also caused quite the kerfuffle.
A little mistake, huh? I like the way you put it. You see, people with a good attitude can join our group anytime, unlike some of the others here.
Your group?
I'm Quisto, and this is Lavaroon. People usually call us the Bombshell Bros, but don't worry. We're not playing with bombs or anything. It's just that our information is always so explosive, and we blow minds on the regular.
So, you two really like to gossip? Whew, you sure know how to embellish.
No. You don't get it. Knowing intelligence will make things better for you here. For example, knowing who's working with who has the latest rumors, who's not getting along. Wouldn't you like to know all that? Whoa, all this info's worth something, you know? You should prove you're worthy of it.
I don't mind him. Quisto's always this way. Just play nice and say something to massage his ego. The welfare meals. Talk about the welfare meals.
Right. That meal we had yesterday was super delicious. Paimon can still taste it whenever she closes her eyes.
Is that so? To tell you the truth, I've been helping out with making those welfare meals. I've been working as a kitchen assistant for about a month and a half now.
Oh, so you're the one who made those delicious steaks. Amazing. You could be a professional chef.
You are correct. I am a true professional. In fact, I even went to culinary school. But since you like my cooking, I guess that means we share similar tastes. Listen carefully. This little bombshell will help you learn what's really going on here in the fortress. Listen, kids. The power structure within the fortress is quite complicated. The Overworlders couldn't care less about us down here. We're basically dogs to them. You've already met the one person here you should never cross, the Duke, Risley. He knows more than you think. And if he doesn't care about something, then he often doesn't bother dealing with it.
Those who have the Duke's attention get all kinds of special perks, even better treatment in the infirmary.
I know who you mean. It's that Jurier character, right? I don't think there's anything useful about him at all. Why does he visit the infirmary practically every day? Is it normal for anyone to be going in and out of there so often? If you ask me, he's just faking it to get out of work.
But did you know that Jurier was a talented researcher from the Fontaine Research Institute before he came here? There's no denying that.
I don't care if he was a researcher that could turn dirt into Mora. Once you're in the Fortress of Meripede, you're just another inmate like everybody else. Speaking of which, the last time I saw him, he was passing by the corridor with Lorvine. I also heard they started arguing in the library and got into a fight, right? Guess that's just how terrible of a guy he is.
You mean he hit a woman? Wow, I never imagined he was that bad.
But that Lorvine's also quite the odd one, you know? She's always gabbing away, got into a fight with a man, and she also got sent to the infirmary. Come to think of it, I always see her going to the sick bay every couple of days, too.
Wait a second. You don't think?
Do you think could it be that they're secretly meeting there to go on dates? But it's really hard to imagine.
After all, I do remember seeing Lorvine beat Jurier to a pulp that one time. And we might be overthinking things.
over there. Yeah, you. Say, do you like playing card games? You know, like Genius Invocation TCG?
Wait, what did you say, Matei?
Closing Steam. That was just like humming a tune while I was doing that.
Oh, fair.
You TCG players are like mint in the wild, literally sprouting up everywhere.
Hey, come on now. What's wrong with finding fellow Invocation aficionados? Anyway, care to join me for a game? All right. No pressure.
But why would you be looking for people to play Genius Invocation in a place like this? Don't people usually come here to fight?
Whether you're throwing down cards or throwing punches, it's all a competition, isn't it? It's all the same in my eyes. There are lots of card players here in the fortress. When I saw you, I immediately thought, hey, even outsiders from other nations play cards. So I came over to say hi. Sure.
Great! Since you've been here longer than us, you need to flex your seniority a little bit, right? Maybe you could start by telling us newcomers some stories about this place.
I thought you would have already heard everything by now. All right, then. Did you have anything specific in mind? Or do you want me to just pick a topic?
Why don't you pick? We'll let you know if we've heard it already.
All right. Have you heard any strange rumors since you've arrived? Then, did you know that there are some people who are always gossiping over in the corner? Yeah, so you've already met those two. They're quite a pair. They always keep an eye out for the latest happenings and gossip about everything. I've never seen anyone with more time on their hands. I heard that they used to be a chef and a bartender before they were sent down here. You know how bartenders are, always chatting with customers. And chefs love to pass the time just hanging out when they're not cooking.
Good to know. Do you have anything else to tell us?
Let me think. Sounds like you want to hear something a little more tantalizing. Oh, did you know that the Duke was also a convict in the fortress of Meripede before?
Huh? Wait, are you serious?
That's right. The Duke was an inmate just like you and me. Seems he was exiled here for committing some crime. Who knows how he ended up rising up to become the warden, though? To go from an ordinary inmate to becoming the manager of the whole place? I'm not gonna lie, I kinda respect that. A forbidden zone? Sounds like something that someone just made up. I've never heard of that. Where did you hear about it?
It's just a rumor we've been hearing, but no worries if you've never heard of it. Do you have anything else you can tell us?
Anything else? Not that I can think of, but I'll be sure to tell you anything interesting I hear next time. You'll have to play a game of Genius Invocation with me first, though.
And the worst case scenario.
Okay, we've talked to just about everyone, and it's about time for us to go meet Linny. According to the card he left us, we should go meet him in the production zone.
Oh, bro, I know for sure that when it comes to a nuclear explosion, that ain't the real color of it. But I guess it's for dramatic purpose.
Yeah. The sort of player, you know.
Huh? That look in your eyes. You found something?
Hey, this is no time to be modest. Just tell him we found a boatload of information.
Oh, as expected of the legendary duo, you have my full and undivided attention. Huh. I'd have never guessed that myself.
The rumors swirling about this place are unreliable after all, and Master Child probably went missing because he found a way out. He is a harbinger after all. I suppose he's much more resourceful than I initially gave him credit for. Unfortunately, this isn't enough for our final report to Father. We need to find out Master Child's exact whereabouts. Father told me that even though Master Child said he was just coming to Fontaine for a vacation, he actually had some personal reasons. His agenda might be linked to his disappearance.
His escape route is already flooded, so we'll have to task someone with professional diving skills to chase after him.
Well, when you put it that way, it's obvious that only Fremine would be up to the task.
Bingo! Is he around?
He's working today. Coming here as a group would have attracted too much attention. I'll talk to him about it later. No need to thank me. This was always a part of our mission after all. Honestly, I'm far more impressed by you guys managing to collect all this information right under Risley's watchful eyes.
Collecting information has always been our strong point.
Now, let me think. To find out more information, Fremine will have to retrace Master Child's original route. And if he's to do that, he'll have to set out on the next pipe cleaning day at the earliest. That's 6 days from now. And after that, he'll probably take another 2 or 3 days to return.
You can even estimate how long it'll take for him to get back?
We've been working together for a long time. We know each other's capabilities like the backs of our hands. Traveler, what say you to meeting here 9 days from now? We'll be able to pick up Fremine while we're at it, too. Oh, and there's just one last thing we'd like your help with. Though we can just sit back and wait for Fremine's report on Master Child's whereabouts, we still need to make more progress on the investigation of the Forbidden Zone. Fremine's no master of disguise. Lynette's still working on getting intel from the other areas, and I'll need to spend some time helping Fremine prepare for his diving mission. So, you are the only ones we can count on.
What do you want us to do? Will it be hard?
Well, I won't call it easy per se, but I think you'll be able to pull it off. Listen carefully. You'll need to find an excuse to get into the infirmary and investigate the room and environs. You've mentioned several sketchy-looking people always meeting at the infirmary earlier, so it probably has something to do with the secret we're hoping to uncover. You've already met the head nurse, so she'll be less suspicious of you. Investigate the internal structure of the infirmary and any active dealings within, and pass those on to me alongside anything else you're able to discover. But also, there's no need to take risks. Don't forget, safety always comes first. My apologies, I just started rambling out of habit. It was almost as if I was talking to my younger brother.
But that's not a bad thing, right? All right, then we'll head out as soon as we finish our prep.
Let's go our separate ways for now then. Don't forget, we meet here again in 9 days. Stay safe.
Hey, stay here for now. Paimon will take a peek. There seem to be several people inside.
It's not impossible.
It's a bit hard to understand them from here, so why don't we just try to talk to them in person? Let's go as soon as you're ready.
So, the fact that we have to pretend to be sick by drinking a very horrible alchemy potion that we did the other day. So we just immediately gank.
Sounds about right. Sounds about right.
Thing is, we never even fail in alchemy. We can never fail in alchemy in Genshin. So how are we able to actually get a horrible concussion like this?
Oh my! What's wrong, little one? There's no need to panic. Take a deep breath before you begin. The traveler started complaining of a stomach ache, and then nausea, and then collapsed onto the ground. Paimon doesn't know what to do! Freezing limbs, twitching fingers, and pale complexion? Could it be poison? Let me take a look. Please, lie down over here. Don't worry, I'll get you to the bed safely. Here, hold on to my shoulder and walk slowly. You can do it, traveler! Don't apologize. You're sick after all. Now, please relax. I'm just going to do a preliminary checkup on you. I see now. My checkup has confirmed that he's not in any mortal danger. That's our worst fear out of the way.
Hey, Kirano.
Oh, that's good. But I'll continue my diagnosis of the patient now. Please, relax and take a deep breath. Don't sense serious damage to your organs either. Does it hurt when I press here? And here? Huh? But based on my initial checkup, there shouldn't be a problem here. How strange. What about here? Does this hurt? Oh. I understand. So that's what it is. I think you just ate something that disagreed with you. That's all. Nothing too serious. Outside of a pretty bad stomachache when it decides to act up. So that's what it is. Thank goodness it's not anything more serious. And there have been other inmates complaining about the food recently. I'll inform our head chef, Mr. Wolsey, of this problem as soon as possible. Congratulations! The health risk is incredibly low, so you should recover within a couple days. Why don't you take a rest here while I
That's good
go
to
get
hear.
some medicine for you? Miss Levine, I'll have to trouble you to help me look after this new patient while I'm
That's
gone.
to just sneak into the voice chat.
Very well.
It's fine.
And she hopped away, just like that.
Currently, I'm playing Gran Turismo 4.
Hello. So how are you feeling now?
His stomach ache's really bad. He was stumbling about the whole way here, so Paimon's really worried.
If Miss Sijuin says it's not a serious problem, then there's no need to worry. She's the best medic we've got down here.
But it also looks like she's the only medic you've got down here.
Well, that's true.
What do you mean, that's true? That's really misrepresenting the situation. Of course, I can't speak for the whole fortress,
why is the
but it's not
traveler
like everyone
acting sick?
imprisoned here is useless, you know?
Because we were trying to pretend to go in here in the infirmary to check on something. So he drank a potion that he did the other day, which turns out to be so bad that he almost vomit.
Though they may have committed crimes
Just
and
from
locked
the
up here
smell
as a
alone.
result, they still know a thing or two
Just from the
about
smell
medicine.
alone.
And
Yeah,
they
that
helped
does
Miss
not
Seishwin
good.
take care of
Yeah,
the
just
sick
from
and
the smell
injured.
alone, he was about to vomit, but he actually ended up drinking everything, so he's on the bed.
Yeah, you're right. But did you have to lecture me about it in front of another patient? Aren't you a patient too? Where did all your energy come from?
That's correct. Sorry, I got a bit ahead of myself.
Are you two also sick?
We've been sick a while. I come back every once in a while for checkups and to pick up the medicines Miss Seijween prescribes for us. That's just the nature of chronic illnesses. As for her, you could say she fancies herself as Miss Seijween's capable helper because she learned a bit of medical knowledge ages ago.
Please watch your mouth, Mr. Jurier. Don't forget that you are the primary reason I have frequent heart palpitations.
Hey, don't start arguing
So
now.
traveler actually got sick
Yep.
from a potion.
Yeah. Yeah, he was making alchemy. Well, in Genshin, there was no means for you to get a bad potion, so I don't know how he managed to keep a very bad potion inside his pocket and just decide to drink it.
It feels like this was an accidental concoction there.
Yeah. Definitely incidental.
Yeah, I feel it's pretty much like a complete axe. It was never intentional.
Literally
Let's
that moment
dabble.
in PS. It's literally that moment in PS3 animation where
Everyone will be released someday, so there's no need to argue over
Wait.
silly things like that.
Kagine, did you watch PS3 animation?
Bit. I mean, I do remember I do remember the PS2 actually released animation in the game. I remember bits of it, but I didn't watch it
It's an
fully.
episode Oracle.
I watched your episode Oracle to the end, but not animation because animation is banned here. Well, not available in my country.
Release.
Yeah.
It's way too early
Yeah,
for
but-
us to even think about that. And who the heck knows if we'd even be able to continue our previous lives?
So essentially, it was this scene, right, where you know that episode 4 NPC?
Yeah.
The summoner.
Yeah.
No, not
Aiko?
Pietro.
Aiko?
Yeah, Aika.
Yeah.
Please allow me to end
I
this
know, I know.
boring
There's
and
this one
useless
scene where
conversation.
Aika just gives
and Mr.
straight up
Jurier,
gives someone
I
a
don't want to see your
monomate,
face here again anytime
and
soon.
then their body just couldn't handle it.
Just feels weird.
And same to you, Miss Lorvine. Anyway, that was more than enough rest for me, so I'm going to get out of
Yeah,
this
that's-
excessively
from
noisy
that
place. See you
from
later, everyone.
how you described that Genshin scene, I kind of reminded of that
He just
scene.
slowly walked off
Aika
like
giving a
that.
monomate.
But in this case, the potion that he's making isn't a healing potion because there's no healing potion in this game. You have food to heal yourself, not potions.
I'm sorry you had to see all of that.
Because all the alchemy
I'm
stuff are
Levine.
made for
And
character
that's-
ascension and stuff.
Well, his name is Jurier, but I hope you'll never have cause to remember his name.
Makes sense.
You really can't stand him, huh?
I mean, can you blame me? Look, who would like someone who is as arrogant and obsessed with weird research topics as he is? But there's no need to keep dwelling on him. I'll accompany you two for a while. Miss Seishween should be back soon, and I'm sure you'll feel better as soon as you've had some of her medicine. No, it's nothing.
I'm back. Did you rest like you
Up there goes his mom.
Yeah.
Thank you for getting our medicine, Miss Seishween.
Did you all cooperate with your bed rest? I trust that nobody got up to walk around. Good. Here, this should be 2 days' worth of medicine for you. Take 1 pill now, and then continue your bed rest. Miss Levine, I left in a bit of a hurry just now. Do you still remember if we discussed the color of the pill that you should be taking today?
I remember. You said it should be yellow.
Yellow, huh? I understand. These are yours. Please, make sure to go to bed early after taking them tonight. You'll benefit from a good night's sleep.
All right, then I'll also be on my way now. I hope you feel better soon too.
See ya!
Good.
I'm going to fill out your medical record now. You're widely known as the Traveler, right? I just want to double check a few details, if that's all right with you. Those two made quite the commotion just now, so why don't we let the Traveler rest? Paimon can answer the questions instead. So his primary symptoms are abdominal pain with secondary symptoms of nausea. Is there anything else? That's it. All right then. Is there anything we should know besides to take the meds? No, his base constitution is quite good, so I'm sure he'll recover quite quickly after taking the medicine. Please make sure to stick to bland or less stimulating foods, and don't stay up too late at night. Got it. Paimon will hold the Traveler to that for sure. Oh, you're going to take a nap already? Okay then, you get some rest. We've been to lots of places together. He may look a bit under the weather now, but he's actually super strong. So you're the best of companions. Well, don't worry. He'll recover soon. Ah, you're awake. How do you feel? You slept for a really long time, but we never left. Well, now you can go back without a worry in the world. Remember to take the meds regularly, and don't forget bland foods. Thank you, Miss Sijuin.
Tiny.
That's funny.
Huh?
Video that I was watching, funny. Stupid.
You really are something. To be able to fall asleep like
Remember
that and
when
even
the
sleep
girl's
half
like
the entire
crazy
time,
in love with you, but they're
Paimon
holding
have
a
to
knife.
No,
to
but
let
you kept mumbling things
be
along the
con-
lines of, Pyron, don't
The
take my
dude's
will
like,
fish and...
the dude's like,
Don't
fuck,
accept
no,
this temptation
put the
now.
knife down. Well, they're injured.
Paimon talked with Sijuin the entire time you were asleep. She seems like she's just a sincere nurse, and Paimon didn't notice anything unusual in the room. Are you sure we're not going off track with the infirmary? Whoa! You really are super thorough. All those tiny little suspicious things that Paimon didn't even pick up on. We've got to give the info to Linny.
Oh,
Whoa,
there
whoa.
they go. They get an excitement over that. Yeah, I'm afraid there's nothing I can do about that.
Yeah, it's fine.
Why is this Formula One car so hard to control?
Let's go meet up with Linny.
I don't even remember Formula One car being easy to control.
Yeah. I'm talking about the Formula Gran Turismo.
Yeah.
I'm practicing for. Yeah. Hindsight, it's probably because I used manual.
This is a horrible baguette. Nice baguette. It is so hard that one can help but look at the plate and wonder, is this baguette a stone in disguise? It's hard.
Hmm? Did you two run into any trouble over the past few days?
No, we just worked our shifts according to the schedule. Nothing weird happened.
That's good. That means you didn't raise any suspicions when you infiltrated the infirmary. We've taken a look at the slip you've sent. Fremine successfully left the grounds via the pipes 2 days ago, and as of last night, Lynette has also infiltrated the infirmary after faking an illness.
Wait, why is she getting involved as well?
You already went above and beyond when you scoped out the infirmary. To put it more bluntly, even if we were to view that as something you did in exchange for Fremine's help, you've already done more than enough. Infiltrating a guarded stronghold is a different kind of job from a one-off investigation. We want to avoid using the same faces over and over and reduce the amount of suspicion that will fall on any given person. Lynette also felt like you have already taken the first step for us, so she should be the one to finish the job.
So that's what Lynette thinks. Oh, Paimon hopes everything's going well for her.
Then, let's go check on Lynette before Fremine returns. If everything went well, then she should be wrapping up her investigation right about now.
Is now really a good time to go over?
Probably should have changed cars to
According
the
to my
R8
observations, Sijuin always spends around half an hour away from the infirmary right before lunch. Lynette knows this as well, so this should be a good time to meet up with her. Also, I'm her brother, remember? It's only natural for an older brother to care about his younger sister's well-being.
Okay, then let's head over right away.
Lynette should be here right now. Huh. Strange. Lynette?
For a moment.
As
I'm gonna use
expected,
the restroom.
Sijuin isn't here, but why isn't Lynette here?
No, Lynette
I really
rarely
gotta
deviates from the plan.
use the toilet man.
We agreed that if
Yeah,
she
go
were to
ahead.
make changes on the fly, she'd find a way to let me
I'll be
know.
back soon.
Unless...
Let's see if there are any clues around here. We can look while we wait for her. Who knows? Maybe she'll be back soon.
Okay.
There are some books here and a few files. They all look like medical records. Advanced nursing, how to raise the spirit of your patients, a quick guide to the psychology of emotions, and the meaning of laughter. These sure are some interesting books. Who knew Sijuin would be interested in these kinds of things? She even has books on understanding people's motivations and feelings. Is it because she's a Melazine? Or does she have a need to understand her patient's emotional state?
Seems quite normal to me. These are skills that would come in handy for a nurse from time to time.
Happened. Oh
None of the beds have any signs of having been slept
the
in.
wall.
Except that one over there.
That's the one Lynette must have used, right? You said she was pretending to be sick.
Mm-hmm. She would have said her migraine was having a particularly bad flare-up. Generally speaking, the head nurse would then ask her to lie down and rest while she left to retrieve the medication. Which means either the head nurse didn't return the entire time from when Lynette laid down up until she left the bed, or the nurse intentionally left it this way.
This is it! We saw it before!
Wait, this thing? It doesn't look like it's been disguised that well. The space behind it is empty. From its size, I don't think it's an entrance that is meant to be taken apart. There's probably a mechanism around here somewhere. Could Lynette have tried to get inside? But if that's the case, she would have contacted me for sure. Let's look around here for some more clues. Don't panic, just take another look.
Hey, you guys, there's a slip of paper over here!
A slip of paper?
It's right over here, and there's a bunch written on it too. It reads, "Out of respect for your usual practices, I'll use a piece of paper or card as the medium to pass on my message. You may consider this as me giving you my best regards."
This is...
Is that all? The back. This is...
Show me! Now!
That look on your face. Paimon's reading it now. Would you care to guess where Miss Lynette of the Fatui could be right now? No. Could she have... Is she already...
Writhsley. Did he deliberately leave the infirmary unguarded to use it as bait?
Wait, you mean he was aware of our goals from the very beginning? But why? We didn't run into any trouble last time, and he also never reached out to us since.
Yes, that is a crucial question. Writhsley, he doesn't do anything without a clear goal or reason. So this means he had no concerns about your activities from the very beginning. You're not from the same camp as us. You were sent down here by Nervulet, so you have no conflict of interest with Writhsley. We're a completely different story, though. I'd like to know that, too. Why did he only go after her? Don't panic, just think everything over. I have to stay calm. This is not like what happened last time. The situation's different now. Wait, you're right. Wait, but that means the fact that Fremine was able to leave the grounds. Could Writhsley have let him go as well?
But what does he gain by letting Fremine leave like that?
So he's challenging me and trying to provoke me, I'm sure of it. We never should have sent out Fremine. We had to go through all that trouble to find an opening to sneak him around the guards and into the pipe, and we even thought luck was on our side. If Writhsley let him leave on purpose, then he's probably in a terrible spot now as well.
Lenny's getting more and more panicked. We have to calm him down. Don't be like this, Lenny. Fremine wouldn't have left if we hadn't told you about Child. That was our fault.
No, I'm the leader of this operation, and I'm the one responsible for this team. I was the one who failed to protect them. I'll go talk to Writhsley.
Hey, don't be reckless! Traveler, please talk some sense into him!
I simply cannot allow Lynette to be abducted again. I have to go. I'll find a way to get them back!
He's rushed out the door! After him!
Right. I feel like we still have some room to make changes on these details.
It's not impossible, but it'll require extensive testing.
Is that so? Very well. Then please be mindful of the time. Huh? Whoever's outside is eavesdropping. They'll probably come in once we stop talking. Someone! Please help! He's sick!
Whoa, are you okay?
These two. As expected, they've already found this place. Oh, they are quite sharp. What a delightful turn of events. I like smart people, but I also like playing dumb. I like the feeling of being trusted. Oh my! What's wrong, little one?
Oh lord.
There we go again.
Yeah. As soon as I unmute, I just had to hear that.
Being able to read human expressions.
I feel like your mom knows the right timing for this.
Oddly enough.
Every time you unmute yourself.
It's no use. We had to
Every
catch up.
time.
Every odd timing is very much impeccable there.
He's already out of sight.
And there she is.
Let's go head him off at Risley's office.
Oh.
Yep.
Is she crying like a monkey or something?
No, it's just basically they're playing dominoes there, and she gets too excited when that happens.
Yeesh.
Everyone else gets excited too. So
Yeah.
it's like, yeah.
That is true.
Yeah. And usually it's when it comes to Sundays like this. This is.
Come out and face me, Risley!
Aren't we at an administrative office space? Why don't you at least try to follow even a couple rules from the fortress's indoor management regulations?
What did you do to my sister?
I ran into the young miss at the infirmary. I'd heard that she was suffering from quite the migraine, so I decided to invite her over for a cup of tea. I do have some teas in my collection that can work wonders against such an illness.
Stop joking around! Where did you take my siblings?
I have also heard that your performances are quite the spectacle. Miss Lynette would sometimes enter a box filled with water, only to emerge the next second from another place altogether. Maybe she'll appear behind you right now if you were to turn your head.
Is he trying to trick me into turning my head? No, he's probably not looking to attack me right now. All of the hostages are in his hands, and he's even in the mood for small talk. That means Lynette is probably still alive. You knew we were investigating the infirmary from the start, so you deliberately aroused the Traveler's suspicions and baited us into continuing our investigation, just so that you'd be able to kidnap Lynette. As for Fremine, no, you probably didn't even interfere with Child's escape. You let him go, so you could purge the Fatui members that we had planted into your ranks.
There was no need to do so. The Fortress of Meripede is a pretty pleasant place. Most people enjoy their lives here. The only ones who act differently are those with personal agendas. It was quite easy to identify your colleagues.
You removed our original members and spread the news of Child's escape so Father would assign our team to come down and investigate. Fremine has also fallen into your hands, right? If you're oh so omnipotent and so in control, why would you need hostages?
One correction. Lynette is in my hands right now, but Fremine is not.
He's not? What do you really want?
Lenny!
Oh, wonderful. Everyone is here, so I'll only need to say this once. Thank you so much for cooperating with me. Eager and to the point, I see. Alas, only Miss Lynette is currently having a cup of the fortress's finest tea. Although, as per your original plan, Mr. Fremine should also have returned to the fortress by now. But he has neither shown up within my gates, nor has he been taken into any kind of custody. So where do you think he may be right now?
Wait, you can't mean you locked him outside in the sea?
I closed the fortress's gate to the outside world. That's all.
Fremine's a star diver, so he should be fine, right?
No, we're still here, so he definitely tried to find a way to come back for us. So we can't assume he might have made a break for the surface.
But why would I do this, you may be asking? To have an audience with you, of course. My intel tells me that Mr. Linney is a great magician, so it's only natural for me to want to have some cards of my own when it comes to negotiating. Besides, I do recall you mentioning to Miss Lynette that you've always wanted to have a face-to-face meeting with the Lord of the Fortress of Meripede, regardless of whether it was in a personal or a professional capacity. Well, you got your wish.
So, you've been keeping tabs on us before we even set foot in the fortress.
Some of my folks just happened to hear a thing or two, that's all. In any case, I will be straight with you. I was willing to play dumb and turn a blind eye, so we had a pleasant few days playing games together here. But once you started focusing on the Forbidden Zone, all of that changed. Mr. Linney, the cards are stacked against you right now. Miss Lynette is in my hands, and Mr. Fremenet is still slowly being pickled out there in the brine. You know just as well as I that he cannot last out there forever. You need do but one thing to guarantee their safety. I would like you to contact your superior, and ideally invite her over for a cup of tea with me.
You want to see Father? But why should she bother giving you an audience?
Well, if she cares for the well-being of her dearest children, she should have plenty of motivation to join me for a parents' evening. I've heard that the bonds between the members of the House of the Hearth are like the bonds of family. I don't see why she would refuse.
Why did you think Father sent us to handle the Fortress of Meripede? This place is basically a no-man's land. It wouldn't be fitting for anyone as important as a harbinger like Father to come here in person.
Oh, I see. So it's because she doesn't care for my place here. That's such a shame. After all, I've amassed quite the tea collection. I was looking forward to sharing it with her. Both Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady Farina have already received many samples as gifts.
Was this the extent of your master plan to get to Father? No matter how much pressure you may put on me, I won't allow you to use us to blackmail her.
You people really are difficult to get along with. All I'm asking for is a face-to-face conversation. Does she truly have no interest in the fortress's secret? Mr. Linney, you have one last chance to invite your father here. If you refuse...
Linny!
Instead of asking why I'm doing this, why don't you try to see things from my perspective for a second? From the very beginning, the Fatui has been actively infiltrating my fortress. I gave you a warning by cutting off the first few operatives I found, but that only caused you to double down. Had you given up on the fortress then and there, I'd have no reason to want to talk. Mr. Fremenet left the fortress on his own, and Miss Lynette tried to pry out my secrets right in front of me. No matter how you look at it, the responsibility for this falls on you.
I shouldn't ask Father to do anything because of us.
6, 5...
Wait,
2, 1. Time's up. It really is a shame, Mr. Linney.
Risley!
Negotiations have broken down. Please leave, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for my afternoon tea.
Yeah, listen to the Traveler. If you can't talk to Linny, can you at least talk to us?
You do realize that I'm only letting you go because of Neuvillette, yes? You're here helping him out, and I've already done my best to stay out of your way. But that doesn't mean you can just do whatever you want. The fortress may be small and remote, but it still has its own set of laws. Then how about this? Those who are capable deserve respect. You've spent quite some time investigating my home turf by now, so why don't you tell me a thing or two about what you found, I'll ask you 3 questions. Answer all of them correctly, and I'll agree to your request. Question 1. Regarding the hidden rules of the production zone, what is the truth behind the one about not being allowed to work for 3 days in a row?
I've been told that the infirmary is always empty for the half hour just before lunch. But what could Sijuin be doing during that time? The Fanta promoter has been struggling because he doesn't recognize the real value of coupons. Meanwhile, the Duke believes that only idiots who don't understand the value of coupons will spend them on Fanta. We often see Miss Sijween observing the prisoners at work near the production zone. It seems like she can perceive the general state of a person's health just by looking at them. The research notes said that the Melazine race perceives the world very differently from humans. As a result, the Melazines have also developed a sense of aesthetics that appears rather strange and alien to humans. According to Collins, the Pancration tournament only took place because the Fanta company sponsored it. The company must want a return on their investment as well. Fanta's internal report suggests that they're starting a new trial of an unnamed and unpackaged product. But the product has to undergo a trial because even Fanta's own employees have a lot of reservations about it. The research notes said that the Melazine race perceives the world very different.
I'm back.
Yeah, welcome back.
I've been told that the infirmary is always
doing some investigation stuff.
Ah, so that's what's going on. Paimon understands it now. Who would have guessed? The hidden rule of the production zone. People are not supposed to work 3 days in a row, and if they do, they'll get strange meat in their welfare meal. At first, we thought this strange meat must have something to do with the people who disappeared, but in reality, they were all prepared by Sijween, the head nurse. She often visits the production zone to observe the workers' health and makes a note of anyone who has worn themselves out after 3 full days of work. Out of her sense of duty as the head nurse, as well as her genuine concern for the workers' health, Sijween visits the cafeteria right before lunch and cooks an extra dish for those who can use the stamina boost. Sijween has only the best intentions with her surprise gift and doesn't want anyone to find out about what she does. However, unfortunately, Melazines as a race perceive the world differently from humans, and their sense of aesthetics is even more alien to us. The recipients of her lovingly prepared special meals cannot taste the care within and usually just freak out. Are we on the right track?
Not bad. You've uncovered Sijween's secret and even guessed her intentions correctly as well. It's nice to know that her efforts have not gone unacknowledged. All right, now for my next question. There are also some hidden rules in the Pancration Ring, including the one that you're not allowed to support both sides of a fight. Why is that?
According to Collins, the Pancration tournament only took place because the Fanta company sponsored it. Fanta's internal report suggests that they're starting a new trial. The Fanta promoter has been struggling because he doesn't recognize the real value. According to Collins, Fanta's internal report suggests that they're starting a new trial of an unnamed and unpacked. The Fanta promoter has been struggling because he doesn't
Paimon gets this rule too now, so there really was nothing to be afraid of. That hidden rule of the Pancration Ring is about how, people are not supposed to bet on both boxers at the same time. And if they do, they'll receive a package containing a strange, blood-colored liquid. People get scared when they see it because they've subconsciously begun to associate it with the missing boxer. But really, it's just a bottle of the latest yet-to-be-named and packaged new Fanta trial product. A blood-red drink. It's no wonder even Fanta's own staff were questioning the company's decision-making. The company, facing backlash from its own staff, decided to try to trial the product on a smaller scale, to see how it might be received by customers. They came to the Fortress of Meropide and offered to sponsor the Pancration tournament so they could push their new product. But the Duke completely refused to even entertain the idea. The Duke, knowing how valuable coupons are in the fortress, knew that only total idiots who didn't understand their true value would bother buying a Fanta product here. And so, only those who proved their stupidity by being dumb enough to bet on two opposing sides of the same match were selected to receive the drinks.
I acknowledge the effort you've put into bringing the truth of this mystery to light. Although, based on your description, that Fanta promoter is a bit too careless with his words, I may just reconsider my collaboration with the company. All right, and here's the final question. What's the secret behind our head nurse and all of her patients in the infirmary?
Stop your cruel and pointless games, Risley! You know that we haven't finished our investigation, so there's no way we can answer the last question. The thought of sparing Lynette and Fremine never even crossed your mind! You'll pay for this!
Lenny, are you alright?
Oh, close one. I owe you, Sigewinne. That was a fantastic shot.
It was nothing, Your Grace.
Sigewinne?
Though this gun may look like a toy, it's actually fully functional, as I just demonstrated.
Sigewinne... You...
Not at all. I am merely a resident of the fortress, and thus protecting it is my duty. When Monsieur Nervulette asked me to come here, he told me that my job would be to take care of the well-being of everyone here. I am merely discharging my duties.
But if you mean what you just said, then isn't Linny someone you should be looking after as well? Isn't he a resident here just like the rest of us?
But I really am just doing what Monsieur Nervulette told me to do. Everything I did, I've done to protect them. Had I not, they would be in far more dire straits right now. His Grace knows it too, right? Your Grace? Mind proving my innocence to them?
My dear Sigewinne, whatever shall I do with you? Would it have killed you to just wait another minute or two?
Well, it's nearly time after all. The way you do things can be truly frustrating sometimes, Your Grace. I figured I should try to talk some sense into you.
What are you talking about? What time?
Take me if you want. Let them go.
How touching. Can you just give me one more minute?
Don't be like that, Your Grace.
All right, everyone, calm down. 2 more visitors will be arriving any time now. I'll go get a cup of tea. Miss Sigewinne, I leave Miss Lynette in your care.
You... What are you doing?
I believe I hear footsteps.
Some space, please.
Ah, Miss Clarande. My door.
Fremine... Fremine!
What's going on? What is Clarande doing here?
Work.
I'm sorry about shooting you, Mr. Linny. The tranquilizing effect will begin to wear off soon. Please take it easy in the meantime, though.
What happened to Fremine? Wasn't he diving just outside of the fortress? Why is he looking like this?
A flushed face, an accelerated pulse. He must have consumed primordial seawater.
What did you say?
Please, make some space.
Oh,
I'll need to give Mr. Fremine a more thorough checkup. Your Grace, I'll leave the rest to you.
I'll talk to Clarande while you get Fremine to where he needs to be. Everything else can wait.
Yes?
How do I say this? I'm gonna do what's happening on stream.
Wait, what?
So, looking at it's happening on stream. What on earth is this kind of whodunit? Crime mystery.
Yeah, there's a mystery going on this fortress that we need to solve on, and aptly, what was that word? Aptly summarizing, we're trying to help some Fatui members trying to do some investigation on this place, why people are like keep disappearing here or some stuff.
So this time the Fatui are the good guys.
Well, I wouldn't exactly say they're bad
I
either.
wouldn't say good
It's,
guy.
I mean, they're not bad, but they're not good.
Good
They're
either.
in the gray line, but at the moment they're our ally. At the moment they're definitely our ally. Yeah, at the moment
At least this time.
Hmm?
At least this time you're dealing with the good people in among the harbingers, right?
Yeah. Well, they're not really harbingers yet. They're just like under the Fatui, but they're raised under the Fatui, so they're technically not really harbingers.
These symptoms are probably caused by an acute ingestion of a large amount of primordial
Because
seawater.
last I recall,
Still, his condition is not critical. Of course,
the
it would
last
be best
3
if he stayed
times
for further
the
observation.
harbingers were
Let's
involved,
leave him here for now,
the
and
Fatui
move
were
him
the
to the
bad
infirmary once
people.
he's recovered
Yeah.
a bit more.
Like, what happened in Mondstadt, what happened in Liyue, what happened in Azuma, what happened in
Yeah.
Sumeru. We're not gonna talk about what happened in Sumeru. That's curse.
Sorry.
Sumeru's
I'm aware
curse.
that the infirmary may not be your favorite place in the world at the moment.
Yeah.
We do only have a single clinic in the fortress, however.
Why would he ingest a large amount of primordial seawater after leaving the fortress? How could that possibly happen?
Please, look after Mr. Fremenade
Yeah,
for the
so at the
moment.
moment,
I'll go fetch some
the
medicine
Fatui
and a
isn't really
respirator.
our enemy.
Miss Lynette back with
Something else is our enemy.
Where is she? How is she right now?
Oh, she just took a nap in an empty room after I tranquilized her. If my calculations are correct, she should also be waking up right around now. You might not believe me, but his
Nah,
Grace and I
nothing.
actually made
It's
some
just that
snacks and tea for her.
about the game that I'm currently playing.
What's that look on your face? I thought I made good time on the way back.
Oh, I'm just admiring your punctuality. Had you arrived just a few minutes later, Sijuin may have been forced to shoot Mr. Linny again. How's the situation out there?
The water has changed. It's pretty much as expected. The concentration of primordial seawater has increased significantly. I was only out there a short time, so it wasn't too bad. But if one were to stay for any significant amount of time, well, you can see how that boy's doing.
Where was he when you found him?
The abandoned zone at the end of the pipes. A good distance into the water.
Closer than I thought. He must have recognized it early on and tried desperately to swim back.
Locking the door was necessary. I don't think we could have saved two.
Well, I did try to convince him that I had my reasons. Never seems to work, though.
It would probably work on Neuvillette. He has a knack for picking out who had good intentions, even when the outcomes were all terrible.
It's a bad sign if you're having to plead your case to Neuvillette. Want some tea?
Not particularly. If you want to drink some that badly, just say so.
Fine, I'd like to get some tea. Want me to get you a cup too, since I've already made it?
Him and his tea.
Might as well then. I
Grizzly
suppose.
and his tea.
Actually, do you have a towel? I would like to dry my hair.
On one corner where you literally have the cast of Attack on Titan.
Are you okay?
Another corner, I don't know how to say this.
I'll be fine. They're all here now. Don't worry about me.
Are you sure? You don't look alright.
My hands and feet are still a bit weak, but
Paimon entering
that's
the dirt
probably just the
realm.
residual effects of the tranquilizer shot.
I'm back, everyone.
Lenny!
Paimon being
Traveler!
down.
Paimon! You're here too!
Paimon has been shot down.
Fremenade? Is he...
If Paimon was a helicopter, she'd be easily shot down.
Please help me lift him up.
What the?
The beep.
Yeah, he just heard the beep.
Yep. Sounded like someone was playing with a car hung thingy.
Yeah, But also the timing
breathing's
too,
beginning
when I
to slow
mentioned about Paimon being shot down.
Give me a hand and help me get him to the infirmary.
Yeah, I'll take him from this side. Lynette, together?
On
That's
it.
too much of an odd cool.
Traveler, you seem pretty worried about him. Want to come with us?
The Duke and Clarande are gone.
Beep.
Probably went to get some tea.
Beep.
The Duke will explain the truth in
I
just a
think
bit.
I heard that beep.
Miss
Was that
Clarande
beep
will
from
need
my
a
end?
since
No,
she had
it's
just returned
him.
from rescuing Fremine out of the sea.
Oh.
No, because I was hearing a beep from somebody.
Getting louder. Is this your family there or something?
Yeah.
Wonder.
Yeah.
Every Sunday?
Yeah, well, almost every Sunday. Not gonna
Almost.
Be a thing. Almost, yeah, because sometimes it won't be like thing.
Yeah, fair.
Oh my god. Tower of Heaven. Holy shit. The fact that I have to fight a constant struggle against this game when it's like network connection fail. Because it assumes that my Wi-Fi connection is crap when it's not.
He's awake. Fremine, how do you feel?
Lenny.
Minimum World 7. Yeah, I wish I can do that, but
We're
I
all
can't.
here.
Wait, what? Who are you checking?
You.
I'm sorry.
I cannot ascend unless I have characters at least level 80.
I mean,
because I hate the stupid level scaling there.
at least I'm glad the Ascension Quest doesn't have that one certain enemy that I hate.
No, but I hate Ruin Guards.
Yeah, you hate the Ruin Guards. Back then I hate the hypostats. Way back then, actually, they actually changed the quest to be easier. Way back then, instead of Ruin Guards and the other enemies, there were hypostats.
The infirmary.
I
At the
hate those
Fortress of
things. I
Millipede,
hate.
Mr. Fremine.
Is it like the cube little freaks?
Yes.
If it is,
Shit cube.
yes,
the shit
I
cube,
hate
by the
them.
way.
I hate the cube.
Wait, no, it's not a shit cube. It's the fuck cube. Yeah, fuck cube.
Yeah, I hate those cubes. I hate the fuck cubes.
It's the purple cube. That's why I say it's fuck cube.
I hate them. I hate them.
Paimon.
I wish they were never an enemy to be.
I mean, I know the world is supposed to be. Wait a minute. What the? Yeah, game?
Uh-oh.
But sorry, can you look at the stream real quick? What?
What?
Remnant? Why your hand like that?
Holy shit! Why is his hand like that? Why does it look like that? What the oh my god, did he...
I think
his hand glitched. That is his...
Okay.
That is his... Actually, his left hand sticking out from his body.
Okay, so I guess,
Wait a minute. Hang on. His right hand is inside his thigh, while his left hand is there.
Okay.
Okay, you...
I think you in the game just unitied.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the game just decided to, like, fuck this. I am so... I am so sorry, yet not sorry.
Nope.
Shh, it's okay. We can talk about it after you've recovered.
No,
So,
listen to me. This is really
I
serious.
guess that's how
There's
the cookie
primordial
crumbles there.
seawater
then.
mixed into the regular seawater. I don't know why it's there, but no one should touch it. Pipes. Right, the pipes. It's all coming back to me now.
Well... Genshin in a nutshell, everyone.
But that was the first time I see that happening. If I didn't take any attention, I would be like, hmm. But yeah,
Did the game just suddenly turn to Tower of Fantasy all of a sudden?
I know.
Yeah, I guess you're familiar with Tower Fantasy.
I'm in.
Yep.
Seems like this pipe hasn't been used in a long time.
I guess
it looks abandoned.
Kiana here is familiar with Tower Fantasy. You played it, didn't you?
Yeah.
I still play it, but on mobile a bit.
Where could Master Child be?
Somewhat so.
Oh.
Jesus Christ.
There goes the yelling.
That's my dad.
This mechanism looks like it's been tampered with. Could he have done it?
Oh, you say Tower Fantasy is a good game. It's just not the type of game you'd name it as a Genshin killer.
Nah, it's not. It's
'Cause,
different.
the only way Genshin will get killed off, basically on its.
I mean, it's already started being killed by a star to begin with. Getting less attention than it used to be.
Yeah. Star Rail's just basically just destroying it. So basically.
Yep.
So basically, in order for a Hoyo to destroy itself, is by another Hoyoverse game.
I know they're planning another game though. Zen Zero or something like that.
Yeah,
Zone Zero?
Yeah. There's
Zenless
going to
Zone
be
Zero.
yeah, there's going to be another version of that game coming in soon.
I don't like it when this is like, you know, another thing here for them. I feel like they need to put brakes on releasing any new game.
How do I go up there?
Because then it turns into an in-house competition of who will destroy one another.
I shouldn't be here. Hang on.
My opinion, right?
Yeah.
Yo-Yo's games are good, but they're just way too much gacha.
Yes.
I think I dropped like a whole lot of gacha games. I dropped FGO, I dropped Honkai Impact 3, I had dropped this game, this exact game you're playing, and I also dropped Star Rail.
Yeah, I want to play Star Rail on random intervals whenever I feel like playing it. But other than that, I'm not too keen with the gacha anyway, because the last time I played that game and I got scolded because I don't want to spend anything on the limited gacha. I'm like, nah.
Yeah.
This one I don't. Yeah, this one I don't mind playing because I just want to do the story, man. I just want to learn the lore. I'm a lore hunter. I'm not a gacha hunter.
Basically, a lore hunter Kage.
You save your money on like PSO2 AC scratch tickets.
By the way, you saw the price increase thingy?
Yeah, I saw.
Yeah, I stopped after since they do that. I can't afford that. Oh fuck this shit! I'm falling.
Fuck this shit! I'm falling.
How do I go there?
I just like how you said it like this. Fuck this shit! I'm falling.
How do I go there?
I think you DM'd me about the price increase, Kagine.
Yeah, I believe so. Yes. Okay, how do I go there? Oh.
Sega attack.
Sega has problems.
There's this, but it doesn't really much. Can you interact with this?
Ow. Ow!
Oh, I can't interact.
Wally funny attack!
Relax.
How do I do this? Do I have to smack it or something?
This car's handling is too finicky. But then again, I'm driving a freaking F1 car.
Yeah, exactly.
F1 car. At least you're not driving
How
a tuna
to
car.
manage to get an F1 car is probably beyond anyone's comprehension.
Yeah, at least you're not driving a tuna car.
What?
A tuna car.
Tuna car?
Hang on, what?
Yeah.
Circles is starting.
Like a Japanese import tuna or a car shaped literally like a tuna?
A car, literally. Actually, why not both?
How do I?
A tuned up car
right.
shaped like a tuna.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, Kiana is going to be so mad.
Actually, Kiana would pretty much be like riding it.
You know what's better, Kirana? You know the tuna? Well, not the tuna. The marlin dash they have in PS2. That, but add wheels.
That, but yeah, the marlin fish, but with wheels.
Wheels. Yep.
That marlin fish might as well be a bike at this point.
Yes. It's
A marlin bike.
It's a quad bike. It's a quad bike marlin.
Quad bike marlin.
With
marlin.
yeah, with a
Quad
built-in rammer at the front because the nose is already sharp.
Yeah.
Yep, that makes a lot of sense.
This is where the water starts. Okay. Master Child probably dived into the water. I'll go take a look as well.
Fair warning, if I disconnect, oh why?
Oh yeah, because your internet may randomly decide to cut out.
That and I hear the beep.
The vegetation here is a bit more sparse. These traces aren't natural. A person must have left them, and recently.
Does that beep an
I
indication
should
that
be going in the right direction.
the inevitable may happen?
Yeah, just in
There are
case.
traces here too. I need to keep
That
going.
makes sense.
Huh? The traces are gone. But I don't see where he could have gone from here. Wait. What the? My heart is racing, and it's getting harder and harder to breathe. What's going on? No good. I have to get back.
Now, if only
Still don't know anything about what's going
an
on.
F1 team got sponsored by
Turn
Genshin.
back right now.
If only.
I should still be able to make it.
I mean, MiHoYo, or Hoyoverse, who sponsored GT Racing, Chinese GT Racing, in during the Honkai Impact 3 days. Now that they're going global as Hoyoverse, they can just promote Genshin in an F1 team, right?
Yep. But one would find out. I mean, technically, there's a lot of collabs going on anyway.
I'm feeling worse and worse, and I'm still underwater. I have to push on.
So, in other words, the trail you were following vanished, and you had no idea where Master Child could have gone. But there was also no obvious place for him to have disappeared to.
That's right. I tried my best to swim back, but I had already put some distance between myself and the fortress, and I just couldn't find the strength to keep going. I probably passed out some time after that, and...
Miss Clarande brought you back, but we also don't know why she just suddenly appeared at the fortress, or why she went out to save you.
Miss Clarande, you say? I must go thank her in person.
You're still too weak, Fremine. You can go after you've had some more rest.
Miss Lynette is right. I believe Miss Clarande will stay here as a guest for another few days, so there's no need to hurry.
A guest? Then I can assume Risley was the one who invited her to come down here?
You should ask His Grace about that. He'll be able to explain better than me.
Yeah, it's about time he actually told us what's going on. Wanna come with us, Liddy?
No, please go on without me. I don't want to leave just yet.
Linny.
The logical part of my brain is aware that we're safe right now, but I still can't bring myself to leave. Both of you are just in danger.
Understood. Then let's just sit together for a while.
In that case, I'll leave the infirmary to you. The Traveler and I are going to head out for now. As long as you stay in here, I don't think you'll be disturbed.
Thank you.
I think I know why Fremina's hand looks like that. It's because of by how his clothes looks like. It was in a bulky manner, like, you know, Gemini's clothes in PS2. It flops out like that. So Gemini's clothes.
Oh.
Yeah, so it kind of flops out like that. So when he tries to put his hands on where it was supposed to be on his on his chest, he ended up putting it on his right arm. So it looks sticking out. And it looks very weird, and his hands actually went into his thighs. So I'm guessing that it's because of his hands. So the way that they built the clothes might actually disturb how his hands were supposed to be acting as.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
The
skeleton issue.
Managed to get
Yeah.
the same issue as a PS2 character.
Yeah, it's more like a skeleton issue at this point.
Skeleton physics.
I guess that means we're seeing the second coming of Dark Falls Gemini right there on the VAT. Then
I'm scared. Does it help that the guy has the similar hair anyway?
Excuse me.
I take it Mr. Fremine's condition has stabilized?
Of course. I wouldn't have left the infirmary otherwise.
I've been expecting those two, but might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, Miss Siegewien?
I wanted to check up on Miss Clarande. How are you feeling?
Mostly fine.
I think about the asymmetrical outfit
If you don't
stuff,
mind,
you know,
I'd like to perform another
what
quick
PS2
physical exam.
usually does.
It'll just take a few
Yeah.
minutes.
All right.
I mean, I do know this game has the what I call anchor breaking moments.
Want to explain yourself?
It does.
I love it when it happens because then
Of course.
I have an
I'm not
excuse to
partial
say
to the
that
word choice of
this game
explain.
is as
How
funny
about
as any other game that breaks physics.
When they have the what I call motion correction thingy and they try to make it look very realistic, sometimes the legs go somewhere weird. I know this game has it.
Yeah. By the way, remember?
Did you know about Lenny's goals from the very beginning?
Yes, with
The early days. Hang on. Hang on. Let me find that one very ancient picture that you're gonna cringe.
the title, freaking legs crossing.
The data can do splits better than I do. What the fuck?
The fact that it can do splits better than you is like, when did this game get real?
The game can. Even the crocodiles can do splits better than I do.
Which is quite sad.
I'm trying to find it.
I'm sorry, that's quite sad when it does that. That it can do better splits than you.
Yep.
Sometimes I wonder about that game.
Ow. My.
Oh,
Ow.
yeah.
I like how you just went like, ow. Reminds me how when Reno gets beaten up a lot in PSO2, he's like, ow. Ow.
Wait, who got hit?
You know how Reno gets hit there in when he plays PSO2 when I see him?
Reno?
It's like, ow. Yeah, Reno.
Reno? Which?
Yeah, Mr.
Oh,
Mr.
Reno. Yeah, Reno.
Yeah. Yeah, Reno.
Yeah. Yeah, he does that. I mean, I do that too.
It's so funny how but he does it the way he does it so calmly. It's like ow, ow, ow. Yeah, he does it so calmly. It's like he's like the total opposite of you when you like
ow.
You ow, but you do it in panic. He does it in like
my
chill.
way of ow is like excuse me.
Yeah.
And then I'm like ow.
Yeah, his way is like
ow.
He's just pretty chill.
It's the monotonous ow, as if you got nipped by a mosquito or something.
Yeah, pretty much.
Trying to find the picture still.
Until it just the only time he does tend to panic is when it actually gets so seriously bad.
When he get walloped.
Yeah. And the fun part is he laughs it off when it happens.
Yeah.
Nope. Someone.
Nope.
I think I should probably.
What we called that?
Oh.
We called that the 5 stages of grief there.
Well, what you saying, Kira?
I probably should have added an ow command, but instead it plays like the hit sounds from like Postal 2 or something.
Ow.
Ow. Hang on. Not that was. What time?
Oh.
Got no voice.
Oh, what?
Found it. It was cursed. It was during the CBT days.
Oh! All right, before it was a thing.
It was during the CBT days, and we were just like, wait a minute, why is my knee bending like that? Oh.
Yeah, when I was like noticing how bendy
our ankles,
the knees were like, yeah, I'm like, wait, where our ankles have gone? Are we made out of jello?
And then you have to take a picture. Why are we doing this?
Why? I'm like, why are we torturing our jelly ankles for this? To prove a point.
Yep.
No.
Yeah, I felt like
I just knew they were Fatui operatives sent to the
Yeah,
fortress
it was
by the
like,
Knave.
well, time to prove a
As for
point
their
here.
Specific goals, I only figured those
But we're
out as
doing
you
it
made
in the
progress
most
on your
derpiest
investigation.
fashion ever.
You managed to monitor and stay ahead of them,
Those were
even though
fun
you
days.
didn't know what they were trying to do?
They came here with ulterior motives. I'm quite adept at discerning.
I don't
what
know
that
why,
kind of
but I feel like
behavior signals.
Pixip is getting so
Initially,
slow.
I thought their goal was just to
sometimes at this
investigate
time.
Child's disappearance.
Maybe
And then later on-
what you call bandwidth, like
Lenny
silver.
suggested that I had
what was the
deliberately
word?
let him escape.
Like silver
Truth,
species something?
I didn't really do anything special to help or
Yeah,
hinder him.
Probably
obviously.
a RAM issue.
Everything he did, from finding
No.
helpers to leaving this place,
I don't
he
see
did
any
on his
problem
own.
with my RAM.
Of course, it's inevitable that the Knave would make a big deal out of her fellow Harbinger's
And it's only
unexplained
Pixip that it
disappearance.
happens.
I'm also quite curious about where that Harbinger went. So I figured I might as well let the Fatui do their own
Like if I
investigative
try
work.
any other side,
All I care
they'd
about
be
is
like
Lance.
running as normal as possible.
Lenny's group would just do your work for you.
I just feel like there's
You
like
make
some
it sound like
traffic
that's a
there
bad
where
thing.
it starts to load slowly,
Unfortunately,
but
things didn't go as planned.
everywhere
I
else is
assume that
like,
Fremine has told you
nah, it's
already,
normal.
The ratio of primordial seawater around the fortress of Meripede is on the rise. The Forbidden Zone has
Which
always been
reminds me.
Winnie's target, and you got roped into that
Oh.
investigation after running into him. I began to intervene out of concern for your safety, and also to prevent the fortress from becoming entangled in more irksome matters.
Are the rumors true that you're also a former criminal?
Now, why would you put it like that? Isn't staying here all day and serving as the manager of the fortress a kind of sentence unto itself? Another form of prison?
Yeah, no.
I just happen to have some support from the rest of the
Got no
inmates.
voice.
That's all.
Understood? We are checking.
Oh, right. Paimon wanted to ask.
Jenga or
Moran down here?
Genshin characters.
Me, of course. I paid her good Mora to come down to the fortress for some field work. As a champion duelist, Miss Cloran could be considered to be an independent party. I needed to find an exceptionally capable person to help me get through the impending crisis.
And saving Fremine was
The
part
horror
of that
characters are
crisis?
going to turn into dickless of stacking on one another like Jenga.
Yep.
You can think of it like that, yes. Credit where credit is due, that boy is quite
Achievement
adept at
unlocked.
diving.
Defy the laws of
That
physics.
condition's not been as hostile
Yeah.
as they were.
Guess she has a lot
Probably
of that
would've found
happening.
the missing harbinger already.
Yeah.
That's not something you should be asking after.
And also these are
Never
like
let
with
only asked you to
Matoi or
investigate
something.
child's whereabouts.
That is Matsui.
All I need to prove to you is
Yeah, it was me
that
playing with him the other day. I was trying to help him grinding some materials, but then we found out our characters keep stacking on each other.
Yeah.
Covered that there's something
Yeah,
wrong with the
it's
infirmary,
basically
and we
that.
answered a bunch of questions that you threw at us. Isn't it about time that you answer our last
This
question
is
in
why.
return?
This is
You
what.
make a compelling case.
This is what the curse of playing
Do you really want to know the
Genshin
answer
be
that
like
badly?
in co-op
Yeah, Paimon really wants to know.
Even if the truth may not be pleasant.
when your characters
Don't
stack
wanna
on
be.
each other for no reason.
Yep. Presley?
Rice gone.
There's a hidden door here?
Huh?
Yes.
And a whole basement behind it?
Risley's gone,
Good at
I
hiding
guess.
stuff, Risley.
Yeah, he just went up and
there.
down.
It seems you've forgotten just what kind of place the Fortress of Meripede is. Stand on the central plate.
Wait, is there a secret mechanism or... Whoa! So, this is the Forbidden Zone? Honestly, for a place so well hidden, Paimon sure doesn't see anything special. What a huge door!
There are 3 such isolation gates in total. Generally speaking, I'm the only one who's allowed to go inside. Hence the name Forbidden Zone. Am I correct to assume you're going to run on back and tell your little Fatui friends everything?
Well, Paimon wasn't thinking of keeping anything from them.
Well, I'd advise you wait until you've seen the whole truth of this place for yourself before deciding whether or not to tell them.
Huh. So there's a switch on the side.
Stand back.
Whoa! They all just went up one by one.
Go on, have a look.
That's enough.
Hmm?
Nah, I was just...
I've been interested in what
saying
lies
that
beyond
was
that
an
gate
off
ever
lap.
since I assumed leadership of the Fortress of
Just
Meripede.
did.
Of course, it would be unwise to recklessly open it, but it'd also be risky and negligent to simply ignore any potential danger that could be behind it. The readings on that dashboard have not budged since the day when I first laid eyes on this place. but over the past year, the needle has crept upwards from its original position, likely because some parameter it's been tracking has changed, if only infinitesimally. Normally, I would have ignored it, but I happened to have some free time when I noticed it, so I investigated. Any guesses
Oh
what
my
the reading
goodness,
could be
why is
tracking?
most of the
Very reasonable guesses.
Gran
I've
Turismo
considered
World
both of those as
Championship
well.
be comprised of like...
Unfortunately, our dashboard is tracking something less ordinary. The temperature should vary with
City
weather and climate
circuits.
changes, so for something that
Beep,
rarely
bumpy city
shifts, the
circuits,
water
my
pressure is
Rayad.
more likely. We ran a few tests to increase the pressure from the outside, but the readings didn't change at all. Later on, a few more possibilities occurred to me, such as a potential connection with the primordial sea. I began to make a few preparations based on that hypothesis. Over the past few days, the needle has moved again. With that, and the symptoms that Fremine displayed after leaving the fortress, I can now confidently conclude that the readings represent the concentration of primordial seawater in the seawater nearby.
The concentration of primordial seawater? But we're already under the sea!
And that is precisely the problem. We're at the bottom of the sea, and now we're surrounded by toxic seawater. Somehow, primordial seawater got mixed in, and the concentration is steadily rising. Yes, that's very likely.
So...
But forget about the two of us. Not even Novelette knows where the primordial sea could be, much less where we could find and plug a leak. Oh. Oh!
Seems like you've figured it out. I believe the primordial sea lies directly beneath this sluice gate. For some reason, the primordial seawater levels have risen significantly, and it's now very close to us. The indicators are now red. Although the gate still stands, some primordial seawater has already leaked out and mixed into the sea around us. If this continues, soon it will no longer be able to hold back the primordial sea at all. Yeah, you know what the legends say. If this place falls, then everyone in Fontaine will be turned into puddles in the span of a night.
But that's just too weird! Why would the Fortress of Meripede be built right above a sluice gate for the primordial sea? Who built this place anyway?
Your expression tells me you think this might be part of a vast, complicated conspiracy. To be honest,
Yeah, there
you might find the
confirmed
actual
reasons
answer
why.
may be exceedingly boring.
Why, what?
MiHoYo did the... Say, have there been any word on like why MiHoYo did the Hoyo first rebranding thing?
No, not I heard of.
Problem is the games.
It's just that the secret of
I
the
mean,
Forbidden Zone
they
has been
cannot
long
just say
forgotten
simply
by the nation
Hoyo, so
before
I guess
discovered it
they
with my
just change the
research.
Hoyoverse because it spans to the other
Yeah.
games too.
Yeah, and it's also because
There's no single
it's
founder
not
of the
just
Fortress of
China
Meripede
only.
in any
They've expanded to
traditional
other
sense.
regions,
What we know
so
about its history has been
they
lost
want
to
to
us by
actually
the people who
separate
used to live here.
their
When the previous
Chinese
Hydro
side from
Archon,
the global
Egeria,
side.
ruled the land. All convicted criminals from Fontaine were exiled.
Yeah,
And it's
makes
much
sense.
The
yeah,
people
it's much
drove the
easier for
criminals
them
away
to,
like a
to
wolf
brand
pack
that.
chasing away the banished. The
But on
criminals
top of
received
that,
no sympathy of any kind from the people.
before Genshin was
They
a
were
thing,
exiled to the desolate seaside, where they experienced
Honkai
only
Impact
pain,
3rd
struggle,
actually had its
and the
own
bone-chilling
credentials
cold.
login, so
Some of them began to repent and prayed to the
and
Hydro
and
Archon,
Genshin was like, you
asking if
know,
there
it
was
had its
still
own
anything
too.
they could do.
So they realized that
The Hydro Archon
if
took
they're
pity.
releasing now future games like
"You may
Star
go
Rail
guard
and then
my secret
you know Star Rail
deep
things
underneath
came out
the
and then
waves."
And the Zone Zero?
So,
yeah,
leaning on the
they
power of the
decided,
Hydro
you know
Archon,
what, having separate
gathered
credential
underneath the sea and
logins
began to
for
build a
these
fortress.
games may not be ideal, so
became a
they
community
decided
down there in
to
the deeps. And over the years,
have it
helped
all
to
merged
grow.
together. So
As the
basically,
number of
if
exiles
you
increased,
played with your
more and
Genshin
more
account,
people joined the
it will
community.
work with Honkai
When the
Impact
first group
3rd,
of
Star
exiles
Rail,
died,
and
they
any
left
other
the yet
future
unfinished fortress
Hoyoverse
to their
game.
successors. The Hydro Archon continued to lend
So you don't
his
have to make a
support,
new account.
allowing the
Yeah, because
fortress
it's
and what it
troublesome
stood
making a
for
new
to continue
account.
growing ever larger. Before long, this
And on top of that,
small
they
underwater fortress became
yeah, and
the
on top of
center's
that, they
only
got
home.
negative feedback
And with that,
on
the
the
people here
Honkai
stopped
Impact 3rd
referring to the
releasing on
fortress
Steam,
as a
not
prison.
using
They saw themselves as repenting sinners
not using
who would
Hoyoverse
regain their
like
freedom once they had
info
sufficiently
credentials
redeemed
there. So
themselves.
basically, you're
But as
kind of
time
fucked.
went on, people also realized that the fortress was a lonely
So they're not
place.
going to let you link
Once they
this
had gotten
deep.
used
Yeah.
to life here, they could no longer
There's
feel
no
comfortable
link
living in the
with,
overworld.
there's no like
Once
account
they had
linking
finished
there.
serving
So
their
you're
sentence,
basically
some people
boned
left
with
and
that.
some others chose to stay. They'd find some idle position.
So you
and let
either
their
have
withered
to
souls fade
play
away with the ancient
it
secrets
on the
of the
direct
past.
client
After
or
many
or
centuries,
mobile. So,
Few people still remember
yeah.
the reason for the fortress's founding. Now they just see it as
And
an
after hearing
integral
that, they
pillar of
don't want to
Fontanian
ever do that
society,
again.
as the place where criminals deserve to be sent.
And why really
Now and again,
Historial and
researchers
Genshin
manage to
on
break one law or
Epic
another
Games?
and live out their days in the fortress.
Because
I
they're
learned all this from an
because they
elderly
wanted to
historian.
test that integration
Everyone
system
else
with
just
you
thought
know,
we'd made it all
with
up.
Epic Games.
But now
But
you
it
know
seems that
every
they
part
can't
of that
try to do
history
the
is
same with
true.
Steam because well, you know.
It's just as the prophecy says.
Mouse rules.
If this gate
That
fails,
and probably because
then
they want to
everyone
cut
will be
corners
dissolved
too.
into the sea. To be frank, not really.
Yeah,
But sadly,
Hoyoverse
that
is
hasn't
not
stopped this
like I mean,
prophecy from
Hoyo is
proving
not
all too
exactly
accurate.
what we call
Prophecies
you know,
are troublesome things.
very much on
Just
the ball.
hearing one will create the first wave of panic.
Not after
Seeing signs of it will
yeah,
bring
not
about
after
second,
the
and actually
first
witnessing it in real
anniversary
time,
fiasco
the
that they
third.
had.
Let's go somewhere else. I want to show you something.
Everybody still remembers that. I thought it was funny because they started review bombing other games not related to it.
Are you talking about the anniversary shindig?
Your Grace.
Yeah,
Perfect
the
timing.
anniversary
The results from our
shenanigans
last
that
round of
happened there.
experiments have.
But Jurier, he's not alone.
That was hilarious.
Huh? Lorvine and Julia?
No need to panic, you two. I've already told them about our
They
plan.
even review bombed a Google classroom thing.
Duolingo was also involved in it for some reason.
I'm like,
Are you
I'm
sure
like,
they are trustworthy?
really?
The results speak for themselves, don't they? These two may already
You
know
had
more
to
than you
like
could ever imagine.
review bomb something that's not even a
Alright then,
game related
if your
thing.
Grace insists.
Damn,
They seem harmless enough, so I'll trust
talk
them for now.
about crazy people.
Well, how about some reintroductions?
I mean, I do
This
know
is
there
Jury,
were
one of the highest
they were
ranked
about to
researchers from the Fontaine Research
review
Institute.
bomb again
He used
because
to work under
the
Edwin.
what
I
that
trust
happened
that you've
from
heard
the
of Edwin.
previous anniversary, but it doesn't
Yep.
happen.
Yeah,
Oh, good.
thank God.
Saves me a bit of time.
But it was still
explaining.
funny.
Edwin's main areas of
They
research
review
were
bombing all
Archeum
those
and
apps, and I'm
gravimeters.
like,
As his assistant, Jurier is quite familiar
At
with
least
them as
Mobile
well.
Legends got into the
I hired
crossfire.
him to be my technical
And
consultant.
anyone review bombing Mobile Legends
I
for
think
whatever
no,
reason.
actually, mobile actually got into the bomb too.
yeah,
A lot of
Really?
Google stuff got review bomb for no reason.
yeah. It
Mobile
got
Legends
Lovely idea.
review
I'm
bomb
already
like
imagining it
Genshin
in my head.
players. And
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
all the more happier for it.
Yeah, it already happened.
Yeah,
it wasn't long.
happened
It was last
Tempted
year
as
or 2
well.
years ago.
2 years ago when they did their
Guys,
first
focus.
anniversary,
Focus!
Yeah.
which I think was in
That
2021.
taskmaster over there is Miss Lorvine,
Because
and is also one
let
of
me
my
see when
technical
when
consultants.
did Gen hold on,
While
let me
Jurier
check when
used to be
Genshin
Edwin's
officially
assistant, she used to be Jurier's assistant.
Ooh,
'Cause-
are they together?
I
See,
can't
everyone
recall
keeps
when.
asking this question. Are you too sure you're not a couple and just using your work
September
as a convenient
September
cover?
28, 2020. So a year,
Your Grace,
so probably
I
like a
am not
year
in a
then, like
relationship
in
with this
20
man.
like 2 years
If
in
I dated
2021
her,
they
I'd
got
officially
review
be
bombed
madder than Edwin.
Jeez.
for the first
Forget I said
anniversary
anything then.
fiasco.
Follow me.
And then
Whoa,
everybody
There's another door
went
that goes right out.
when like memed
Your
on it,
constant amazement makes it seem like the fortress can do
when
anything.
it came to anniversary stuff for other games, they're like, this game's anniversary
really
stuff is
think
better than
something super
Genshin's.
Even FGOs?
Well, let's
Yeah.
spice it up a bit.
FGO also got into the crossfire.
And here you
Yeah,
go.
FGO got hit by the crossfire there, but everybody would say like, well, FGO's anniversary like stuff is better than Genshin's.
This is also a production zone that Paimon's never seen before. What's going on?
How much do you know about Fontanian history?
So it literally became a meme.
Not much at all.
Well, then maybe you haven't heard the story of ancient Lemuria.
Genshin's first
To give you a quick
anniversary
rundown,
has now been
Fontaine
forever
used
marked
to be
as
ruled by the
basically
Lemurian
review
dynasty.
bomb meme.
According to legend, the Lemurian king Remus came to this
So,
land after being
Mihoyo
inspired by
Mihoyo
divine
has never
revelation
forgotten that.
and found the seer Sabila, who had taken on the form of a
pretty
golden
funny.
bee. Taking the golden bee with him and riding on a huge ship, the Fortuna.
Me,
He created his
anyone review
nation
bombing
above
Mobile
certain
Legends for
ways.
whatever or any reason
called his
whatsoever
nation
is good
Lemuria,
news because
and used the
as soon as
Fortuna
that
to incessantly search for new tribes
faster
You're cutting
and
off.
lands, calling on them to join his empire.
Getting cut off there.
There's a ship in the story too?
Where there's water, there'll be ships.
Okay, I probably
People
will
believe that hope can always be found at the
reiterate
end
my
of a
point
voyage.
once I'm done with this lap.
Do you believe that too?
Yeah.
To a point, I think. As you've already seen, I have a whole factory's worth of labor,
Okay,
materials,
so,
and technology at my disposal.
Anyone review
Certainly can't
bombing
hurt to give it
Mobile
a try.
Legends for
So
any
the moment
reason
I began to
whatsoever
speculate
is
that
good
the
news for
primordial
me.
sea might lie underneath the gate, I also began
You
this
know why?
project.
Were you inspired by the legendary Fortuna?
Because I hate that game.
Maybe.
And that game
Fontanians need something to hold
And
on
as
to
soon as
to
that
cope with the
game
impending disaster.
gets out of the Google Play
Were the
Store in
workers to find out
Indonesia,
the truth behind this ship, riots would destroy the fortress faster than any
I'd be even more
catastrophe.
happier.
As the fortress's administrator, I'd never make such a reckless call.
Sounds
All
like
right,
to me
that's
you have a
enough talking
grudge
for
against
now.
it.
I'll need another 3 cups of tea to soothe my throat. Do you have any other questions? Seems like you're good. Come on, I'll take you back.
Sounds like there's a particular grudge there against such a game like that.
I mean, to be
don't
fair,
blame you.
mobile games aren't really fun.
Yeah.
So, this is coming from someone who played Dota 3, Dota 2 during 2013. This is coming from someone who plays that since that time. And no, don't. Once you step in, please go back. Mobile Legends, Dota, LOL, something similar. Please go back. I don't hate them, but please
I'll leave
go
you
back.
here for now.
Save
Save
yourself. Save yourself. Yeah, the pain, and misery.
Thank you so much.
No worries. But don't forget, it's up to you whether or not you want to share what you just saw. What you do from here on out will likely affect those 3 as well.
Yeah, we'll put a lot of thought into it for sure.
Great. I look forward to what happens next.
Apologies for if I sounded a bit mean there.
Yeah.
Nah. No, don't worry about it. It's true. Sometimes when I'm playing Turn, I
Welcome
keep
back.
thinking of
Do you want a cup of tea?
freaking Fortnite.
It'd be so much like Risley.
Fortnite, like, you know, getting down effect there whenever I get
Actually,
down.
now that
I'm
you
like,
mention it, I just remembered something now.
even
While
though
I was sedated,
Escape is a
I could
Korean
still
game,
barely hear 2
sometimes
people
I'm
talking
thinking of the
next to me.
old Fortnite sound
They were
effects.
discussing everything, from the leaves
And I'm wondering,
to the water,
shit.
and even the teacups themselves.
It's in my head now, forever. Ever since playing Fortnite was a mistake. FYI, Fortnite was a mistake. Don't ever play that game.
Must have been
Don't ever play
Risley
what?
and Seashween.
Never play Fortnite. Don't.
Yeah,
That was a
I heard
mistake.
one male
That game was the
voice and
mistake
one
to begin
female,
with.
so
I
it
tried
should've been the
PUBG
two
and
of them.
believe me, I
They
quit
really
after 2
were
games.
just talking about brewing tea.
Oh, you thought PUBG was bad?
No.
Fortnite actually.
I didn't say it's bad. I'm saying that if I play PUBG and I quit in 2 games, I know other games I'm not gonna be. I've seen what happens in
this place.
I've seen what happens in other games too, like Fortnite. I know, and it's definitely not my thing.
So, Traveler, Paimon.
And especially
Were
when
you
it's
able to learn
involving
anything
building.
from Risley?
Holy
Yeah,
shit.
he explained everything.
Very well. Then,
If
would
you're
you mind
bad
checking
at
your
that,
answers against
yeah,
my
no,
speculations?
because there's a lot of hot keys to like mess around with.
Yeah, I took the time to rest, so I'm feeling a lot more relaxed now.
Nobody else is around, and Miss Sejuin is also busy with
We
something or
really
other.
live in an age
So
where
let's just
there are
talk
people
here.
All right, then
What?
I'll posit my theories.
How
I
do I
asked
say
myself
this?
3 questions. Firstly, why was Fremine
I'm
affected by
trying
the
to
primordial
figure out
seawater?
how
It
to
was
say
because
this
he dove into
politely.
the sea. My theory is
But I guess
the
we
long-lost
live in an
primordial sea
age,
is probably
right,
very close to
where
the fortress
people
of
can
Miracles.
just
Ooh, he's good.
play whatever they
Right on the
want,
first try.
and instead they
That's
it
already-
shows like
Secondly, Risley's
hyper-competitive
attitude
stuff.
changed dramatically during the course of our stay here.
Like,
He
this is
ignored us
coming from someone who
completely
plays
at first,
CSGO.
then
I don't
suddenly
mind
roadblocked
playing the
us.
casual stuff. I
Why?
know. We go. But as soon as I step in rank, nah. I literally got. There was one time I only played once or in a second game. I don't remember. I know I'm bad, but I'm bad enough to warrant the other team to actually kick me out.
I spent quite a
And I
long
got
time
banned.
thinking about this. If he has been monitoring the Fatui since the very beginning,
I got banned because
he ignored us at
I'm
first
bad at
because he was
playing.
hoping we could find Master Child for him.
See, that's the kind of toxicity that.
What's more,
I
the
guess.
Fortress of Meripede
And
is not
this
part
also
of
happens in
Fontaine's court
Dota
system,
too. So
nor does it report to Iudex Nervulet. Risley is
No,
basically the
so
king
no,
of the no man's
normally if you do see me play Dota, it's always me playing arcade games because I can't stand rank, and I don't even play rank because it requires me to actually register my pawn number. Like, what the fuck?
As long as the fortress doesn't do anything about Master
It wants my
Child's
pawn number just to play the rank game.
Father can use it to pressure the Fontaine authorities.
Never understood that
And
part.
while the two factions are pitted
I think it's because
against
of
each
security
other,
reasons.
Risley will be free to move between the parties of interest. If I had to guess,
Yeah.
he probably has something that
You
he's
know what?
working
I
on
remember
himself.
that. Still
It's
remember
likely
Ubisoft
related
did
to
the
the
same
secret
thing
of the
when
infirmary,
it came to
but
Rainbow Six Siege
I
playing
just can't
ranked
think of what it
because
could be.
there was a cheating issue.
Smart.
Thanks so much.
Meanwhile,
Then
meanwhile in
finally,
PUBG
there's
Mobile,
the last
cheaters are
question.
rampant.
If Risley
Yep.
does have a plan, what could it be?
Yeah, cheaters are massive.
All I know for now is that his plan probably has something to do with the
competitive
changing
games
nature
like
of the
that.
seawater. He's even gotten Cloran to help him out.
But the
that
problem
can't be
is
the
how
full
to
extent of what
tell
he's
who's a
doing.
cheater and who's not.
There's probably a secret passageway behind the block in the infirmary, and there's something big in the fortress that most people here never get to see. He has a bargaining chip, and it could be important enough for Father to deal with him directly. I don't have enough information, so I have no idea what his chip might be. But let me guess. You have the last piece of the puzzle.
I can't believe it.
The sea will engulf everyone. Just like the prophecy said.
Could Risley have wanted to meet Father to figure out a way to deal with this crisis? If you remember, I once mentioned that Father sees the House of the Hearth as her base of operations, and she truly wants to resolve the crisis. But how could Risley have known that?
Games nowadays are going for
Or
the
perhaps he didn't know and just wanted to bring Father
Oh,
over
there
to
goes a
his
mom.
side. Which could be why he said he just wanted to negotiate.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. I understand your concerns as well, Traveler. I'll figure out a way to pass this on to our father. No matter what, we're on your side. The two of you have already aided us far too much. We probably wouldn't be standing here right now if not for you. If you ever need anything else going forward, please come to the House of the Hearth at any time. Though you may not share the sentiment, after all that we've gone through together, the three of us basically see you as family now.
You have my gratitude.
Oh,
Thank you
if
for
you want to
protecting
know
Winnie
what
when
this
it really mattered.
profound
And thank
of
you for
mine
sharing the
is,
secrets of the fortress
well,
with us.
I'll
We
give
didn't
it
think you
as
were going
simple
to
as
do it.
possible. This is a character from Eternal.
So formal all of a sudden.
Given your strength,
This is a character
you
from
might
Eternal
not need our help
Return
at all.
game. That's
But if you are
basically
ever
like
in danger, we will try our best to protect you.
MOBA Battle Royale game from Korea.
If that makes Paimon feel all warm and safe inside.
Basically like
Paimon's hungry.
like a Korean version of its own like League of Legends there, but in a
You've done
battle.
so much already. Go get some food.
Alright, then we'll catch you guys another time.
The only thing it doesn't have is a ban is a ban list there. But what they do have is a system is basically you cannot use the same character in the same team. So basically they'll tell you like, you know, yeah, you need to change character before you go in.
what I said might be able to alienate some people, and I'm saying that because I know people who probably followed me during the time when I still played Omega Strikers, and the only reason
Are you here for dinner too, Miss
why I played that game is because of James Landino of Cyrus G fame.
Well, you know, Omega
You're
Strikers
right.
is still a thing now.
Actually sitting in the fortress
Yeah.
cafeteria.
I'm still surprised that the game's still up.
Yep, you can. I've already talked to our chef, Mr. Wolsey. It's all
And
on me today,
now they
so you
released
can
the
get
character.
whatever
They
you'd
released
like.
like new character.
Me too. Don't forget Paimon.
Yaman.
No problem. Just leave it to me.
I'm
So delicious. Is this how it feels to be freeloaders? Wait a second, we did do plenty of work after all.
Feeling full yet? How's the food?
Delicious.
Yes.
I'm so glad
Let me
to
see
see
this.
you all
I
so
think
happy.
there's this video saying that the problems that racing games are facing are kind of similar to the problems of the game industry as a whole.
Sijuin, do you do this to help your
Really
patients or to
now.
better understand human beings?
A bit of both, I suppose. I'm a melazine,
So
which
you're
means
saying
I'm
the
very
industry
different from human
is
beings. I must
the
know what you're
problem.
thinking if I want to take good care of you.
Yeah, I guess.
You're really good at
that's
taking
so.
care of people. Even though you're so short, you still talk and act
Heh,
like an older
that's normal.
sister.
Really? You're reminded of an older sister?
I'm not too surprised by that.
Great to hear.
And then
And what did you mean back in
you look at
Raifu's office?
back in the
when you said that
2000s,
you were
right? There's
protecting
games like
Linny and
Midnight
his siblings
Club,
as well.
Oh,
a whole lot of Hot Wheels
I just
games.
asked His Grace to look out for those children,
You got
especially
the
that diver boy.
older stuff
I
like
was getting a bit
Chorokyu
worried
slash
after
Gadget
hearing that something was
slash
wrong with the
Penny
water.
Racers.
Thankfully, Glorand is very strong and managed to save him in the nick of time.
And nowadays
His Grace
it's
also
more
sealed
like,
the pipes
ooh,
after
we gotta
Glorand left
continue the
to
legacy
make
of
sure that Linny wouldn't impulsively
playing
chase after his brother.
esports for racing, like Assetto Corsa Competizione and iRacing.
They were instructed to only open the door once Miss Glorand had returned. Oh, and I was keeping an eye on Mr. Linny as well. We had to press him, but we couldn't allow him to be in any real danger.
You were all super considerate and really thought everything through.
It's just what we do down here at the fortress. At least this has been His Grace's style for as long as he's been the leader. Oh, I really wish Monsieur Nervila would come down here more often too. I feel like he'd like it here, with all the darkness and chaos. Get a good night's rest, you two. You both worked very hard.
In fact, I think one of the complaints about Gran Turismo 7, right? Is about the cafe books.
Yeah.
Being
About the cafe books.
So essentially you need to collect 3 cars. It's like a forced tutorial. So I said, well, if only Polyphony just take a page out of OGPSO2's book and make the cafe books kind of feel like collection files in OG.
If only.
Like, the players need to gather these 3 cars, same as the old style cafe books, but instead add some sort of gauge that guarantees you will get one of the cars, just like in the collection files.
Paimon just feels absolutely
that makes
exhausted now
sense.
that she's finally relaxed. Paimon's super sleepy. Are you sleepy too?
That was quick. That was very quick. No, that was very quick for Paimon to fall asleep.
It is very quick for Paimon. I mean, this is Paimon we're talking about. No strangers to love.
Delicious.
And she's stalking in her sleep.
For free.
Good. more reasons to kick her ass later. Or should I say,
Well,
send her flying?
I believe you have reason. You have a reason to do that. By the time you register, by the time you clear Fortress of Mary Pete's Archon Quest, you're gonna feel like doing it. I assure you.
Oh, good. That means I have an excuse now. I have a full-on excuse to freaking throw Paimon into orbit.
I keep hearing complaints from the Hoyo lab, like during the Furina's Archon Quest, she was so inconsiderate.
What do you expect? Paimon being inconsiderate?
Yeah, Paimon went in a completely inconsiderate level. Like, she doesn't care what happened to Furina. She doesn't care what happened to Child. She's like, oh yeah, so how is everyone doing? Woman.
I swear, I think whoever decided the dialogue in that line needs to be smacked along with Paimon.
I hear a lot of backlash for the 4.2 version of the Archon story, and I had a feeling I'm not gonna like it either. Like, I know it's gonna be cool, but I don't think I'm gonna feel like, oh, this is cool, but more like, what? Why are you doing this?
She's just gonna feel a lot of confusion.
To explain, mate. Goodbye.
Is it about the recent update?
Yep.
Yeah, the recent story.
Ah.
These people, they won't even talk to us.
Ignis.
Yo.
They're here!
Ignis.
Yes! There you are!
Or in this case, the Katniss.
Oh, thank goodness!
Well, anyway, my capture card is being shipped.
We came here especially to inform you. Something seems to have gone terribly wrong just now. His Grace is telling everyone to evacuate and get out of here. Laveroon was saying you two are new here and you don't have many friends, so you might slip through the cracks.
What?
Haven't you heard all the stories like that? An evacuation is successfully completed, yet you only find out once you do a head count that 1 or 2 people are missing.
Wait, weren't you the one who
I
brought
have
that
been
up?
locked away for
Why is
too
it suddenly
long.
my idea?
Way too long.
Hey, shut up!
Okay, well,
But at least I
only
have an
attention come
excuse
with
to
us.
stream on Twitch, since I have my PS2.
Yeah, he said to get as far away as possible, upwards and outwards.
Oh no, it
So
can't be
Albert,
that thing.
Whoa, wait, what? What? Hey, where are you going?
We have to go find the Duke. You two just go and get out. Go on without us.
Hey, hey! Be careful!
Attention! Please evacuate upwards and outwards, upwards and outwards. If you're already at the topmost layer, then try to move as far outwards as possible. Attention! Please evacuate upwards and outwards, upwards and outwards. If you're
It's story time.
They're here.
Just like I said. You're just in time. But be ready to run.
So, okay.
3, 2, 1.
Alright, I forgot this week is gonna be Star Rail update. And who is coming?
For long. Find Neuvillette. Tell him the defenses are about to collapse.
Until he arrives, we're the
I'm
last
sorry, I
line
have
of
to
defense.
meme on her now because of the name.
Yeah.
Ho 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 ho!
The gate. How long do you think it'll hold?
Might as well be an owl for all I know. Let me see, what do I need to do here?
What was your question, Kirana?
I'll just type it in chat.
Chat?
Into chat.
Wait, which one? Got no voice or... Pigeon's gone AWOL.
Neuvillette, why are you here?
Traveler, I need you to head to the Opera House immediately. Farina will soon be meeting with the knave there. You must protect Farina.
There we go.
And make sure she doesn't spend too much time alone with her.
Time to spook the hell out of the pigeons.
This is a hard question, but I would say Classica is more brattier. Farina isn't.
Yeah, same.
Will do. You have my sincerest
If
gratitude.
you finish 4.2 story, you know why Farina is acting like that.
Oh, I plan
yeah.
to. I plan to.
I'm about to do that after I finish this one. But yeah, you see why she's acting like that.
Yeah.
But I'll say that on both sides, if Clarice Case can actually control her power, she's actually stronger.
Arcarina. God damn it.
I just treat Fiorina like a little gremlin there, but not as the same level as Clarice Craze.
Clarice Craze is another story.
Yeah, that's a different story. Both of them are on. Both of them and leagues there are completely different.
Yep.
So what are the strongest force tactors?
What no?
If he can control their power, it's actually stronger than a freaking Archon of all people.
You probably don't know what's going on with Farina.
Are you two the traveler in Paimon? Monsieur Neuvillette has left instructions. Please follow me. Though I'm sure he's already explained this should
There's
be
a reason why Farina's like that, and also why she doesn't look as powerful.
But it would be most
Or
appreciated
good.
if you could protect Lady Farina to the best
Yeah,
of your
there's a good
abilities.
reason. You'll soon find out.
Yep.
Right.
What is it?
Or in this case, Katniss.
I'm surprised you're not calling him Kittiness.
No. We're not gonna go there yet. Not on that path yet.
Mm-hmm.
And even so,
This is what I love about you.
and even so, I'm gonna have to scratch that out now because the cat's out of the bag, out of that one.
Oh,
Yeah.
so
Hi,
you
Alec,
two
you know.
are the honored guests Miss Farina mentioned.
Yes, it's her,
Of course, of course.
the
How could they not
famous,
attend a meeting
the famous
such as this?
Fatui that everyone
I
is
must
like.
always have two
Daddy?
or more
Basically-
guests at my
No, it's not
disposal.
Daddy.
Yeah,
Otherwise, the
it
occasion would
is
be too
apparently the
lonely
father.
and unbecoming of my station.
It is my pleasure
The
to
dad
make your
vibes there,
acquaintance,
but
traveler.
not really.
I have heard much of your accomplishments. I
That's
am
what
the
Kira's
one of
like.
the
Nails.
11
Bark,
fairy
bark, bark, bark,
harbingers.
bark. Oh my god, you stupid hilly churls.
I've
Can
already
you
prepared
buzz off,
seats
Haley
for
Joe?
you. Come, sit beside me.
Perhaps you two are unaware of how Miss Farina and I do things.
I'm trying to get to the
You see,
next commission,
we
and all of a
actually
sudden,
recently agreed to
frickin'
get
Hilly
together for
Turtles
tea when we
nearby
had the
decide, like, oh, I'm gonna go whack
See
you.
this? This is a limited type of confectionery that Miss Farina simply adores. There are only 16 slices sold every day. Here, why don't you and Paimon
How
have a
come always these
taste?
big guys with the axes always make the weirdest, like, painful yells there?
Traveler,
All the
what do you
shield
think
ones
of
are
this
just
cake?
like
That's
oddly
good to
normal.
hear. So what Child said was on the mark after all. You do share a taste in desserts with Farina and I.
The child did talk about us to the Patui members, apparently.
I wonder
Ow.
how he's doing nowadays. You must have heard, right? He's suddenly gone missing. I'm really worried about his safety, you know. Here's to
Every
hoping
time.
that he's an excellent swimmer.
Since we're talking about him, I feel like I should add something. His
They're so
martial
funny
prowess
when they
really
die.
looked certainly
Wow.
pretty impressive. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, it's like, I'm like,
It's
Jesus
the
Christ,
equivalent
it's
of
dramatic.
it's the equivalent of hitting the back of the knee, and they just go like, oh.
Yeah, it's like,
So
Jesus
you're
Christ.
also familiar with his aptitude
Oh,
for
it's
fighting,
even
Miss
funnier
Farina.
when you fight against an
Oh,
Eye of the Storm.
forgot.
It's
Child was subdued by Iudex
sounds like it's
Neuvillette
letting
right
out a
in front
gas.
of you.
Yeah, fart noises.
Literally.
It's just
like
fart
fart
noises.
Yeah.
Against ordinary people, my colleague would never be on the back foot.
Oh, it's so stupid.
Alas,
I even like
he
this
just
game
never
when it comes to
imagined he'd
anything
run into
quirky
such
there.
a person.
Uh-oh. Not an Eye of the
I
Storm.
must express my admiration for Monsieur Neuvillette.
Well, I guess I get to hear the noise.
Coming from you, that's not surprising at all.
But I thought
Whoops.
you would be happier to hear the news.
Of course, but it's still a bit of a shame.
Defeat
You see,
8 opponents.
I would have been far happier had I received this news somewhat earlier. As you well know, a long time has
No, the only
passed
problem
since
is
Child
trying to
disappeared.
send Yanfei.
What the fuck?
Well, in any case, there's no need to worry. We know for sure that child is still alive.
Oh, and just how do you know that?
Because,
Ignis.
because we found evidence that proved he left the
haven't heard
Fortress of Mirrorbead.
that thing in a long
And
time.
where did he go after
The
leaving the
Ignis.
fortress?
Basically saying
Yeah, I used to pronounce that, but
The
Ignis
Fortress
is
of
more
Mirrorbead
natural.
lies deep beneath the
Yeah, but I
waves.
calling you like
Unless
I
he
as in
pranced
the,
right out of the
you
main
know,
gate,
eyeball
he must have
kind
had
of
to
thing.
swim for it. Do you have any proof that he
Yeah.
surfaced safely?
I'm that crazy.
Ah, that is good news at least. His
Oh,
sister
it's the
Tonya sent
axe
a letter
ones
to
this
Fontaine
time.
not too long
Sometimes they're
ago.
random when it
Since
comes to
he was
shield or axes.
unfortunately unavailable, I picked it up on his behalf. Do you have any idea how he usually writes back to his
Yeah, the
family?
shields ones are
Dear
annoying.
Tonya, your letter made me feel like we were still enjoying our time in
It's just the ones
Snezhnaya
that
together.
the ones that
I'm
throw the
currently
ones that use
admiring
the
the
axes
scenery
there
on the
are like
streets in front of
they
the
have like
opera
when you
house.
like
Is it
inflict
something
pain on
like
them,
that?
it feels so dramatic. They're like yelling. Which I never got,
All
I never
letters tend to
understood that,
follow the same
but
few
why the
formats
shield
anyway,
ones
right?
are not the
As
same
long
way
as
too.
the contents are accurate, it doesn't matter so much how it's written or how it's worded.
Oh my god, it's two of those little gremlins
The water in the teacup is shaking.
with the rainstorms. Yeah, the little gremlin
I suppose
hilly
this
turtles.
is also a sign of things to come, Miss Farina.
They're the ones that do the water
I
thing,
don't
and I'm
quite
like,
understand what
oh
you're trying
boy,
to
two
say.
of them.
Have we entered into the next stage of the prophecy?
Oh, another part of the story.
My thanks to you both. I will take it from here.
Yeah.
Sure you don't need a hand?
I killed one of them.
Quite sure.
Wow. So, what's your secret, huh? Let me guess. Who knows?
Come and beat me up, you
Maybe
little,
it's just
you
your
little
sense
troll.
of responsibility.
Sounds about right.
Every time when they run away, it's like they're actually little gremlin trolls. I don't know who designed them, but seriously, that is funny as heck. Oh, here comes an Eye of the Storm thing.
A day may come when the prophecy is fulfilled and the waters burst forth. But it is not this day. This ancient power could easily obliterate an entire race. A tsunami of fury would unleash endless catastrophe. This sentence is too severe. Forgive me for overruling it.
Where are you, stupid Eye of the Storm? Where are
Seems
you?
like
Where
the
are you?
problem
Where are you?
inside
Where
has
are
been
you? Oh.
suppressed.
Let me guess. We're safe for now.
Indeed. But only for now.
I win this bet. You owe me a present.
Very well. It was indeed just as you said.
You made a bet?
We made a bet on the size of your entourage. Cloran thought you wouldn't come down by yourself.
I figured you would have at least brought a few people along for appearance's sake. It appears I underestimated just how confidential the mission was.
Shouldn't you have gotten used to confidential missions by now? That's just how the courts operate.
So what gift must the loser give? Tea?
He
What is
already
this
has
event
tons of
that's
tea in his
running?
office.
Misty Dungeon.
I'm thinking about a set of legal codices.
That wouldn't happen to be a dig at my lack of legal awareness, would it?
Well, I'm sure His Grace doesn't
never
consider the
understood
fortress
this
to be
stuff,
outside the law.
Yeah.
I was under the impression the residents of a place like this would be uninterested in the legal codices.
That was obviously a joke. Anyway, you've still got some unfinished business to attend to in the overworld, correct?
No need to stay here if you have a pressing matter. We all know you can't leave Palais Mermonia for long.
Thank you. I hope everything went smoothly with the Fatui Harbinger.
Ow.
You hit.
That is so not good for...
I must say, we've spent long enough playing
That
house.
is so not
Miss
good, and the way
Farina,
you say it like that
As
is
the Hydro
like...
Archon,
That
I
is
am
so
sure
bad.
you
Movie has
understand the
passed
exact meaning of the phenomenon we just witnessed. Or should I say, that's what I
15 million
originally thought.
worldwide.
But looking at your expression,
I was like...
was I wrong? And you haven't a
moment.
clue?
What are you trying to say?
At this point, I don't think there's any more need to speak as diplomatic representatives. Allow me to speak to you now as just a Fontanian. You know the prophecy by heart, and also that every part of it is being proven true. Yet, here you are relaxing, drinking tea, and eating desserts as if it's all nothing more than a few stray bugs in your garden. Do you really think that's acceptable? The prophecy's hanging above our necks like a guillotine. Every faction is looking for a way to either avert the disaster or save their own. Even the orphans of the House of the Hearth have devoted everything
Holy
to saving
crap.
their homeland. But you,
My God.
it beggars belief just how
One more-
nonchalant and
one more-
carefree you have been. From the very
Battle
beginning,
Pass and
you, the
Honkai
god
Star Rail
Focalor,
gives
you
better
have
payout
utterly
XP than
failed
this.
to take action.
You're wrong.
I've never
Genshi's,
ignored
like,
the
really
prophecy,
outdated and
nor have I just been passing the time in self-indulgence. Retract your accusation and stop doubting the wisdom of the gods with such absurd conjectures.
I am not alone in my doubts, you know. All the children of Fontaine may be harboring the exact same thoughts right now. Oh, great Hydro Archon. How are you going to save them? Save us? How are the people you've sworn to protect supposed to survive in a land that will soon disappear beneath the waves?
I have my ways, and I've been working on them for all this time. Even if you look down upon me, you have no right to judge me. Fontaine will be saved. Even if I still cannot see the true future right now,
is good for something
as
when it
long
comes
as I continue
forging.
on as I am, I will be able to hold
That's
my
not
head
bad
up
at all.
high.
Then I ask you, Miss Farina, just what have you been working on? Where can we see it, and what is it doing to help?
But until Navia comes in, I can't build a claymore. Any weapon to, you know, unless I get an actual good idea
Are just
if she's
like the
using a
prophecy
claymore.
itself. They will only reveal themselves at the fated time. It is
So
just that
then-
beings like yourselves are unable to perceive them as of yet.
I see. As a god, the proof of your labor always lies beyond prying mortal eyes. Allow me to be so bold as to ask another way. Would it be possible for you to tell us the parts of your plan that are not confidential? Such as your emergency response plan for the impending disaster?
An
Are you getting beaten up again?
response plan?
I ram into walls to
That
get
look
more
in
like.
your eyes.
Why
Have
do
you
you keep
not
ramming
even
into
prepared
walls?
one of those?
The emergency
Beats me.
response plan is
I mean,
also
I'm not
no
strictly
idea.
every single
confidential.
time in
Then
Midnight
allow
Club
me
3.
to jog your memory. Miss Farina, what is the
I have
purpose
no idea
of your
how or
Oratrice
why I'm
Mécanique
ramming into
d'Ennui
walls
Cardinal?
in Gran Turismo
And
4.
what do you plan to do with the massive amounts
Bad
of
luck.
indemnitium that has accumulated over the
Yeah.
years?
I don't know,
The
me just
Oratrice?
trying to rein in
It's
this
just like it appears to
tune
be.
that I'm trying to
So you also
use
have
for the
no
GT World
idea.
Championship.
If I'm not mistaken, someone's using it to
Something
prepare
up?
for something.
I
But
upgraded my
unfortunately,
statue of
it
7
would seem that
is
someone
level
is
9.
not you, Miss Farina.
Okay, now I can get the I can get the
first
rewards
caught
now
wind
out of
of
this.
when Linny tried to
Chapter 8.
investigate the Oratrice in the Opera House. You see,
So the name
even
is
just getting
Pyro.
close to the core
Judging
contaminated him
from-
with an extremely large
Pyro?
amount of
What do you mean,
indemnity.
Pyro?
But
I
even
mean,
if that had
The
nothing to
Nyx
do
is
with
a
you,
Pyro character.
then what could you possibly be
Considering
working on, oh great Hydro
her suit's back.
Archon? Oh, right. I almost forgot.
Storming
Iudex
Terror
Neuvillette
2
is not at the tea
Plan.
party with us today. Miss Farina, I suppose you must have ordered him away to take care of some troublesome business.
4-star artifacts.
Yeah, yes, that's exactly right. Please keep it a secret for me.
Of course I will.
Ascend a weapon to
Although,
phase 5.
I must say,
What?
Miss Farina, you seem quite insecure without the Iudex by your side. Oh,
Excuse me,
very
what?
well.
Are you
Let's
even
stop that
talking about?
conversation here. There are still a few slices of cake left, so please, help yourselves, everyone.
I'm gonna quack you. You will get quacked.
Traveler, I heard that you were recently commissioned to handle a few matters on behalf of the Iudex. Why don't you take an extra
I'm gonna
slice
have
of
to do
cake?
this.
Those who work hard deserve gratitude and praise. You too, Paimon.
Thank you. Paimon will take you up on that offer. Oh, Paimon's super
I'm just
full.
waiting till I
That cake
can
was
redeem the
great.
truffle mode.
Oh no, don't. Oh, no, you don't.
I'm only at 60.9.
My
K.
table. It must be of the highest quality.
It's
The name
wants to
bring
suffer.
these over as well.
I really want to suffer because of
You're
this.
welcome. I'm sure
What?
the cake also felt greatly honored to be featured at Miss
Suffer who?
Farina's table.
I think he wants to
was
suffer
merely
himself
catering to
because
Miss
the
Farina's
couple's more.
tastes, seeking a chance to chat over tea. It is getting late.
I would not.
Why
I
don't we
would
call it
not.
a day?
I would not
There are still a few
initiate a
matters
truffles
that I need to
node,
take
please.
care of, so I must take my leave
Unless your
now.
ears wants to suffer, though.
Very
Yeah.
well. We'll end it here.
I'm not
Mind seeing me off,
initiating it
traveler.
now.
We could use the opportunity
Now
to
he
discuss
says
child
now.
before I must be on
You
my
say
way.
now, but I'm having some doubts.
I don't have the points.
He doesn't have the point for now.
For now.
The tea party
And
turned
besides,
out to be even
is
more
now really the
difficult than
best
I'd
time when the story is all in the Genshin story is all serious?
Why are you
Imagine
looking at me like that?
Imagine he pulls the truffles right when it was in the
There's
climax.
nothing urgent,
Yeah.
then I shall be retiring for now.
Yeah, rest.
Timing is key, right?
Yes.
Yes.
As long as you don't make me talk in Malay for the entire 5 minutes during the story. Poor Matoy can't even understand the shit I'm talking about.
No, but I do find it funny when you talk so fast. It feels very funny.
Yeah.
I mean, probably the only one who can understand me talking Malay is Kirana, but even then, it's not completely understandable because some words the Malay uses are different than Indonesian.
I'm Indonesian.
Yeah, some
I
words
don't
are
think I
different. Some
I'm
words are
glad
different.
that you were willing to come with me. Of course,
Yeah.
child was just an excuse. I have no interest in your dealings with him.
That's what Paimon
Summer Ring. He can
You
never.
lent your aid to the
predict
children of the House of the Hearth. As their father, I would like to express my gratitude. Do I look like an irresponsible father to you? The House of the Hearth is very important to me. You should know that I care deeply about my children.
Oh, I need a
That
grab.
was all. Formal topics
What
should be
was
discussed
that?
in formal settings, and
Your
informal
Honor?
topics in informal
That
settings.
sounded like an old man.
Man, my
What happened? What literally happened?
happened?
my car just slid. This F1 car just slid into the sand,
you
and
just
then
returned from the
I
fortress
lost
of
my
Narrableed.
thing, and then I
Relax.
bumped into the
I have no
wall.
intention of trying
Bye.
to get anything out of you. Linny, Lynette, and Fremine are still there, and I trust their judgment and abilities.
They've all been working very hard and have always done all they can to fight back against anyone who tried to stop them, especially Linny.
You mean Wriothesley. He's a tricky one to deal with. It's unfortunate that Linny's so eager to prove himself that he can't
What
learn
the
to
hell
rely
was
on
that, Matoy?
others. Including
Basically,
me.
I'm getting through this bullshit here that I'm going
You
through
can
the
just
story.
consider this a bit of idle gossip.
Right in Shogun.
But what's your impression of Farina? You are
And now I'm
outside
gonna
of our
suffer pain for it.
disputes, one of the freest person in all of Fontaine, able to move around most easily. Allow me to share my perspective with you.
Right in Shogun, huh?
And that's
I
everything that
literally
happened during the
used
trial.
Venti
Master Child was
and
declared
Fischl,
guilty
whatever-
and immediately
whatever do I
transported
have?
to the fortress of Marrow.
I don't remember. I
Didn't
used
he say he
Venti
was coming here on
and Fisher to
vacation?
literally be
Does
there.
he not feel an ounce of shame for all the
Yeah,
trouble
but this
he
is
has
the
caused?
what do you call it? The second part of her story. The one that.
Forget it. He
No,
did
this
give
isn't
us an
like-
opportunity. I will
Yeah,
be meeting
because I have
Simone
not
shortly.
unlocked the one that you can fight her like
Require help with any
weekly.
preparations.
I
Yeah,
never
because
did that one.
because that's her second story.
No need.
Yeah,
I will take
you
care
have to
of
complete
it
it
myself.
through doing her second story.
I need to meet with Farina, the
Right.
Hydro Archon.
I've been
She
meaning to do
is
that,
at the heart of
but
Fontaine. What's
Anyway.
fascinating about her
My
is that
Genshin progress has
often
been
seems
stuck in
more
like
a
that
celebrity
chasm.
than a working Archon.
You know, the one in
Chasm?
Liyue.
Oh, no,
Oh.
the whole
Critter, you.
The
Yeah.
bad place.
Oh yeah, yeah, I can see why now. Hang on,
I call it the bad place.
hang on. Joy,
Mm-hmm.
dimming or something.
Uh oh.
You dare to run from me?
Look at her
Stop right
hands,
this
by the way.
instant.
My goal is just to discover the location of the Nexus.
Look at her
I
hands.
didn't expect the chance to approach
I see it
Farina to be handed to
She's
me on
a-
a silver platter.
She's
This is so easy.
first
it's
with the
actually
Hillicher
making me a
curse.
bit suspicious.
Oh.
Anything
boy.
left unguarded is
That's an
usually
interesting
just
one.
bait.
Yeah, because we got
No one will blame
there's
someone for taking bait.
there's a war story, was the war quest in Fontaine where you help this little kid with black arms and black legs, just like Arlecchino has, and that guy can transform into a Hillicher.
Oh.
It's just as I guessed in the second before I struck.
Isn't that
The
the same
hydronosis
trick
is
he
not
used
currently held by
during the fall of Conria?
The curse can actually be carried over to the kids, apparently. Like, if there's the not descendant, like the survivors of the Carneria that actually lives and end up getting married or something, the descendants of the Carneria people can actually be cursed.
In fact,
so the curse is carried over.
Yeah, some of them are fine, like Kaya is fine, but some of them there are actually few people in the story later on in Sumeru where it's actually evident that it carry over.
Who are you? And what are you trying to do? Please don't kill me. I'm begging you, please.
The fear in her pupils is genuine, so perhaps she's not bait after all. Either way,
don't kill me.
targeting
I'm
her has
begging
lost
you.
all meaning. I left the scene with ease. Nobody came looking for me, and nobody could serve as a witness to my near assassination of Focalor. I suspect even Farina dares not mention this incident to anyone. Not long after, my informants
She looks so
confirmed what I had
traumatized.
guessed. After returning to her quarters, Farina quietly cried alone. She was so scared that she could not sleep that night, nor could she even bring herself to eat her cake. There's no doubt that there's something wrong with her. I began to entertain the possibility that she is not the true Hydro Archon. Perhaps Iudex Neuvillette is actually the genuine article. I have to find the Gnosis. If the Neuvillette hypothesis is correct, he is probably in possession of it. Alternatively, it might have been hidden in a place that's hard for ordinary people to access.
Yes, Father.
My dear children, please speak.
News from the fortress of Meripede. Master Child has gone missing. On top of that, the contacts and guards we bribed at the fortress have all gone quiet as well.
Probably the handiwork of that Ridesley.
I'm afraid so.
This is a good opportunity. The value of a Harbinger is much higher than most would imagine. We now have an excuse to exert diplomatic pressure on the Fontaine authorities. Set up a meeting for me. I would like to meet the Hydro Archon and Iudex Neuvillette. Oh, and I have an additional mission for you three.
Yes, Father.
Tartaglia's disappearance was not a part of my plan, but I can use it to make a breakthrough. With this as my excuse, I can ask for an official audience and continue my investigation of Farina and Iudex Neuvillette. The initiative belongs
She
to
has
the
a
House
goal
of
in
the
mind.
Hearth. My wish to investigate the fortress of Meripede will be a front. Lenny and his group will be responsible.
I mean,
for
obviously
the
they still want the
actual
Gnosis, but at the same time,
Yeah.
Having another motive.
You know, I kind of find it interesting. I think this is basically her home nation.
You should know.
Yeah,
the rest.
Fontaine is her
Lenny's
home
ghere
nation.
is quite close to you.
Yeah, that's
She's
probably
born
why
in
she
here.
They
exists
wouldn't have
here.
hidden anything
Yeah.
from
Yeah,
you.
that's probably why anything related to her exists here solely.
It wouldn't mean anything, even
Yeah.
if you shouted it from the rooftops.
Which is why I was quite
After all,
surprised how
even
her
Farina herself
involvement
is
was
still pretending that
being
nothing
played
of
out
that
here.
sort ever happened.
It made more sense. Be her town.
Yeah, because one, this is her hometown, and second, her well, not her kids, but the children that she adopted lives here. She has no means to transport all of them to Snaya or something.
I've now
No,
had
especially
two
when
chances to
she
enjoy
doesn't even
tea with
trust some of
Farina.
her
I
Harbinger
have to say,
compatriots
the
there.
leadership of Fontaine is even more
She has
inscrutable
more
than I had
motives
imagined.
other than
I
the
once
ones that you see
surmised
here.
that Iudex Neuvillette must be the Hydro Archon. But
On
now,
top of that, she holds some.
that doesn't seem right to me
She
either.
holds some
I am a
contempt though
servant of
against
Her
some of her
Majesty the
compatriots.
Tsaritsa. Over my years of service, I've learned how a real Archon conducts and carries themselves. Whether Iudex Neuvillette or Farina, neither fits the bill. It's hard to imagine either of them as the Archon. Of course, that is all just how I feel. Gut feelings
I can't
often do
believe
not
she's gonna be a
require
playable
justification.
character in some later.
I know she's going to be.
It is,
she's
however,
gonna be
quite
one.
amusing to
And
me
it's-
that
And
after
I feel
all
like
my
there's
years
gonna be
working in
some big
intelligence
story
gathering,
around her.
I've come to realize I am at a complete loss regarding the
I
identity
mean, just like
of
how
the god
Child
of the
is
land of
basically
my
playable. I'm
Funny
surprised
thing
that
is,
she is one.
The funny thing is, Child is playable when he's not even released yet in the story.
Yeah, I'm kind of like puzzled by that.
Like he's released along with Zhongli at that time when they were first released in Banner.
Don't you think Fontaine is
Yeah,
quite
and I was puzzled by
intriguing?
that. Like,
A
wait,
catastrophe looms,
how did
yet
you?
many secrets have yet to
Wait,
rise to
oh
the
well.
surface. It looks like
And then I stopped
Fontanians will have
questioning
no
it at the
choice but
moment
to
when I
save
realized that there's no
themselves.
point.
Ultimately, though,
MiHoYo has
one must
some
survive
weird
in order to do
priorities.
anything else. Should the need arise, I would be happy to cooperate with you. You don't need to commit to anything right now, of course. I have a feeling that the situation will continue to evolve.
At least we got
and as your name is
the
often connected
Harbinger
with
that are
noble
on
deeds, I'm sure we will work
our
together
side,
someday.
isn't it?
Wait, what?
Well,
technically they don't really work on our side, but I know Chao. The reason Chao is playable is because one of his story quests actually mentions that he wants to join us.
Yeah.
If he can quit being a harbinger, he would definitely join us. That's what story says about him.
Yeah.
Essentially,
certainly returned quickly.
Just tags
You
along
must
because
want to catch up with
hey,
each other.
if we can
So I'll leave you to
quit,
him.
we might as well join us.
Yeah, but thing is, he
there's
can
this
quit
old saying
because
here.
of his siblings over
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
It's pretty much this old saying. It's easier said than done. If he didn't have any other reason to not to like, you know,
For now,
to
yes.
not join.
But this
But
issue
he
will
he
prove
can't
quite
though
thorny in the
because
long
yeah,
term.
he has
I'm
siblings
concerned that sooner
like
or later the prophesized
Mr. Naya.
events will occur.
I feel like the
Thank you
knave
for protecting
is...
Farina.
Yeah.
To put it simply,
Yeah,
I used
I
my
feel like
power
the
to force
knave
back the primordial
is
sea and reseal the
probably
sluice
the
gate.
more altruistic.
She has more of a motive.
So as
basically,
expected, the
more of
knave has
our
turned up
ally
the
than
pressure on
than
Farina.
being
She's
an
trying
enemy.
to feel her out.
In case of Aokino here,
unsure as
it's
to
like
her motives.
she's on the gray line. She can be either or, but most of the we know obviously that she still wants to get the gnosis because that's what Sarisa wants, and at the same time she's like, I better figure out a way to save this Fontaine from the purple sea, or else I don't trust that Archon over there because she's not doing her job.
Permission
Yeah,
That's what
basically
she's
she
thinking.
has it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Basically, she cares more about her nation than the
But
Archon.
you're the real Hydro Archon, right?
Yeah.
But
Even though
that's
it's
just a speculation on our part,
she
though.
also wants to get the gnosis.
Because this is her home nation, and she cares about the people and her
She'd
her
rather
adopted
be in the good
her adopted
graces.
children. No, and
try to
her
force
adopted
you.
children living here too.
You guys in Fontaine are super strange.
If by the phrase "you guys" you are referring to Farina and I, then although
Which
I'm
means
not
that
sure just
she
what
has
you are
more
trying to
loose
imply,
than
I
Child.
must clarify
Or
that
Tata.
I do not
Oh, yeah.
share her positions
Child,
on a multitude
or
of
rather,
topics.
yeah, Tartarglia. Tartarglia is actually like he's loose. He's not really tied to much places, unless it was an order that he has to do. Like in Liyue, he happens to be there because he was actually training some of the Fatui members there. But then he's like, okay, fuck this. I'm gonna flip everything because I'm gonna cause some chaos because well, I like it. But then got wallop.
Yeah.
And then
believe so.
and then
The fortress is a
originally he
long and
wanted to find a
complex
gnosis
history.
there, but then
grief and
Signora already did that, so he's like he felt like, oh you, how dare you?
I feel like I wasted my
I've done
time.
this just for you, nigga. Yep.
Meanwhile,
another catastrophe will soon
See
be
that?
upon us.
That's also. See, this is where also the tension plays out between the harbingers, especially some of them. Do not trust their compatriots. Because
The harbingers definitely don't believe each other because most of the time they only work on their own motives, or rather like they want to do it because it goes with their, well, that's what they want, so they do it. Like for the like the temporary truce between the Doctor and Scaramouche in Sumeru. The two were working together because, well, Scaramouche was to be the god, and the Doctor was like, okay, let me help you then. But then he's like, nah, I don't give a shit on what happened on Scaramouche.
Yeah. So basically, it's like it's a way of saying every man and woman for themselves.
And then again, if you read the dialogue about them, especially if you have Chow, it's clear that he doesn't trust most of them. I say most because some of them he's like, oh yeah, that guy, he's cool.
Yeah,
And
some of them don't really have like because some of them do have malicious intent, while some are like more of, I have more of a benevolent or justified.
oh no, Hydro Dragon, don't cry.
You may be closer to the truth than you think.
Oh? And what are you thinking?
Yep, Hydro Dragon, don't cry.
Yeah.
He's crying.
I remember that, and I think I remember correctly that
Please do
not all the Fatui Harbingers are basically born in one nation together.
Farina?
Yeah, some of them were pretty much born from different nations, but they decided to join the Harbingers.
Or they were taken in by
Or they were taken in, yeah.
Like example, I know Chow was a Snezhnaya, but the reason he was there is because, if I remember correctly, his dad, not his dad. He fell into the abyss, skirped on him, trained him, kicked him out, and then when he went back to his family, which is like 3 days in real world, but in the void is probably years. His dad finds out that he's too hard to control. This guy is too dangerous. So he's like, okay, I'm gonna send you Fatui. Child proceed to kick the shit out of the well-trained people there. He's like, okay, I have to think another way. And then one of them, I don't remember the name, Pulcinella? It's the old man, old guy with the long nose guy thingy. Took him in because he's like, okay, you have potential. So yeah.
Yeah.
So even his family right now, it's under the rooster. I think the name is the rooster or something like that. Yeah, under the rooster's not control, not aid. It's like he has some help from the guy basically.
Yeah. Basically under the guidance.
Well, not really guidance, but more like what was that word? More like funds basically. Like you have money issues? Yeah, let me help.
My apologies.
We were just guessing randomly.
Speaking of Fatui, I still remember how they
the
killed
dragon
La
sovereign of
Senora
water,
prematurely in Inazuma.
That's because
you guessed correctly.
Signora is
I
basically a
sincerely hope you'll be
Cocolia
able to
type
keep this a
character.
secret for me.
When you have someone like that,
Of course, we'll definitely help you
you have
keep
them
it a
off
secret.
with their heads.
There's still something Paimon wants to
So
ask you,
Cocolia
though.
gets the short end of the
Please,
stick,
go
no
ahead.
matter what universe she's in.
If you are the dragon sovereign of water, and you were able to
Wait,
force back the
by
primordial sea from the
defeating
fortress,
wait,
then since
you mean
Fontaine's
to tell
prophecy
me
is all about seawater, couldn't you just
that
use your
La
power
Senora
to solve the crisis?
None of the
It's actually
currently living
Cocolia.
dragon sovereigns in the world,
Because
myself
there was a
included,
Cocolia in
possess our full
Honkai Impact 3rd. She's
They
pretty
say
much
that when
dead.
the first usurper arrived
And
onto They
they
seized a
decided
part of
that
the
any
dragon's power.
version of her, whether
Today,
she's under a
that
different name
stolen
or
power
almost
is the
similar,
basis of the Archon's
they get to,
authorities.
you know, have the same
There are
fate.
7
Because, you
elemental
know,
archons and 7 matching
Hoyo
dragon
Verse is like,
sovereigns.
not allowed to live.
The dragon sovereign of water who lived through that era perished a long time ago.
You saw that with Honkai
As
Star
their
Rail.
successor, I know far less of that
Wait, that's
power.
Star Rail spoilers.
In
Yeah,
any
you
case,
saw that with
I
Star
believe I
Rail
will not
too,
be able to do
anyway,
much
and now
unless the Archon
Genshin actually
disappears
did
and
it
returns
first
their elemental
in
authority to me.
with
Given the status
Signora
quo,
there.
however, I would recommend finding
And then
another
Star
way to
Rail.
deal with the prophecy.
Yeah.
Did
So even you
Cocolia
can't
get
solve it.
jailed?
I still have some urgent matters to attend to at my office. If you have any more questions regarding
No,
ancient history,
not really.
you are welcome to discuss
Because
them
any
with me at a
because
later
you know
time.
how Honkai Impact Universe
ahead.
is like
There's a place that Paimon
so
wants
fucking
to go
messed
to.
up
Traveler,
that
why don't we pay another visit to the Fortress America?
yeah, I don't care about
Paimon
this
is a
because
little
of spoilers, but Chapter 9 Himiko dies.
Take
I
care.
know.
Oh,
I've heard about
Yeah.
the news.
So basically, Cocolia's like fate too does not, you know, does not mean that she's get to live. She gets to die too. So yeah,
But I thought she was
Ain't
still
the trauma
jailed.
Honkai Impact. Is Himiko dying?
Cocolia, I mean, not Himiko.
no, no, no.
You guys
no.
are back?
Anything involving character's death, especially if it's like Cocolia
guys
ends up
didn't
being
get
like,
caught and thrown back
oh,
down here,
well, Cocolia, huh? Well then, we're gonna surprise
here
these
I
players
thought you
by
managed to
showing
escape
them
from
that
jail during all the
no matter what
commotion.
universe she's in,
I'd held
her
you up
fate
as
is
legendary
basically
jailbreakers, but now
worse
you're telling
than
me
being
you
in
just
prison.
never left?
She'll never be playable. That's why they kill her off, so that she doesn't end up being
There's
playable.
No need to get caught up in the details. We're just relieved to
This
see
is
Senora.
this is me. This is me, Hoyo.
Hey, it wasn't just me. Weren't you super worried as well?
Something like that, yeah.
Doing that.
I was also transferred
It's
to work in
funny.
the kitchen a few days ago. I can still hear Quisto mumbling to the carrots. Are those two all right?
Company.
I think they made it out alive.
Yeah,
Whenever he'd
man,
say that,
I think.
I'd tell him I'm sure they're fine. Wherever they are, they're kicking back with drinks in hand.
This is the
enjoying
fate of
the
some
lovely
characters.
Hey, there's nothing
They'll
wrong
always
with
die
worrying
no
about your
matter
prison
what
pals.
happens.
Is there? Considering how they always love
because
listening
of
to
me,
all my
Hoyo's
gossip.
like, nope, you're never getting them as playable.
They sure are a lot warmer and friendlier than when
They just
Paimon first
die
met them.
instantly.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, if you say so. I'll be watching you to make sure you finish every last bite.
I love when companies do that.
They either die in the most bullshit way, beheaded, or get
dusted.
vaporized into another dimension.
or getting sucked out of existence.
Yeah, sucked out of existence, right? because MiHoYo don't want to make another character. They
Are you
just
still
don't
doing
like her.
alright? Did either of you get hurt?
It's always the assumption that
But what
they're
about you
going to
guys?
be a bad
It
they're
was
going to
such
be a
huge
bad
mess.
character
How
no
bad
matter
was
what.
it?
There's no redemption. Just like how there's no
A few
redemption
people
for Otto.
sustained superficial injuries, but that's about
I mean,
the extent of the
Apocalypse,
damage.
Yeah, but
Visit.
that could be
All
wrong.
thanks to him that we managed to
There
suppress
could
the
be
crisis
some
for the time
exceptions
being.
though, because
Of course,
Locha there
we
is
must also
basically
thank you
like
for the help you provided.
Star Rail Universe version of
know that he was
Otto
needed
there.
here?
But I don't see any
Miss
malicious
Nervulette
intent.
has strong resonance with the hydro element.
That's
When
per
the water
story.
level rises, he can feel the waves produced.
And the fact that Locha is
I ran
playable
into the bombshell
and obtainable
girls while
shows
bandaging
that
the injuries
yeah,
of the
I don't
wounded.
think this is
They were
person
mumbling the whole time about how
Yeah,
you
has
just
any
ran
malicious
down
intent.
without a word. I'm so relieved to see that
Otto
you're both all
is.
right. If you're not too pressed for time,
I think
please
everyone
stay
wa-
with us a
I
few
kind
more
of
days.
wish we get to
Just
see
let me know
the
if you get
Star Rail
craving
version
for
of
any particular
Kevin.
dish, so I can have Mr. Wolsey get your meals prepared.
Oh, that
and
could be
please
possible.
feel free to visit the
It's like the
infirmary for
probably
a
a version of
anytime.
May.
I'd like to take the
May.
opportunity to spend some more time
Yeah,
observing your
and then
facial
probably
muscles as well.
Kiana.
Your
Kislana.
happy smiles are
Oh
quite
yes,
contagious.
Kiana.
Oh yeah,
Kaslana,
They're so
yeah.
I kind of feel like
and I've missed them immensely
my
while you were gone.
aim is going to be right for jokes about Kiana. So disclaimer: Kirana
And it's
is
good thing
not
that the
Kiana.
Steam version of Honkai Vector is here.
Don't worry, you are Kiana in a way.
Wait, what?
I'm not.
Kirana Castellano. Kirana Castellano.
Yeah.
Macam. Basically,
Yeah.
Kirana, but Tanuki on it. But it's instead of Kirana being a tuna, it's just Kirana being a Tanuki.
A Tanuki.
Tanuki Castellano.
I'm not Kiana.
It will
Well, too
live with you.
bad. Well, too bad.
What suit will this next card
Too
be?
bad, too bad.
Too bad, so sad. Well, you know what? You gotta.
You gotta live with it.
You gotta live with
it.
Yeah, like I'm living with the catness.
I'm not Naruto. I'm not.
Hello, everyone.
Wait, who called you
not
Naruto to
Kiana.
begin with?
Who the hell called you? What?
Someone and just
Oh, it's because of Naruto. Oh, it's because yeah, it's Kia. Basically, his name is the Na and then Naruto at the end, so it's immediately got merged into Naruto. He just got angelized into Naruto.
She told me that it was nothing. It was
Okay, that
as
makes
if
sense at least.
saving a life wasn't a
I mean
big
that.
deal to her at
At least
all.
you were called Naruto. I've been
also
called.
told me
I'm
not to
constantly
worry
being called Roxas from Kingdom Hearts when I don't even play the damn game.
You're not even related to that character.
It's a completely different spelling. That matter. Come on.
Okay,
Yes.
check this out. We went back to
I'll
the
just
opera
go-
house and
I-
we
I-
met
I-
with
I
the
don't
ladies.
like
cards.
You meant
And
I
so I
actually
don't
had this.
don't
Did she say
call
anything to you?
your Roxas.
Yeah.
Few things that were
If you call me Roxas, that's fine. But if you call me Roxas, on the other hand, I'm like,
she's looking
what?
forward to working with us
What?
in the future.
Like with an A
Roxas.
instead of an I. Yeah. If you call me an A with instead of an I, I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna smack some shit on you.
Her attitude towards you is even better than what we'd imagined. That's fantastic.
We're in Arcs,
You
not
should believe her.
we're in the
She has her own way of
Arcs
doing
camp
things,
ship,
and
not
she'll do everything
in
in her
our
power to help
tavern
those she
in the
considers
Arcs
close,
camp.
which
In the
now
Arcs
might also
ship,
include you.
not
Father's very capable
not the world
and also
that
trustworthy.
never.
Oh, Paimon just
We're
remembered
not
that
Organization
Shinra Luna was a
13,
bit
to
too
say the
proud as
least.
well. She
Nah,
said that you
I'm not
should
even
let her rely on
organized.
others sometimes.
Got it.
That does sound like something that father would say.
Oh right, I
Hey.
forgot that Jingliu actually
you
has
going to
now
stay
a
here for
sort
the
of
next few days?
connection. Thanks to
Looks
now
like it,
Genshin
yeah.
Impact's
Excellent.
like
I will host a tea party.
latest character
real?
that they
Then
decided to
Paimon wants
add.
another serving of cake.
Child's
Another
master
implies that
there.
you were already served some delicious cake while you were up there. How lovely.
Basically,
Well,
Kiria
next
showed
time,
me an
you're
image
going
of,
to have tea and snacks with us.
of 3 characters. One from Honkai Impact, the one that's the new one now that's in Genshin, and now Jingliu from Star Rail. There, it's like I see now the design. They match up.
Then again, I'm not Kiara either.
Kiara.
Osmanthus wine
The-
tastes
the
the
whole
same
life
as I
verb.
remember. But where are those
No.
who share?
That's where I
memory?
draw the line.
I'm not Kiara. I'm not Kiana. I'm not Naruto.
Ironical's the funniest shit I ever seen.
And then there's, I either got called Roxas or someone literally called me Kagamine Len from Walk of Light. I'm like, what? Kagamine Len. I'm like, that is completely.
What? Why are you called a? I don't know who thought of calling you a vocal. Like you don't even.
I can't even
you don't
sing.
even- I know, and you're not even quite familiar with the shtick too. It's like how you're not familiar with VTubers.
Me singing is the equivalent of making a toad singing.
Okay.
Toad singing.
There's a name that's so similar to mine, like Ignis, which is in
We just-
Latin for fire.
Yeah, and then we just proceed to call you Egg.
Just pull,
Egg.
Yeah,
An egg.
we just pull. Yeah, we call you an egg. Eggu.
Egg.
Eggu.
At least
Haven't
nobody
used it
called
in a long
Iggy Azalea.
Nah.
No,
we know we call him.
come on.
I know we call him like Kitness, Katniss, whatever cat coops stuff.
Yeah.
Courier.
Look,
Miss
the girl
Seashore
from
told me
the
you
Hunger
have
Games.
eaten.
my character name.
Yeah,
I
was
just stopped
working
using
on
cat.
something, so I
okay?
forgot.
Yeah, Hellcat Ignis.
Yeah.
That's no
Yeah.
excuse for
Yeah, I stopped using that name since I changed
It's you
it.
two.
At least nobody called you Agnes Koopa.
Hello there.
Ah,
It's been quite the
fucking
mess here
damn it.
recently. How have you been?
Man.
Otherwise, you know, they'll
Is
be like
someone
saying,
already
you
said-
related to an enemy to...
And you, are you still taking the secret passageway from the infirmary to work on
And
the
then
Then
someone
again-
in.
Yep.
Hmm?
That is still top
Yes,
secret,
you were
though.
saying?
So
Go ahead.
don't say a word to anyone.
It can be a bit annoying
And
when
then
there are
someone
lots of people in the
this one
infirmary,
streamer's
but I
chat
still
just said-
prefer taking that route over the one from
Yo,
the Duke's
it-
office.
It's too
I
late.
mean,
Get
the
into
infirmary
bounce,
does make
dude.
it easier for you to slack off.
Oh yeah?
I
Then
just
why are
realized
you
that my
also
name
here
can
so much?
be misconstrued as Keon.
Yeah, that's why I started that, because now I realize that the name's a little bit simpler instead of announcing it as it is. It wasn't just for memes. It was just more for simplicity for me.
You two really are just using your jobs as a cover for your relationship, aren't you?
Not at all.
How did you
What are you
even get
laughing?
called the Len anyway?
Get called what?
Is it like the Kagine? How did you even get called Len?
Kagine? Someone was like Kagine,
yeah.
Kagamine, and then they
And also
just
because
randomly spoke it.
the Vocaloid characters aren't in what do you call it? They're in this gacha game
My
called
eyes
Project
deceive me, or
Sekai.
did I just
Yep.
see two
That's why
inmates
too.
come back after making
Yeah,
it to
yeah,
the
right.
Project
surface?
Sekai. Yeah.
Some strange winds blowing of late.
Yeah, I
wanted to
remember that
see how
those
the
that the
fortress is doing.
Vocaloid
Is
characters
everything
are also
still
part
alright?
of, that
We're
game
fine.
there.
Oh, I
most
got
part.
Celica badge.
Nervalette
Nice.
came down and took care of the worst
So,
of it.
If that's the case,
yeah,
why
probably
don't you just
people
ask
Y
him
would
to stay
And
here?
it was
Think of it.
SEO background. Nice.
Oh, yeah, what a brilliant plan. Let's go convince the Iudex himself to exchange the courts of Fontaine
just call it
for a
Tunism
puddle of
Ultimate
water in the middle
Mobile.
of nowhere.
Purosaka, I mean.
Mm.
Because that's literally what Purosaka is. It's literally just Tunism
He
Ultimate
came
Mobile.
here in a hurry and left without even stopping for a cup
You
of
are
tea.
the ultimate.
He did remember to take Miss Sigewin's gift with him, though.
He sure sounds super busy.
Miss Cloran has left as well. She also took her gift from Miss Sigewin.
Were the gifts milkshakes?
Nervalette got the milkshake. Cloran received lipstick instead.
Those aren't even remotely alike.
Well, it's Nervalette's own fault for making Sigewin worried about his health by working so much. But besides that, our head nurse is still pretty fond of picking out beauty products for the ladies. Oh, and I have some gifts here for you as well.
Are these from Sijuin too?
Nope, they're from yours truly. You've already wrapped up your work at the fortress, so you can return to the surface at any time. You haven't yet served your full prison
if it's
term,
not-
however, so you may
it should
continue
be
to use your
Rin.
cell until your term is up.
Technically, it should be Rin if you. I mean,
What? Hang on, you're stammering. I can barely understand what you're talking about.
if anything, if they thought he called Kagine as one of the Kagune twins, it should be Rin instead of Len.
That's why, I mean, there's a reason they call me Len instead of Rin, by the way. Remember the fact that you mistook me as a guy?
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
You took me as a guy for 4 months straight.
You may access the cafeteria for free.
Well, good thing I know you as a woman.
Just remember to come complete your paperwork once it's
I'm
time.
shaking my head right now. I'm just rubbing my head.
Oh my goodness, that is so embarrassing.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna just say this. You brought it on yourself for that.
Yeah. In hindsight, I did.
So, live with the consequences.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
Hang on.
If people want to miss thought,
To be fair, you are not the only one who mistook me as that. You're not the only one.
Yeah, there are people before.
I mean, at least you mistook me as a guy. I know that. I know. Actually, there's at least 2 reports of me being mistaken as a 13-year-old boy who doesn't even hit puberty yet. Twice.
Yeah. I've never understood that.
Neither do I. I'm still confused.
Same. I'm confused from this day ever since it's been mentioned.
I mean, I know Matsui says my voice do sound manly. What do you?
A bit
yeah.
A bit manly. Not really. You're not really a.
It's not obviously girlish.
It's not. No. It's basically like, it's in between.
Tomboy.
Tomboyish, yeah. You're like tomboyish, but not like, you know.
We're no longer prisoners, though, so it really
not
doesn't
like
feel the
masculine, but you're also not feminine. So basically, you're
free
just
sure
tomboyish in
pretty
that
special
manner.
now.
Yeah.
You're not even a real guy, though.
I'm not even a real guy, even though I have a mustache.
And you're not even 13 years.
I'm 28. I'm 22 fucking 8.
An amazing duo after all.
Oh my god, I feel really like, you know, someone's getting insulted.
Friends with so many people.
I'm already legal to drink, but I don't even drink.
New friends. There are so many bad things in the world, and we're just 2 people, but
I also
we've
don't
still
drink.
been solving problems no matter where we go. Isn't that pretty cool? You're counting Paimon today?
I haven't drunk yet. Or rather, I haven't drunk a lot in a while.
I
Most
never.
I drank was like beer.
Yeah, I never will, considering how my family is raising me. But then again, you just kind of just give me something like a gassy sweet drink, and you will hear me being high for a while.
The last time we fell asleep here, we woke up to
Matsui has heard that.
outside ourselves. The primordial seawater
One
really
of my family's
That was so. We should
rest.
be safe now,
One
right?
of my family's tradition is that if there's wine, right, you can mix it with Sprite.
Yeah.
I once drank 2 shots of champagne, and I wasted it so fast that I went to sleep.
Oh, this part of the story.
Yeah.
So, Ignis died.
Well, close enough.
Yeah, you died from, in such a ridiculous way, but you don't think that can't be helped then?
Yeah.
Child.
Oh, wait a minute. So that's what the character is.
Character?
Bella. From Honkai Impact 3rd, apparently. There's a character named Bella. And apparently she has a design connection with, the character that's basically Child's Master.
Skirt.
That you'll be meeting soon. at some point, and Jingliu
I
from Honkai Star Rail.
I already got a bad vibes on her that I'm not gonna like her. Like, not in the sense of like childish, but more like I don't like her vibe.
From what I see, she's not really bad, but you may not have good first impressions.
No, I know she's not bad, but something about her doesn't sit well with me.
Yeah, I think she has that like I'm not very good with people kind of like vibe something from the look of it.
Wait a sec. Isn't something important supposed to happen today? Oh, today's our big day!
Yeah, so basically she's gonna give off that like yeah, what do you want? I'm busy kind of thing.
If I remember correctly,
be quick about it or fuck off.
If I remember correctly, there was I've seen this a lot of times being spoiled in Hoyoverse, but I remember she straight up calls child weak.
Well, I can't blame her.
Like,
that I can't blame.
No, it was to the point that it was horrible because well, the fact that she calls him weak after you have no idea what he's been dealing with. Yeah. That hurts.
Well, that is true. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, so Skirk is
Child is not weak.
Please sign
Child
here.
isn't weak, but at the same time, he's not as strong as Skirk.
And you two may
But
exit the Fortress of Maripede via the regular channels.
I don't like the vibe she gives out, basically.
Yeah. So let me send you. Hold on.
Oh.
Let me send you this.
What's happening?
This is Bella here.
Yep,
And
she
then
looks
Skirk's-
similar.
Yeah.
Fine, thanks.
Yeah, Skirk and Jingliu actually have
wonder what
probably
that
the same
camera
character
was just
design,
now.
so it makes a lot of sense that they probably share some similarities design-wise, but personality-wise, completely different. And Skirk is like the type of like what the fuck you want, like what the fuck you want. Jingliu is like buzz off, I'm busy. kind of thing. Yeah. Which I cannot blame them. They want to make them completely different instead of just being like,
good to see you,
oh, just copy and paste.
Is there something you wish to see me about?
Just like how they did with Himiko there.
That.
Like
The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. In fact, it seems it came from the surface.
Himiko drinking.
Over the years of serving as the warden here, I've developed a sense for distinguishing
And then it's
between
made
what
out of
occurs on the
into a
surface and what occurs underwater. Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette set in place won't fail so easily.
yeah, the whole coffee thing is now a meme, and then
If you
people
recall
are
our
like
last
shipping
incident, if there
Himiko
really
with
were a
Kafka,
problem,
and
there would be crowds
I'm like
of
over
inmates
here
in a
like,
panic
what?
right now.
You've got a point.
I don't think those.
Himiko and Kafka.
Yeah, a lot. Like, there's some people draw fan arts of them being shipped together. I'm like, I'm not
believe
sure about
today
these
is
two.
this
These
month's
two will
pipe
be
cleaning
pretty
day.
much at each other's throats.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, Himiko will be most
you
likely on
completed your release
Kafka's
papers?
throat there because, you know,
It's you two.
she's not in very good. She's not in very.
That's right.
Second, Kafka's like, she'll just take it in like some kind of masochist.
That it doesn't feel like we were confined here. It's actually been pretty nice.
And it's kind of weird too because I usually most likely the Trailblazer and Kafka together.
I'll miss you.
But the fact that they do Himiko and Kafka
If you've signed the
pairing
release
there,
papers,
I'm like,
then you're free to go. The guards
I
will
wonder
escort
if
you
it's
out.
because they're losing their minds.
I knew you'd
I
ask.
don't know why, but I kind of.
Alright, sure.
What if
Let's go.
someone goes full like Arara dummy mommy thing?
Yeah, that's
going on.
Yeah, that's
That's just
basically-
me going
so
to
you
end up
do
with
have
me
a polite
me
side,
just
I
putting
see.
my hands up in the air.
After being
You would be
down
like,
here
fuck
for
this
so
shit,
long,
I'm leaving.
I imagine you must feel
Yeah.
like you're lacking companionship.
That's basically
Shall
the
I come
equivalent
along
of me
too?
having PTSD there, of like, you know, this shit can't be happening.
Paimon really likes the cafeteria here. The chefs sure do know how to make good grub.
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next
So
time I see you.
I'd be like slowly walking away from.
Just do exit stage left.
Yeah.
That's
exit saves left because I cannot deal with that.
I'm just going to put my hands up in the air.
Probably go report to
Just
it
the
now.
same thing as
Next up, the Palais Mermonia.
type.
You're going to
Or
see Monsieur
Ayaka is a
Nervulette.
yandere type there. In those fan
pass on our
arts.
kind
I'm like,
I'm
yeah,
sure just
no.
your regards will do. No?
I'm gonna hide somewhere
believe it would be the
away
polite
from
thing
this.
to do.
You're right. I've heard the Palais has been terribly busy these days.
Because I'm gonna have
Tell him that I
nightmares,
hope he
and they're
hasn't been
probably
overwhelmed
do
by the
something
recent
worse
string
when
of
they
troubles.
have me tied up. So it's basically like that. It's like that feeling. Yeah, no, that's not my.
Still, this is the way.
This is the way.
No, like, still, this is the way before I can even actually fully level him up.
Ooh. Just hopefully it's not the Mandalorian.
I still have to level up, I still have to level up wisely after this, too. Ugh.
Oh, yeah, we're going to Mandalorian. This is the way. Good luck.
Well, I will have been luck, alright?
They added more character story quests.
Yes!
Yeah.
4.2 was released last week.
Yes.
Oh, I'm gonna be busy with this.
You have to do a lot more. Hooah!
Hooah! But that always means words.
Hmm?
Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you two. Apologies. Monsieur Nervulette did say you'd be welcome at any time.
Excuse me. Would you mind helping me take a look at this report?
I'll be right there.
Excuse me.
Sorry, I've got my hands full here. You can see yourselves in.
Everyone's so busy. Seems a lot has been happening.
Hello. You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment, as there are some urgent matters I must tend to first. In the meantime, please, have a seat.
Can't wait for
If you'd like to
Hoo-Hoo
have something
there.
to drink, let the
I'm
Melusine
gonna try to
outside
pull
know.
for her. Because I need another abundance character.
Very well, then.
Wait, who?
I wish we get another crossover character. I mean, we got Alloy, right? From Horizon Zero Dawn.
Alloy is
except
only
that
for
was a
PS. If I remember correctly.
Yeah, was originally for PlayStation, but we got it later.
For now.
Yeah, but
It was
unfortunately
just,
she was never released back. And what's even worse, there was no data whatsoever about her. Like nobody does an info about characters in here. Aloy was blank.
Are you done with your work?
Yeah.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah,
to
she
keep
was
you waiting.
basically a character that was time exclusive for
Today should be the day
PlayStation
you were
users.
released from the fortress
And
of
it doesn't help that that was a long time ago and they never did it again.
Release paperwork.
Yeah.
Meaning that
Yeah, and there's also a weapon that is exclusive to PlayStation users.
Yeah,
basically
and the
meaning
wings
that if,
too.
Basically meaning that if you
massive
missed out
whale.
on that one origin,
Do you have any idea what that
you can't get her.
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters, but rather something like the primordial sea. A
Because I
whale
know
of
that mobile
size
and
and
PC
shape
players
cannot
got
usually be
her,
found in the
but that
waters of
was on a
Tivat.
certain
Therefore,
version of.
we can
Now you
only
cannot.
assume that
I
Child
feel
is
like
presently immersed in
they should do
primordial
another
seawater.
crossover character. But the problem is, who? I mean, they haven't done an. There's no
Most
NGS
people wouldn't be capable of
crossover.
entering in the first place.
No, the
I'm not
problem is
completely
that
sure how he could have gotten
the
there
last time
myself.
that they did such a crossover was
What is
with Genshin, but that was on Honkai Impact 3rd.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They never did a reversal.
It turns out that I had just received a report.
Yeah,
about
they
this
never did a
particular matter.
reversal.
In fact, that's
Yeah,
exactly
we
what I
didn't
was
get
busy with
Fuhua.
a moment ago. The source of the tremor was here on the surface near
Himeko.
Poisson. After the
Yeah.
shaking stopped, the
Poor
water
Kiana.
levels in the Poisson area rose at an alarming rate.
How do you even adapt Kiana into?
It's the thing is, remember that Kiana is not
Fortunately,
normal.
the
This is
water
not
levels only
this
rose for a
character
short
ain't normal
period
to
of
begin
time,
with.
and
Second,
have already
she's,
returned to normal now. However,
she's
I
not
still have a bad
weapon-wise.
feeling about the whole phenomenon.
It
If the
is
change
quite
in water
possible.
levels
I
is
mean,
connected with
can
the
be a
leaking
claymore
primordial
or sword.
seawater, then the situation in
Like
Poisson will be
Claymore
much
and
worse
sword
than it
might
appears.
it'd be fine, but that
No, because remember that the thing is, remember that there's
I would
not
also like to
there's
go
not
there
like
as
a
soon as possible,
just
but
one
I'm afraid
version
I
of
can't
Kiana
leave
there.
just yet.
Yeah,
We must
that'll
immediately
put
formulate
the
disaster prevention
Kiana
plans
that
for the surrounding
it
coastal
appears to-
areas to
that'll
avoid
put
potential
that
catastrophes.
as
I'll have
firmly
to ask
either
you two to go to Poisson first. I'll meet you
Void,
there to check
either
on the
Hersher of the
situation once I
Void
finish
or
things here.
Hersher of Flame Scion.
Hersher of
Please be
Flame
careful.
Scion version. Because the problem with I think
Void is
Hersher of the Void.
is literally Syrian.
Yeah, but also they're using this. I think they're using the same weapon style like the standard Kiana, which is basically dual pistols.
Yeah.
But it's in her own version. While the Hersher Flame Zion is basically like sword.
Oh,
Basically, it would be sword or like I think it's more likely would be fitting as Claymore there.
If
Yeah, I
we were
think
to like
he may go.
cosplay her in NGS, we could use like twin machine guns or a sword.
If they ever did that, though, I doubt it. I doubt Mihoyo would do that.
We need to check on her.
Because remember that
Yeah.
Mihoyo is a Chinese company and Vegas.
I had a bad feeling.
Kiana is going to be the trickiest one. With Durandal, you can just give her a lance, right? A spear.
Pole arm, you mean?
Pole arm.
Yeah. Polar, it's definitely either Durandal or Hersher of the Void. If it's more predominantly Syrian instead of Kiana.
I know that Hersher of Sentience would probably be like Catalyst.
We're coming up. Watch your balance.
Yeah.
Because they did it. They did the same thing with this character that Kagane. She's trying to level up. You know, Mr. Punchy Punchy.
Oh, Grizzly? Yeah.
Yeah. He's a catalyst, even though he uses fist there. They could probably do the same thing with Hersher of Sentience.
Yeah, like I know.
In general.
I know
Yeah.
Heizel also went barehand, and Wonder has the ability to actually weaponize elements.
Yep. 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 Pretty much.
Oh, this is
Yeah, now that you mention it.
this is bad. This is very bad.
My leg.
Bronya is definitely a no-go.
How could this have happened?
Okay.
It hurts.
Just hang in there. Help is
Like,
on the
Bronya
way.
is definitely
You
a
can hold
no-go.
my hand if it makes you feel better.
Actually, not quite.
Not
quite. That's where
Wait,
you might
really?
be wrong. Yeah, that's where you're wrong, because from what I've heard, the Saritsa is probably Bronya type there, from what people have been
Yeah.
saying.
Which means that if Bronya ever comes to...
And then you have the unknown god who literally we don't even know who is that.
Yeah. And by the way, cannot forget that the fact that the Raiden Shogun is just basically
Ray.
the version of Raiden Mei there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
if they want a Honkai character to appear in Genshin, they'll have to act somewhat similar to their a mix of their HI3 selves and also a mix of their the closest character equivalent for Genshin.
You're here.
Oh no, something's off.
We heard there was
Hi,
a
Gagre.
situation in
Hi.
Poisson, so we came as
Oh,
quickly
more
as
people are
yes.
joining.
Yes. As you can see,
So
the
I was just
water
telling
level
you,
suddenly rose.
a lot of enemies
Caused
down in
quite
the
the
ship
disturbance, in
already
fact.
fixed.
Yeah, I'm scared to go to my mountain now. Oh no, don't tell me. Is it?
Demoiselle, there was a wounded resident next to a building
On the plus
southeast of
side,
here.
Axolotls are
We've already
spawning.
transported him to safety, but we've
The
run out of
axolotls
medical
are spawning?
supplies.
Yeah.
Okay, that.
He's wounded.
Interesting. What with the
How
fish?
badly?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded
right
and
now
he
I'm
saw
just
the ground,
kind of.
he became terrified and eventually.
Oh no!
Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor. He should know where to go.
When Raiden Shogun
Understood.
opponent
I'll take over the search
regenerates
and
their
rescue mission in the
HP.
meantime.
All right, you'll be in charge.
Uh-oh.
I don't like what happened in Poison right now.
I'm sorry.
Something's.
Where were we?
Something is missing.
The situation in Poisson?
Right. Allow me to explain. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded in the waterways. But before we knew it, water started pouring out from everywhere. The rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater.
Uh-oh.
There are
Some people
so many
didn't
mobs
realize the
around that
danger and thought
area
it
with
was
the ship.
just
I am like,
ordinary
hello.
water leaking from somewhere. Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape.
My God, I got.
This guy one is gonna be
As the
taking
water
a long
levels
time for me
rose,
to learn.
they suddenly
I got
disappeared.
fucking smite
Oh.
shit.
They were all
Smite?
dissolved.
My shit.
Smite
Those who
shit?
realized what was happening
Yeah.
started to flee in a panic,
Zombies
I like
in
how
my
you-
head
desperately
hate
trying
it.
to get to higher
My humor's
ground.
broken.
Many were injured in the stampede, and some
I like how you
Some
say it like
people
that,
fell from
Neon. You're funny.
significant heights.
Yeah, you're
The
funny.
Spina di Rosula initiated rescue
I know what I'm
operations
trying
as
to say.
quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties.
Hold up. Hang on.
Fortunately, the water began to recede after some time, and the chaos
mute
came
myself,
to an end.
considering that I'm probably going to AFK for a little bit of a while. I'll be back. If the
Well,
stream
my-
is still active, that is.
My nieces are here.
The water that flooded
Uh-oh.
the area contained
no.
primordial seawater.
Oh
I'll
no.
So the
mute
lower
myself.
levels of
I'll be
Poisson
back.
are still
Okay.
hazardous. To ensure everyone's safety, I've asked the people there to leave as soon as possible. No one knows if this could happen again.
But yeah, I don't. This is a bad
All
feeling in
we can
Poison
do
right
for
now.
now is try our best to
Bad
help
feeling.
evacuate the residents.
Some are
We
missing.
Still haven't
Some
completed the
people are
head
missing
count, but we'll have some numbers soon.
because the primordial seawater actually gone up here.
How awful.
So some people
All of
are
this just
actually
came out of
has gone
nowhere.
dissolved, aka disappear.
It was quite frightening indeed. I only wish that everything that just happened was a bad dream.
Is there any way we can help Navia?
Thank you
Navia.
for being so willing to
Yeah,
help in a
Navia.
moment of crisis like
Love her.
this.
Hmm?
You don't know
I
how
really
much it
want her
means
so
to me.
bad.
I really
What? Who? Nabia?
can't
Yeah,
express
'cause
how
she's a
grateful I am.
Yeah.
She's cute, but she's
Normally
also a
Navia has her guards. Her guards aren't here. You know what that
No
means?
guards.
Don't say that, Navia.
Yes.
I had a feeling that they actually got dissolved in. Yeah.
Demoiselle, we've got a situation here.
Yeah, I felt like she actually those two are actually dissolving.
I'll be right there.
Yeah, once they're dissolved,
Sorry.
there's no means
I need
to
to go
come
for now.
back. You're gone. It's the equivalent of Thanos snap, but it's water.
And off she goes. Seems it might be a while before she can take a break.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Sounds
The
about
wounded
right.
are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary head count. More support has just arrived, so I suppose I finally have a moment to
Neon
focus on my
sparkle,
own matters.
dirt.
Of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best to rescue others.
Neon
I'll be sure to
sparkle
have
sparkle.
everyone at the Spina di Rosula ready to
What you-
render assistance.
What you been up to, Neon?
Traveler, Paimon,
Just
would you two
Pokemon
accompany me
fan
to my
games and
father's
stuff.
grave for a moment?
Ooh.
Huh?
Ah,
It's not that
Pokemon.
bad,
Right
actually.
now?
Thank you.
Nah, no. That's like, it's interesting.
I only remember Pokemon from the anime. Please.
Yeah, there's a what do you call Minecraft mod called Cobblemon, which is basically lucky version of Pokemon, which I kind of prefer rather than Pixelmon because Pixelmon is all over the place.
Also, some other Pokemon fan games like Pokemon Reborn and Pokemon Rejuvenation.
Yeah.
Where is
now
this
I
cemetery
have
again?
this guy in one Arrow of Darkness with me, so I got a lot to learn. And I know Neon plays this guy Summon a lot, so.
Well, I'm kind of on the break because new Pokemon DLC coming out. I'm like, oh no, I gotta stop procrastinating.
Yeah.
Procrastinating.
Enough
Don't worry.
procrastinating, let's go.
Don't worry, Neon. I'm actually procrastinating in some games.
We all do.
Oh, I feel that.
I also
Yeah.
do that.
Yeah, so that's normal. Don't worry, Neon. You won't be judged.
Not a lot of people here, huh?
You'll just
Yeah.
only be pat on the head there.
I am technically procrastinating on this guy one,
Day
since
and the whole situation in Poisson.
the genre
there
of
be
an
a ton of
RPG
people
is
here
a
visiting
little
graves.
bit new to me.
That's how things are now. The living are so exhausted that they've no strength to spare any words for the dead.
Navia?
The fact that Navia is like a Claymore user, but her umbrella becomes a big gun. Pew 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 pew.
And I'm also playing on the original PS2 version.
Sorry. I just...
I like that she has an
Malus
umbrella.
and Silver.
Pretty
Yep.
clever.
Yep, her bodyguards got dissolved.
Ooh.
What should I do, Papa?
Yeah, they're gone. Like, for good.
What happened to them?
Oh, so they were
Everyone
never.
agreed on
Yeah, the
rescue
Palmer Seawater
planning.
took them in.
Still, I was the one who initiated it. They
Ouch.
were helping evacuate the
I mean,
residents,
yeah,
but they
if I
couldn't
had read
leave
this
in
guy
time.
one complete, which is a full-on remake of the game, I would have gotten
They
a
were
PS4.
caught in the seawater.
I mean, it's also on the Switch and probably on.
Oh man, I actually like those two bodyguards. They were pretty
I
cool.
like them
so
too.
long.
Silver was being. Silver was being
My
dopey.
God, MiHoYo, why you do this?
Yep.
Why do you do this, MiHoYo?
I could at least hold a few.
Yeah,
hours
yeah, if I
my
remember
focus.
correctly, 4.2, it's
know
where
where he rests.
it's really dark.
But as for Malus,
Like, this story is dark.
gone.
Jesus
Okay,
friggin' Christ.
when you're free, looking Cobblemon.
Wait, what?
Announce a new event.
Basically, Tibet is becoming a horrible place to live.
Everything
Wait,
looks
what is
so
it, Neon?
clean after it rains.
Look at
Even the
Cobblemon because
gravestones.
new event.
I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in
announced.
front of
Hang on,
Master
what I
Callus's
got ping
grave.
again? Oh,
No,
I can understand.
event.
Besides,
Pika.
the
Oh,
scenery here isn't half bad.
See,
Oh, the
it's not
Pikachus.
just me. I always
Yep.
want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have a picnic. He wouldn't be angry, would he?
I noticed something about
How could Master ever
Navia
be
there.
upset with you,
Yep.
Demoiselle?
Look at her gloves.
Yet the
Yep.
cemetery is the
Asymmetrical.
home of
Basically,
those
she
who
has
have
a
passed,
glove
is
on
it not?
one hand, none on
Everyone
the other.
ends up here
I mean, I
sooner or
noticed a
later.
lot of characters.
matter
It's
who
always
you are.
asymmetrical. There's
Buying
never
yourself
been a
a clock in
symmetrical
advance,
character.
are you?
Yeah,
No need yet.
asymmetrical, but not
But when I do,
like
I
purely
hope you'll let me be
symmetrical.
buried beside Master Callus, Demoiselle.
Hey, stop joking around.
The fact that her
I'm quite serious.
her bodyguards here were
That way,
basically
it'll
like
save us both the
they've
trip
always
to
been
see
with
each
her,
other
they're
whenever you
protecting
visit
her
your
and
father's
whatnot.
grave.
It's like
They were
they're like her
pretty cool.
parents at this point
That
because
makes sense.
she's
In that
been with them for a
case,
long time.
Could I be buried on his
They're
other
basically
side?
her guardian.
After all,
Yeah.
besides you, Demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companions, no?
Boy, they were like chill
Personally,
there, man.
I
They've
believe
like
you fill
been
those
on her
shoes
side
just
and they were
fine.
all on our side.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden?
The fact that MiHoYo
Seriously.
did this though.
It's even worse
They
that
didn't
yeah,
deserve this.
they wanted to be buried nearby her father, but even worse is because they were dissolved. There's no body. There's no body to bury them with.
Yeah, which is kind of like breathe.
To let them rest
There.
in peace here.
Yeah, so She has no
I
body
am
to
breaking
bury
that
them with.
promise.
There's literally nothing to
I'm
bury
sorry
them with.
for letting you see me in a mess like this.
They're just
I
gone.
don't usually cry, really.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better. But, well, she understands how you feel.
I had always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Many things can only be accomplished with someone else's help. Malus and Silver have helped me
Why
so
do
much.
cosplay costumes are so
But by
expensive?
contrast, I
Wait,
could do
what?
nothing for
Cosplay
them.
costumes.
Oh.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
You can
Thanks,
spend
Neon.
as much time as you need here, Navia.
Wait,
We'll stay
which
with
one's
you.
IRL or?
Thank you.
Yeah,
Right
IRL.
now,
And
you
also
don't know
game.
how much that means.
Uh.
By the way, you can have a look
Nowadays
at
I
this.
miss life.
It's a list of
Yes.
victims from the incident that took place here.
Bitch.
Obena,
Yeah, life's a
Khan,
bitch.
Burnett,
But at least
Giverny,
technology's
Francine,
cheap.
Karina, Daisy Ray,
Cheap, but
That's why.
Swanville,
quality
why,
product.
Julianne,
Expensive.
Yeah.
Esan, as well as
Or at least I
Malus
managed
and
to get a cheap
Silver.
capture card, so that's a good thing.
Capture card. Yeah.
So
That's not.
everyone else is safe. But still,
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. And you're right. We lost Malus and Silver. But we were able to save more than we anticipated. The overall outcome indicates that the cost was worth it.
right. Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but that isn't something we should ever consider a trade. Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone. They're heroes.
You're right. Thank you, Paimon. What you said just now was pretty amazing, actually. I'll remember your words.
Oh, really?
Seems you've become more eloquent in
Oh,
the time
hi,
since we
Alakino.
last met.
The knave? What are you doing here?
Ah, is everything going well on your side?
Yes, my people are carrying out
The
the mission
knave.
according to your request. All the
Well,
residents of
I just
Poisson
call her
have been
Alakino despite her
evacuated,
name's
and
being
we're
the name.
preparing to relocate them to higher ground.
Yeah, pretty much.
As for these supplies,
That's
we have
just
everything
be a little
taken
bit
care
for.
of. There is no need to worry.
Yeah, that's just being a little bit formal there.
Thank you very much.
Wait, do you two know each other?
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter. But that doesn't quite fit this time. Besides, it never even crossed my mind that a Fatui Harbinger would come looking for me. Thanks to the knave, Spina di Rosula received
Yeah,
generous
it's clear
support
that
from the
she's
Fatui,
trying to help.
which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely important for us to know who we're working with. My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies. I'm quite surprised.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend
The fact that the Fatui
It
are
is simply
helping
the way of
here.
powerful organizations to
Well,
act forcefully
because of her
when they are
orders,
doing
if she's
Yeah.
not ordering them, they
You've
won't bother.
witnessed that firsthand, in any case.
Yep.
As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster. Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity. Perhaps one day, you'll also be able to help me in the same way.
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties. I won't forget your kindness.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver. I only wish that my people could have arrived a little earlier to prevent this from happening.
Don't say that.
You and your subordinates did everything you could. As Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person. And they weren't the price paid for other salvation. They chose to become heroes themselves. I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words. But right now, there's nothing more suitable. They really did become heroes.
You're right. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Navia. Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
So, you're one who will try to change fate then?
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still have some things to take care of, and the children need my attention.
And there she
By
goes.
the way, Traveler, Paimon.
Yep.
One more thing.
Love that.
There she goes.
Alright, then we'll just...
Neon go somewhere.
Huh? This isn't right. Paimon thought you would
catch
ask us to walk with you for a
Pokemons.
moment so you could tell us something in private.
Something like that, yeah.
That is a clever and useful conversation technique,
I mean,
which
that's what's
I
fun
do
about
like
it.
to use when necessary. But there's no need today. It
Oh,
would not
shit, that's
hurt to
right.
have Miss Navia
Okay,
listening in.
That means Endermen are around.
Ah. Prepare your blocks not to get stolen.
Traveler,
Don't
I'm sure
worry.
you remember that I
got
said
a
we
pumpkin
could work
just in
together
case if I
when we
see
had
one.
the chance.
Wait, what? Cabo?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they stole that.
No. I say carved pumpkin.
Hmm.
I'm wearing it so that way they won't be like, who the fuck are you?
No, normally I will surround my house with water because they hate water. Normally. But knowing where I live, that's impossible.
You and I both know that there may be issues.
But
with
yeah,
the
back
Coral
then,
Sea.
I tend to build houses
Previously, it
on
was
water
the
because
fortress of
I
American
afraid of the
Sluice Gate,
Enderman
and
actually
this
stealing
time it was
blocks.
the water levels in Poisson. These are both
By the way,
normal.
By the way, Neon, I got confused.
Indeed.
I got
Allow
confused
me to
by,
share the latest
by
intel I've
someone
received from the
assuming
House of
that
the
I
Hearth's
was you
intelligence network with you.
Hey,
earlier.
Hey, yo, what the hell?
Yup, someone
During some recent
someone mistook Matsui as you.
A child claims to have discovered some ruins near Poisson.
He's not here anymore,
on
but I'm
first.
pretty sure that he's gonna be escorted heal.
Worth investigating in
That was the first time, and that was pretty funny.
Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may
Yep,
be
I know
related to
exactly
the
who because
prophecy
that's
into
my
the coming
friend who
crisis.
mistook him as you.
The situation is becoming more urgent,
Yep.
so any pertinent information will prove extremely
Yep.
I'm so glad
precious.
I have a carved
My
pumpkin.
people
in my
initially
face.
came to prepare for ruin exploration.
Carved
Unexpectedly,
Yeah, apparently
this
Enderman doesn't seem to
disaster
mind if you're
struck.
wearing one.
And at present, we're all busy
No, they're not in the
prioritizing
chat anymore. I
rescue
don't see them.
effort.
So, that's why the Fatui were already in Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine
no.
have all been dispatched to higher grounds to
Purina.
assist affected residents. Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you, which is why I want to give you this task. The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family,
Excuse you?
but Linny, Lynette, and
Oh,
Fremine
good, I
said
just
that
had
they
to
also
suppress that.
see you as such, even though you are
Your
not
skills
from the
cues.
house.
Yep.
I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you to be.
Oh, that somehow makes Paimon feel kinda happy.
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider you family, it's only natural that I freely share it with you.
Got it. So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right? We can handle that.
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
But are you sure you're up to exploring some ruins? You need to rest.
Well, I'm sad, yes. But I can't just go back and plop myself into a chair by the roadside and do nothing. There's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands.
Why do people?
As my father's successor,
Why do
I
people
must
need
live
to
up to the
think
hopes
that
he had
Geo
in me.
needs to be saved?
Besides, I'm
Navia's
also
kid.
doing this for myself. I need something.
I mean, yes, I
a
do get that Geo's not
distraction
really one of
to
the
keep
best,
my mind
but
off Malus and Silver.
I don't think it needs like real like saving. I think people are being dramatic.
Since you put
Probably,
it
yeah.
that way,
Like a lot of times I see like, okay, so we have 5 Archons here. Who we gonna boot? A lot of times I see Zhongli. I'm like, ow.
I think people are forgetting Zhongli.
No, they're like, nah. We have Rina, we have Raiden, we have Nahida. So we already have Team Hyper Bloom, and then we're just gonna spread it with Venti. So Zhongli on the corner be like, just folding his arms.
Yeah.
I mean, I know it's meta, but
Who follows meta?
I mean, in some degree, I follow. In some degree, I kind of follow a little, but not to the point that I'm like, meta, but more in the case of, okay, I just gonna make sure I have one Dendro, one Hydro, one Fire, one not, something like that. Not that one. Yeah.
Oh, that's probably why. Because Geo's most likely for defense.
Yeah, Geo's known for defense, and that's it. But
yeah.
But if you build Zhongli pretty good, he can straight through barriers like nothing.
Yeah, he can be like that kind of, you know, DPS type character that just breaks through defenses like that.
Like at the moment, how I built my Zhongli is like he's wearing he's wearing Homer staff. So currently his full as you can see, his full HP is like 51k, right? With 1.6k.
Yep.
If I drop his HP low enough, like very low, his attack can go up to 2.1k.
Ooh, interesting.
Sneak behind that guy. I want to sneak behind that guy. I just want that hydrocolus. Oh no, he's looking. Yeah, he's looking. He's looking. What? Fuck this shit, I'm up. La 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 la. Wait. Ain't even a deep water. This is very shallow water. But this is an extremely shallow water. It's not even deep. What? It's not even deep.
So, are these the ruins the knave was talking about? Whoa, talk about old.
They seem to be pretty ancient, all right.
Let's go in and have a look.
Just be careful.
My team is ready. I don't give a shit. Inventory Risley is level 70. Give a shit.
Yeah, destroy people.
I can just hydro pump the shit out of people as long as they're not hydro.
Hydro, Cryo, and Dendro.
Yeah,
Nice.
and Geo. Yeah, technically I can already do Bloom, but I don't have the Electro. Yeah, water? Water. I'll be fine. Electro. Lot of Electros. You know what it means? Nope. Jungle in a hole.
Solidify.
Fire in the hole.
Spring forth!
A moment, please.
Have a safe trip.
Be sanctified.
back to the floor.
Watch it. The floor here
Yep.
isn't safe.
Stabilize.
Hold down. Bye. Bye. Water. Strangely weird colored water.
This place has also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
Yeah.
Yep.
And a lot of it, too. A Fontanian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
Right. You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous, and it won't be any help for you to just stay here.
Oh boy, there's a shitstorm happening now. And it ain't good.
It's fine. It doesn't involve us.
No, it's
No,
basically in the
you're
video
right.
game industry.
I can't do
Apparently,
anything in
if
this
you
situation.
if you've heard of Call of
I'll leave
Duty,
this to you.
yeah, they're having a massive shitstorm because their latest title actually got bombed so bad.
Yikes.
It's fine. It's
Oh,
not like
yeah, I heard
it
about
matters
it.
to us.
In that case, do you want to wait for
Imagine
us here?
having a game that's be an expansion,
The
but all of a
water
sudden
levels
turn
here are
into a full
unstable,
release
And
game.
there's a chance the water
Pay
will
$70
rise.
for it, and
So
I'm like,
staying here wouldn't
no.
be safe either. I'll go together
just
with you.
no.
Perhaps we'll
That's
find
fine.
the exit
We don't-
just up
like,
ahead.
We don't.
All right.
You don't need it.
Come with us for now.
This is why I'm glad I don't play this
Please
kind of
be
game
careful.
anymore.
I mean,
But
I mean, this is why Activision Blizzard got absorbed in Microsoft.
Yeah. But I just actually hate the YouTube algorithm pretty much showing me this because it
YouTube
seems that
algorithm is fucking weird, honestly.
yeah, it's probably trying to tell me that you should never trust a company like this. Just stay with games that, you know, that don't do this.
I mean, my algorithm is full of memes, PS2, or whatever this is.
Yep.
My algorithm is blame neon for literal stuff.
Wow.
Excellent.
Wow.
It's either lateral stuff, Russian Badger, random music from the Pokemon Masters, or random what was the word? Music reactions.
Music reactions.
Or random the voice actors of Sino playing games.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. I don't like that water. Too shiny.
Alejandra's the best, honestly.
Wait, what?
Alejandro, the voice actor of
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, his voice is Sino.
So,
Wait.
Ah, yeah, fuck.
no, careful.
Too late.
Too late. Too late. It
Okay.
happened. So
Ooh. Okay, that caught me off guard.
yeah.
Uh-oh.
Wait. That means there's probably more. Better grab a shield.
Huh? Like a poison?
Demoiselle.
Huh?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Malus.
Hmm? Oh. Was I sleeping?
Yes, it would appear so.
I must be tired.
That's quite possible.
I'm
However,
flabbergasted.
you were the
I mean,
one that
I'm still
suggested we go
trying-
out for a
You need
walk.
to understand how Navia actually
Oh,
can run fast
right.
with heals.
I
This is
nearly
just
forgot.
physically impossible.
You never know. There's
You
literally
never-
there's literally a world
never
record of
know.
someone running in with high heels, by the way. I don't know. Mention.
It must have
Also
slipped my
remember
mind
that
when I dozed
Genshin
off.
is no.
I haven't had enough
Genshin
today
doesn't
yet.
care. It's passion.
Have
I?
This is Genshin we're talking about. This isn't some
This
like
is a familiar
this
feeling,
isn't some like random realistic
something's
game there.
a little strange.
Yeah.
Is something the matter, demoiselle?
Oh, no.
Cameraman
fine.
is even faster
I
than
was
that.
just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our
Another
help
case of
before with
another
foreign
case of
merchants
Star
who had
Rail
a debt dispute with
copying
him, and we'd
Genshin. Well, no
resolved the
duh.
matter not long ago.
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Yeah, so
Right.
definitely
Yes.
different.
I remember now.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus.
Honestly.
And Mr. Silver, too. It's good to see all of you.
Honestly, I just found out this random video
I've been great.
of
Thanks to your
Tao
help, those
and
bothersome merchants
Gwynaeth
finally
in there.
realized that I wasn't the one
With
they were looking
the
for.
same like
Why, I wasn't even the
a little
guarantor
bit of
for
the
that
same
person.
animation a bit,
They were
but
knocking at my door day and night. Even
I
my
don't see
neighbor
what's the
Opina was getting fed
problem
up with them.
when clearly
Sometimes force is
these are the
required
same.
to
This is different
calm
developer
someone
teams,
down
but they're in
and
the
get
same
them to listen to
company.
what
It
you have
doesn't
to
matter.
say.
They're going to use
That's
some
right.
assets from other games.
Oh, by the way, Burnett.
Yes.
What was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia again?
Oh, yes.
You know what's ridiculous?
One moment,
Fiorina
I
is
have
the
it right
only
here.
character that literally can
Miss
walk
Navia,
on water.
These are some flower seeds that I
Well,
prepared.
she can only
Alright,
walk
yeah.
on water
They're a
if she
very
uses
good
her
variety,
burst
and
or
they'll
ability.
become very
If not,
big
she
and
she will
beautiful
drink.
once they
She will
bloom.
actually swim.
Yeah,
I don't know what we would
which
have
is
done
quite
without your
interesting.
help. So this is a little token of our appreciation.
But the thing is, I've been seeing
I hope
videos
you
of
won't refuse.
her kind of like walking on water that's not Fontaine.
I know, like someone actually
I'll certainly take them.
did a video where
Malus,
they
we do
they were
still have
walking
some
from
empty
Liyue
flower
all the
pots
way
at
to
home,
Inazuma.
Why,
Yeah,
you can
which
have
I don't know
as many
what the
pots as
fuck.
you'd like, demoiselle.
For
Perfect. And
literally
now,
4,000
swap out some
meters.
of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's flowers.
Very well.
Wait. Something
I kind of find it
seems
so
to be off here.
freaking silly though.
Excuse
for
me,
that.
madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett, correct?
That's right. Is something wrong?
No,
I
it's
guess
nothing.
Fiorina still be like Kuda
This is the
Kuda.
first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me. I must have heard it when I was
Oh,
discussing
remind me
things with
of
your
that.
husband previously.
Yeah, apparently somebody did it on
heard this name
Fiorina. It's
before.
like Kudu Kudu.
Sometime recently, I'm sure of it.
Kudu Kudu.
Why are there so few people around here? Where did everyone go?
It's a funny.
Hold up.
We must
Are
mind
the
our
people
time,
in
mademoiselle.
here are
We
the
still have
ones who
important
were
things to attend to
dissolved?
today.
Does Tales of Arise?
Like Silver and Malus is here, and I know they got dissolved by the perimeter seawater. I know Burnett over there also got dissolved too.
Huh?
So it's like
We do?
another
Like what?
another realm.
Well, now, did you forget?
Miss Navia, here you are.
This is also
I've been
another
looking
one.
For you. Please come to the opera house. Your trial is about to begin.
And this one is also dissolved into the water too.
Wait. Why would I need to go to the opera house?
This is fucking Tales
Yes,
of Arise.
she's
I
right,
swear to
demoiselle.
fucking
It's
God.
just about time now.
Wait, what?
So we should get
Is
going.
this fucking Tales of Arise again?
Maybe. Also, that's not me sneezing.
Oh? All right then.
Yeah, I think that it's the people that are inside the primordial water going on.
Look, it's Navia. She's here.
Yeah, that name too.
Enter to attendance and with her.
And yeah, this one too.
Goodness, everyone's finally here.
I know there's like at least 10 people.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly excited about something. I even know some of these people. Karina,
I swear this person's
Yeah.
videos is just funny.
Joyville.
Came to Hoot House.
Jolien.
Yeah, the people in here, the people in this list are the ones who got
And
dissolved.
as for the judge,
Sus.
where's Monsieur Neuvillette?
Nobody Neuvillette will be here if he's the one judging, but he's
Please
not.
sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
All right. But are you sure you can stand behind me?
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but today is an exception.
Hey, what kind of place do they think this
What you
is?
found?
Come on. Do they have any idea what
It's
they're
just
doing?
the Hoothouse skip
with the
be like
whispering.
video. It's so fucking hilarious.
Could someone
It's like an
please
it's like
tell me
funny
where Monsieur Nervilette is
animation.
and
kinda.
why I'm standing trial?
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've
probably
done?
put it in got no voice.
In that case, allow me to explain. As all here know,
This
you
shows how
are Master
Genshin
Callus's
Impact is
successor,
like.
the head of the Spina di Rasula, someone held in high regard by every soul.
Also,
in
if you're
Poisson.
the type of
After
person
you
that
took
uses
over the
Hutao,
Spina, you
you'd be
treated all
annoyed
of
by
us just like
healers
the late
because
Master Callus
Hutao
had. If anyone in
relies
need
basically
reached out to you
draining
for help,
their own
you
HP
responded.
for damage there. So it'd be like,
Not only
stop
you,
healing
but
me,
your
stop
butler,
healing
your
me.
subordinates, nearly everyone in the Spina di Rasula fought for the well-being of those in Poisson.
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I'm a good person?
Speaking of Hutao, when I
Yes,
did her
correct.
story goes, I didn't even
Absolutely
know that
right.
her skill drains
And
her
that
HP.
is why you stand accused.
Yeah, that's
You
basically
have
her
helped
design
so
kit
many
there.
people get through so many difficulties.
She's like,
okay.
yeah,
You
it's
are
like
one with
if
us.
you're like in a party co-op team and somebody has a healer and you're a
We are one
Hutao
big
player,
family. All of
you're
us
gonna
who
be
are
like,
from Poisson,
stop healing me, get away from me,
inextricably linked.
stop healing me,
And
get
with
away
you being
from me.
so important, we
So it's
couldn't
interesting you're
possibly
gonna
do
have a
without
bad time.
you. Therefore,
Yeah,
this
because
fair and
Hutao
honorable
doesn't
court
like being
shall declare
healed,
you guilty,
because
and
she
you shall
likes
stay here.
she likes
You
draining her
will
own
be together
HP
with
for
us
damage, and it does
forever.
work that way.
That is creepy.
Huh?
Everything's creepy.
What
What's up?
are you saying?
This
Everything
this
in
this
context.
this war court
Everything you
this
have
war
said
court is
is correct.
creepy right now.
I have indeed
Yeah.
done a lot for my hometown.
Because dude,
and
the
I would be willing
dissolved
to be
people
with you
seems to
all,
want
but
her to stay with
what
them
is the purpose of having me
forever.
stand here like this?
That's
What
really
is
messed
there
up.
to discuss?
You can't
Oh,
really do that.
well,
That's
If that's what
really
you think,
distorted
then
there.
I have no further comments.
Being guilty because of being helpful,
Navia?
which is weird.
Yeah, it is weird.
I know all these people.
And you're laughing.
Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty.
Stay here, Navia. You're one of
Yeah,
us.
the people want Navia to be with them.
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady.
Someone
Mr.
beat up an ender
Swanfield, you
dragon again,
only
Kavity.
know of Navi's
Huh?
goodness, but
Ew.
nothing of her
Someone beat up
utterly
an ender
independent
dragon.
mind.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed,
If I
even the
remember
death
correctly,
of Master Callus couldn't
they
stop her.
they made like
Her actions
They made
cannot
Blade
serve
as
as
basically
proof that she
something to do
identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to help others. Please do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
Really?
just
As
funny
an individual, you say? Don't
because I
forget,
think
we
Blade
are
is also
all
in the same league of
Fontanians
like
here.
you know
This is the
telling
nation
healers
of
to like
justice, the
fuck
nation
off,
of Hydra.
fuck
Even
off,
if
let me
Miss
drain my
Navia
HP.
only voluntarily rendered
Fuck
her
off, let me drain my
assistance,
HP
that
for
doesn't change
damage.
the fact that her
gonna heal
beautiful
you.
soul
Here's the thing.
must
Here's the
return
weird
to
thing though.
everyone.
If
Water
example, yeah, I have
accepts
zombie, right?
all,
So basically he's
blends with
nobody
all.
can
It
hurt
was
him when he
surely
has his
just
shields
her
on, right?
kindness.
But if you have Florina in the team, she will actually drain the HP of her party members to deal damage, by the way.
Vampire. That
Yep.
You know what? That
Everything
reminds
is
me of
measured
Jing
here
Liu
in the
there, where she
nation of
does the same
Hydro.
thing when she's in her
And in the
enhanced
end,
state.
Yep.
She
everyone shall
vampire
meld
drains
together.
your allies'
Thus,
HP
when
there
a unanimous
for like
opinion
damage.
emerges, that
I mean, she can
opinion
heal, but she can also
represents
vampire
justice.
drain you, so you're like, oh, fuck, why are you doing this?
Now,
Yeah.
I speak for everyone. our
But
opinion
the interesting
is
thing
consistent.
is, if you have a
Navia
character that
should
does
stay.
synergy there,
We and
like how in
Navia
Honkai
are
Star Rail
one.
you have Jingliu
And you
and
would
Blade on
call
the same
this
team,
justice?
Blade's like
Preposterous. You
stack
are
there
merely
will
jealous
pretty
that
much
Demoiselle still has a chance
what do you call it,
to
go up
exist as
there
an
faster
individual.
than
Have you forgotten
when you do
how
regular
much
turns.
you all once longed to become individuals?
Because
to
of
become
Jingliu's like
independent?
enhanced state being vampire draining, it counts as
Oh
a
boy.
stat there.
Oh boy, this is. Oh.
If your justice is flawed, then why should
This
we
is
acknowledge it?
Lore.
Getting weird.
As you said, we can also
It's creepy
have our
lore,
own
Neon.
justice.
Oh
Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle.
Kind of reminds me of what happened to the guy. What his name? Bashir. Yeah. Where he literally got haunted by the woman that he kind of dissolved in.
My head. It hurts.
Demoiselle.
Silver, it hurts. My head is spinning.
There's a
All I can see
whirling
is
noise.
stars swirling in front of me.
Yeah, it's like a whir, whir, whir.
I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very end.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority is absolute justice. We are the will of all.
Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective?
Getting
Do
weirder?
not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us.
I saw something else just now.
After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
What are you saying?
No more excuses!
You ever want to know, ocean it?
He says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people? Who's
Roughly
jealous of
16
her?
months to
She
develop a
belongs to
team like
us.
that.
Miss
What?
Navia,
Jesus Christ.
Ocean
Imagine trying to forcing the developer to create a game in 16 months. My god, you know how bad that is for your health as a developer? That's excruciating pain.
Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But...
Go on now, Demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place. What, can't bear to leave us behind or something?
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
Aww.
Malus. Silver.
They also turn into oceanids.
Quickly, you must come now.
That's not good.
Goodbye, Demoiselle.
Farewell.
Yeah, people who got dissolved into the water, all of them turned into oceanids. No longer human.
That would make it.
No,
Yeah,
wait!
that makes sense.
Seriously, getting major Tales of Arise vibes from that.
Mm.
And it's not the
You're
good
awake.
kind.
Good.
Nothing ever comes good.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were defending me at some insane trial.
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare? Paimon could give you a hug.
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I...
Let's see.
What is it?
I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you.
Oh.
It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you.
Yeah, Medusa still will try to protect her.
Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
Perhaps those 2 Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me. To think that they'd keep doing so even after death.
Please come with me.
Neverlet, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's something we could chat about?
Why do you look so stiff all of a sudden? Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing to talk about, right?
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more
Hydro
awkward
Dragon
to
being
call us
awkward
over like
again.
this and then have nothing to talk about?
I suppose so. Ah, Sigewinne. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the Fortress of Meropide has not been too much for her, has it?
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing head nurse.
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that Sigewinne would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity, just as I have.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sigewinne made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately, and I also hope that everything is going well in the Fortress of Meropide.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. Let's chat about something else then. So, Neverlet, you're probably quite the swimmer, huh?
Yes, of course.
This isn't going anywhere.
You're asking a Hydro Dragon if they can swim?
Let's try something else.
Don't question it.
How did you find
Like,
these ruins?
is the little question of asking a water dragon that can you swim?
Yes, in fact.
Hey, you never know.
I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but
Myri
when
over
I
there.
arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. They had even transported a large quantity of supplies to the area. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave, and we had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to investigate the ancient ruins here.
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who would have thought you'd wrap things up so quickly?
Poor Navia. Gonna need a hug. A lot of it.
Give her hugs.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
All right! Another one joins the party! Let's get going then!
Another villager. Chunk on the hole!
We'll have order.
Oh no, not again!
Watch your step!
Oh. Ah. Wait, don't tell me! Fuck! Oh, this is bad. Bye!
Fuck, yeah, I know.
Oh no! And you're telling me to climb up there? No! People climb. People get up there. No, I can't even go back. How do I go up there? Never mind. Okay, the fact that the walls can also crumble down too. Fuck, 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 fuck. Yeesh! What is stressful as it is? Stone spalling?
Watch out! There are rocks falling over here!
Let the mighty be humbled.
Oh, another one. Oh, parkour. Fun.
Seems we're almost at the top. Keep it up!
Hero. Please. Ooh, perhaps. Stone spalling is just woke up me or something. Ruin guard. Yeah.
Order guide you. Settle down. Bow your head. Be sanctified.
Wither and weird agony.
Wait, what?
People are summoning wither skeletons and stuff.
Oh no. All the noises.
I'm in pain.
All
yeah,
the
and I'm
noises.
like, oh my god, stop!
Because obviously
Never!
they have to do the wither skeleton. I mean, they're not spawning the wither skeletons. They're spawning the wither actually. The reason they do that is because that's the only way to get Nether Star in order to make Master Balls.
And beacons?
Yeah, you need the Nether Star for the wither to make the Master Ball. That's why people were trying to spawn it. Not to mention that you also need the Nether Star to make beacons, and people want that. It's in high demand.
Yeah. Okay, I safe-proof the path to get to my ship underground.
Okie dokie.
Excuse. What's this?
Excuse.
Looks like we've reached the end.
But I'm gonna need like a lot of glass.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that
Smooth
this place isn't
Fiorina.
actually that big.
Someone was playing Michael Jackson's music on this.
Michael Jackson?
Yeah, because apparently someone discovered a funny little glitch on Fiorina
Sorry,
when they were
Lord.
doing like.
It seems like they were put here as an offering.
Lore.
Lore.
Could we take them down and have a look?
My lord.
Big door.
Perhaps we
No,
should
not
just
big
leave
door,
them be
Lord.
for now.
Yeah.
Lore.
There are 4
Lore.
locations in total, but only 3 stone
Well, we're gonna all be like big birds now.
empty spot is
Lord,
missing.
Lord.
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past.
feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that Fontaine should be destroyed?
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate, for example.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this... what is this? Some kind of island in the sky?
Celestial.
And is that Lady Farina in the third image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And is that a ring of people around her? Paimon doesn't quite get it. Are they all in the water?
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it, most likely due to us missing the first slate. I am very sorry.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one of your duties.
Ooh, Paimon's getting the chills just looking at these slates. This says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy's sure to come true.
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
Still, Paimon feels like these images are kind of weird when you look at them together.
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records. The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, why would she be in such a posture? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy? Does that mean that someone, or some people, once saw these slates?
But who would have created these slates and left these words here?
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Farina.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be gained here, so let's head back first.
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
Shh. Digging out.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
You still have energy for that, Navia? Paimon's already beat.
Just head back to the Fleuve Cendre and have a rest then. Thanks for keeping me company all this time.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Rest well, everyone. Traveler, I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning to ask about the stone slates. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office. I will share the results of our discussion with you.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly? Will that be a problem? Paimon's getting a little scared now that it's come to this.
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands the present situation.
Alright, we'll leave it in your hands then. You're probably the best person to talk to her anyway.
I will be carefully considering my words tonight.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fleuve Cendre is always open to you as ever. So please don't think you're an imposition.
Paimon.
All right. I'll be on my way then.
Paimon sing.
We're finally back!
You went Paimon.
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for you two tonight.
Yay! And there's good food too! Navi, no, the boss is the best. Ooh, desserts! Nice, these are all Paimon's!
Yeah, eat that cake. Come on.
Paimon's already starting to forget what happened today.
Yeah. I hope Paimon gets knocked
Mona?
out. Bleep.
What the fuck are you doing here, Mona?
Oh,
don't worry about it.
Voice. Is that what it is?
Don't worry about it. Of course, you interjected
It's you two.
that. Don't
What
worry
are you
about it.
doing in Fontaine?
Yeah.
Wait, is that Mona?
Yeah, Mona.
Mona?
Seriously,
Oh, I was
nobody
hoping
just
Paimon would eat
uses
the
a
cake and then
scryglass
she'd be
whenever
like,
they've got time
put
to
the
just
soup
see who
here.
they'll meet on the road.
Still, we didn't
know.
expect to see you here. Wait,
Basically,
you're not a
somebody
Fontanian,
put
are you,
sleeping
Mona?
powder in it.
Well, I have some business to attend to
Bye, Bungo.
here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. Quite unexpectedly, if I might add. Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadt surname?
Yeah, let's go with that.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name. There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however, Magistus is not the name of some ancient house or clan.
It isn't?
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait, are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy as well?
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one. Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Oh! Astromancer Barbara Trismegistus.
Whoa!
Oh my god, that's a mouthful.
Does it also mean great or
Christ, Mona.
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag,
Next time,
hers is,
just say it in a
plain
short way.
speech, the thrice as great scholar of the stars.
And there is a Christian wheel.
Astrologists.
Thrice as great? That's so petty.
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
Talk about excessive.
Very excessive.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you need to study astrology more deeply.
Typo appetite Paimon.
Terrible!
Definitely typo appetite Paimon.
But anyway, you're not Fontanian, are you, Mona? You're from Mondstadt, right?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dornman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while, after which I settled down in Mondstadt City.
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's waters.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? I know you're not a local, but I'd avoid getting too close to any water that looks strange all the same. There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean.
that was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecy as an astrologist. The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell
I'm
us
back.
what you think as an
Welcome back.
astrologist. Your word would
Welcome
go
back.
a long way to make things more certain and less scary.
What I can tell you is that I'm an
Eat a bit of a
astrologist,
tasty
and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine,
lunch.
even that of Ultivat. Ascertaining this
You know
is akin
those
to reading the fortune
instant
of the
noodles,
whole
like,
world.
right?
I'm afraid
Noodles?
that this is
Indomie?
not something that just anyone can do. If
I'm
I
talking
could do
about
it, you would no
instant
longer call me an
noodles.
astrologist.
Oh, yeah, I
but a
heard it.
visionary. But on the flip side,
You know what
prophecy is
Indomie,
so
right?
huge
Yeah,
and
I
powerful
heard of it.
that it must
I
surely come from a
Yeah.
powerful visionary.
I've
So I
seen people
decided
eat
to
it.
Contents involve the fate of the world.
cook the noodles
Disregarding it would be a mistake.
and then
A visionary?
give it a little bit of a
Sounds really
melted
powerful and all, but
margarine,
does such a person really exist?
and then before I
course.
start boiling
The
the
old hag
noodles,
could
I
do it. And I bet there
made
are others
a
amongst
sort of
those
egg
Hexencercle
sauce,
colleagues of hers who
sorts,
could do something
using
similar.
two whole eggs, the
Are you
seasonings
sure?
and sauces of the noodles,
Oh.
of the noodle.
Alright,
Now here's the bigger
I'll
question:
help you.
do you put bean
Isn't
sprouts in
often
it?
that I see you with such a serious look
No.
on your face. I'll tell you once I hear back from her.
But
You're amazing as
I
always.
do put in grate some cheese,
Oh, well,
and then
this is something
top it
only
with
I
a
can
little
do
bit of
after all.
no
So
Royco,
yes,
right?
your praises are quite
What?
welcome.
Royco or Knorr.
Nor, yeah, I know Norbit. It's the MSG thingy, right?
Of all the people we know, you know the
The
star's the best.
chick, the beef
Yeah,
version
the
of
beef stock
the
thingy.
singing part.
I
Yeah.
don't
Yeah,
I
that
don't
one.
normally put them in my thing because it will put it will give me a headache if I have too many of them.
That's the spirit.
Oh,
Yeah.
so
On that,
I came to see what all the
and then
commotion
I
was
also
about.
added a little bit of
If there's
black
anything you
pepper.
need, do not hesitate to inform
I
the
normally
Spina
eat it
Divo
as
soup.
it is, like if it's what's given on me, I just eat it like that.
Oh, whoops.
And then I
Guess we were
mixed
getting
it
a
up
little too
and
carried
into
away
some sort
there.
of like
Well, I'll
faux
go tend to my own
carbonara
business
thing.
now. If I receive any
Actually,
news,
but
I'll
that's
be
not
sure to
instant
come
noodles
find
at
you
that point.
again.
Yeah, it's
And
not
there
even
she goes, quick as rushing water.
Yeah.
I mean, if I
Yeah,
even
with
make
the spirit
instant
acting like
noodles,
suspicious
the only
looks.
thing I put is just egg, bean sprouts. That's it.
a egg friend.
Spoken for you, it'd be you getting all
Egg
the
is
weird
good.
looks.
Like
Egg friend?
it's not boiled egg, but egg drop soup.
That's more like it.
So what it called?
Nice.
Yeah, when you make it like an egg drop soup, you can make the broth thick and creamy. Which is
Interesting.
yeah, normally like if I cook my noodles here, it's the curry flavor. I tend to like I have a pot of only water. Not many water, maybe 2 or 3 cups of water. Let it boil. Put seasoning in it. And if I have meat or chicken or anything, I put the chicken first. And let it boil. And then I put the noodles. When the noodles was like starting to unravel itself, I put in the bean sprouts if I have any. And then I put in the egg like raw egg. Dropping it in and just constantly mixing it to the point that the broth turns thick.
Oh, so it's interesting, actually.
Because I cannot eat soupy things, so I make the broth thick in order to make it less soupy.
It's kind of interesting.
Sorry.
The way you add eggs to instant noodle, I mean.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I kind of grew with eggs in instant noodles when I was little. That's how my mom cooked them back then. Right, I would not eat instant noodles unless it's the unless it's the dry, not the dry, the instant fried noodles like the pizza dot version. But if it's like a soupy noodle, I will always have an egg. If I don't have an egg, I will not eat it.
Oh, well, you mentioned that. I used to like Yeah, the packet of instant noodle I used is supposed to be for like fried
Renette
noodles.
and Lady Farina, they
Oh
seem
no.
to have
I
gotten
just turned
into
it
a
into
dispute.
sort of
Please go see for
carbonara
yourself.
thing.
Oh no, the Farina and Nubula are fighting.
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor,
I
are
just
you not?
realized that.
Look
and
at this.
If you,
This is a list of the victims
I
from the
probably
recent
will need to
Poisson
like
incident.
make a disclaimer that I'm not Farina either.
What?
Who?
I just realized I'm.
What is
I
that?
probably should make a disclaimer that I'm not Farina either.
You're not Farina? No, nobody says you're not Farina. It's not related.
You mean they're all...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again.
It sparks.
I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that.
That's much better.
But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
You...
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Iudex, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me, your Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine. That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
He's mad. Very mad.
He's madder than red.
Did Farina
Oh, the opera's
notice
about to
us
start.
standing by the door?
Toodles!
Wonder
She's
what's up
freaking
with her.
freaked out moment.
She was smiling. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh, you
Yep,
noticed.
she's in trouble.
Seems Farina didn't even realize we were here.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand.
Good.
Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage? Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her
Alex,
attitude. I
can
fear that she
bully
will
me
not
with
reveal
those
anything unless
throwing
absolutely
stuff.
forced to. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Oh? Like what?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience
Oh, you're gonna
just
put
such
her
a
on
scenario.
trial?
But Farina's seen so many trials,
Yep,
and she's
we're
really
going.
good at dodging
We're going to
questions.
sue her.
How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can. If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this. But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
Oh, is it what I'm thinking? Is it her?
Oh, it could
Is it her?
be. It can be, probably.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster,
Oh,
so
Lynette.
it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Me? No, I don't think I can.
Then, how about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
People can't be speaking on each other.
Guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand, and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
I see. And what does my boss say?
Sorry about that.
He's glad that you
Sorry.
consider him your boss. Do go on.
He's glad that you consider him your boss.
I had to mute myself. I apologize due to this sudden
In
thing.
that case,
it's fine.
Do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette,
My graduation
right.
ceremony
You
stuff.
were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone
Oh.
diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
No, it's not
I'm
graduating
afraid
from
not.
VTubing. It's
You may or
completely
may
different.
not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was
I'd
their name,
never
they
wanted
did
to
not
graduate
hunt
from
animals,
VTubing.
but rather various monsters left
same.
behind by the ancient dynasty
I
of King Remus.
only just want to start,
Today,
so...
Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks. But I do have one more question for you, Monsieur. If we were to create a trap now,
I think I might
how would you
have
design
found
it?
a good benchmark.
What no?
Or I think I may have found a good benchmark for how to tackle this.
Oh.
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle
You're
trap
exactly. I'm
would
gonna
be
check out
ideal.
your house.
Yeah. I mean, just don't go down there. You'll be fine.
Kind as always.
Oh.
However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type
I mean,
of input we need.
I just have to disable the mobs eventually, just to prevent that
If we
later on.
wanted to kill the prey in one strike,
No,
we would
in
need
the
a
plan
powerful
menu thingy.
implement. However, that also
No,
goes for prey
we
that
don't
must
have
be
it yet.
captured and safely contained.
No, in the plan? I know it's in the plan.
No, it's
Wait.
not.
Why is
Delric
that?
said that it's not. Hello.
So it's just
Okay.
everywhere then?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without
Wait,
harming it.
why are they trying
The
to
line that
capture
divides life and death
Farina?
is often
To
exceedingly
make her
thin.
talk. Because she's trying to hide something.
Also,
So, are we
Fanger,
going hunting
Twitch,
together?
why are you continuing to give me Valorant ads?
Huh. We hadn't
Might be
thought of
something
seeing
that
ourselves as hunters.
you've searched or something you
works,
watch
but
related to
maybe
it.
it's still not the best metaphor.
Yeah, probably
If our means of capturing
my
and dealing
vain
with our
attempts
prey is to put
only
them on
support
trial,
the
then the hunting
VTubers
metaphor is actually
play
quite
that
accurate.
trash.
But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god. A being
Also, I
whose
work back-
seat is an exalted throne.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
She kept being she kept not telling the secrets when we really need to know what she knows in order to save people, contain people. But right now she's not gonna talk until we force her hard enough. Well, currently that's why we're trying to trap her, or rather catch her.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening. Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh? Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised. Well, it's hard to say. have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Huh? Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all. Then what's that? Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
Suspicious person?
Who's that voice? But there's no one here.
What a strange conclusion, but also such an interesting one. You two make such a fascinating combo, and yet even you feel confused. As such, I couldn't resist but come by for some tea and a chat. Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim. Precisely. Call me N, a mage who wanders the world. At least, that's how my friends have suggested that I introduce myself. The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesized will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
People call such things fate, and it is written in the stars. It cannot so easily be altered. So you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kind of scary.
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
The voice. It's gone. I want to hear someone talking. Alright, coming! Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Luna!
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected. Not all Fontanians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Why, yes, it was Charlotte. I assume you've heard of her, no? That daredevil journalist? I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up. Huh? Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost. But I've never met her, And if she were still alive, she'd be... well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Whoa. The Hexen Zircle sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand
I'm back.
anything she
Welcome
said.
back.
Welcome
Yes,
back.
she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now. Traveler, Paimon, are you two all right?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels
Also,
like the end is coming, you know?
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation, too. I guess you could consider me someone
Yeah.
who has often witnessed fate. So
The reason
far as
why I
have
asked
seen, it cannot be swayed.
of who's stronger and or
even
brattier
so,
between Farina and
I
Clara's
still
lives
hope
is
for
because
Both of them,
believe
both of
in
them would
miracles.
definitely be Clara's case. For a reason.
Astrology is
Yeah.
eternal and rational.
because
fate may
in
not
my
be.
opinion, both of
It
them
is
are
cruel,
bratty,
but it can
you know,
also
brats
be
who
beautiful.
have
Perhaps
power.
that's what N was trying
Well,
to tell you.
Essentially.
here's the thing.
Not
We're
to
not
lose hope,
acts like a
and
brat.
to believe that what you are
Clara's
seeing
case is
playing
straight
out
up
before
a
you
brat.
is not yet set in stone.
So Farina is just using it to keep up an act. Clara's
I
is
did
straight up
originally
blunt.
think of steering
Yes.
clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still
Because
wish
she,
to help everyone.
Farina basically thinks
If we don't
everything is
struggle
a
to the
stage.
last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff. I need to get going. It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said. But also kind of sad, too. Hey, Traveler. Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go. Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
Heart Farina is a performer.
Wait, what?
An actress on she sees the world as her stage, right?
Yeah, the wars is her stage. So she's
Heart,
always been
that
acting.
means she's the actress.
Yep.
Or at least she thinks she's in the lead role.
The main character in a stuff, basically.
Yeah.
Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper.
Basically,
what's
when
going
you
on?
first meet her, she
Let
just
Paimon see.
basically
The
in
underwater
her world
stronghold, the
where
Fortress of
everything
Meripede, has
is a
continued in
stage,
its
right?
noble autonomy. But that does not mean that others cannot interact with it. My
Makes
recent
sense.
attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report? A blonde adventurer with their white fairy legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in spades. Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, the Traveler's Trail, World Walker. Huh. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her. She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead? Ugh, seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time. We're here! Paimon's hungry. Should we go in and get something to eat? making only 16 slices a day cake! It was so delicious the last time we tried it. Despite the tense situation we were in, let's give it another go. I'm sure it'll be great.
One slice of cake, please.
Someone showed up after all. Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalette was right. You really can eat.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? What would you think?
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe the waters will rise tomorrow. You know, like in the prophecy.
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today. No, it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
Huh.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans. She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily, yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cakes here. I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
And there she goes. All right, let's dig in. I'm sure this cake will be delicious.
Found the cake.
It's more delicious than last time, and the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here. Oh, we're near the Steambird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Ha! You've got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick mora!
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that.
No, files.
It appears you
Not
didn't
virus.
receive it, though. It's
Goodness
alright, though.
gracious,
I've set
dude.
aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Really? Oh, you're the best!
You're almost a
Not
little
at
too
first
easy to
we-
win
we're
over,
talk-
Paimon.
Let's
If I were
take a look at
journalist
this
with ulterior
virus
motives,
or
I'd
something.
be in trouble now, you know.
Yeah.
Take a look at this virus.
He
It's
said
the equivalent
files.
of talking about a hacker or something.
He really said
Basically,
misput that as
Ignis just lifts up a ball of virus and be like, let's take a look of you.
Ball of virus.
Ball of virus.
Were you looking for
Ball of virus.
A friend of ours met you a while back.
Oh
and
my
when she
goodness.
mentioned it, we thought of coming
We
to see
turned
you.
this into a meme
Her name's
thing.
Mona.
Ah, so you
Yeah.
know Miss Mona as well. She's a guest columnist for
So
our
the reason
paper.
why I earlier said I'm not Farina
She's
is
so
like
young and already such a
you
brilliant
think
astrologist.
I don't
she
see
mentioned-
her
What did she
related to you, question mark. I can see that.
yeah, fortunately.
It's like
Replace the
it's like a white gap. I don't even see it.
Nice.
Yeah.
In which case, can this
Swatch the
daredevil
F with
journalist
it
dare to
in
request
K.
an exclusive
Switch
interview with
the
the
U
legendary
position of
Traveler
the
and
I and U,
So your article in the paper
and
today
then
doesn't
change the U into an A.
That's a lot of work.
Oh, of course it doesn't.
That's
That
a
was
lot
more
more
like
work
live
than
photography.
miscon-
What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask
misthinking
you to
of
talk
me
about
as
the things
Kiana.
you've seen and experienced.
Skill
Yeah,
issue?
are we even
Neon?
qualified enough?
Skill issue.
Not.
Yep.
If I say you're worth an interview, then you're
God
worth
damn
it.
Neon.
Yep.
But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and... Whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist. But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we? The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh? Paimon's been thinking. If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do? No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do? We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot. You mean, still traveling? Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing? Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough. But it's still better than the Fortress of Mirapede, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillat sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Meropide. Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him. Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Geo Archon started to break out.
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
So what happened after that? Is Farina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry. The Marechaussee Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Marechaussee has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her? Good. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Ah, is that so? Well, all right then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the Palais now.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then. If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat. And, as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone. When Nervalet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up, too. Cool, huh? In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson, here we come!
What? Oh, you mean leveling
Almost.
him up?
Yeah, he's almost max level. Oh.
I feel you. I feel you.
Wait, what?
I feel you when most of my Genshin characters are almost
Yeah.
full level.
What's the max level cap in Genshin again?
90. Yeah, 90. 90 is the max. Anyhow, I'm gonna be right back. Toilet.
Okay.
Alright. Let's call this an off lap.
Where's the glass?
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Got it.
That's Farina, right over there. She really is here all on her own.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over? Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina. It's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought
And
you
there
were
she
someone
goes,
from that mob of
acting
my
again.
ignorant subjects. Come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it. Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were, disturbing my enjoyment of the arts? They even dare to tout their Archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those
And
people
this
from
is
the
a bit
Mars
of a
Dose
tough
Phantom are
recce.
freaking out right next to them too.
Why?
Of course not.
Hey, there she is!
Well,
The Hydro Archon's over there!
so essentially, you know how I mentioned
You mentioned what? Dude,
you know how I mentioned how I want to practice for a race.
Oh.
Quick,
right?
after her!
Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now.
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
Yeah, I used the rally term to describe what I'm doing when in reality it's about
Some rabid
track
fans who want
racing.
to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they? That's against
Recce
the
is
rules.
in
I can't
reconnaissance.
let them get their
Yeah.
way.
Recon.
Farina just ran off. Quick, we have to catch up with her.
Ah, I found the grass.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here.
Fine. I suppose haste
You're
is
taking
warranted.
too long, Shorax.
Lead the way.
tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
You're right. Yep, that's a good girl.
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Novelette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson,
Okay, I'm pretty
they've already...
Hey. I was gonna
I
say,
was just... What?
It's true.
Nothing.
I've been investigating the
Oh, let me
prophecy
finish
for
first.
hundreds of years.
Die! Die!
Yes.
Lore! Lore for you!
Oh. Interesting.
I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues
yes, the
and feeding
Fiorina.
information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled. Give up.
God, I love sometimes how their lips don't
move.
Yeah, because the lip moving is for
But also,
that's because the lip syncing is for Chinese only.
Yeah.
Indeed.
I love it how a lot of the Hoyoverse games have
after
this.
we almost lost Poisson.
It makes it so funny when they finish
Is
their
really
dialogue.
unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys
Even
no
Honkai
rules.
Star
The
Rail
animated
is
lip
The prophecy
syncing for
has
like
only
the
just started
English
to come
dialogue.
true, and so many people have already lost
Like
their
the thing
lives.
is, even Honkai Star
just
Rail
now,
is not immune to
It
this.
all became clear to me.
I've
I
seen it
still
happen.
don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come,
It's because since
still
remember,
not
like
too late. Don't worry.
like MiHoYo is a Chinese company, and
I
usually
will keep
it's
hope alive for everyone
it's,
until the
you
very
know,
end.
the Chinese like
Well,
the
that's
language
enough for now.
talk there when
I
it comes
got the
to
impulse
the
to
characters
play the
speaking,
stricken
so-
maiden, but
It's
honestly,
like that.
considering my
Yes.
rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all.
And she's back at
Ah,
acting.
of course. Yep.
Don't
she's
take
back to her
any of
bratty
what I
self.
just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Aren't you being a little bit too loud?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone. A witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
I'll spit it out.
It happened again. There we go. She has been trapped.
They found her.
So this entire time we were baiting her to get in there. To make her talk.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Yes,
this
we
concludes
baited
my
her.
opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
Were we complicit in this plan?
So, this is what it is. Yes,
Were we complicit in
you
this
deserve
plan?
praise for the effort you took to raise the
Like,
dramatic
did
stakes.
we agree on this plan?
Do not forget, however, that I am Fosalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
You would draw your blade against a god? I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
She's still acting. She gave up.
Yes.
Paimon can't believe it.
Yeah.
She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not
She's
always
acting.
an
She's
indication
acting all
of
along.
surrender.
It's always been acting.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
Yes.
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is
Hold on, I
time for
just
the Hydro
realized,
Archon to show
if
you her courage
acting as
and
a, like
resolve.
a long gone Hydro Archon, wouldn't
Farina,
that be
will use
like
this
a
trial
fraud
to show
charge?
the world the true
A what
meaning
now?
of justice.
Fraud.
Wait, what?
You know,
Like, seriously, you're charging Farina with fraud.
Well, technically, you don't really call her a fraud, but we're putting her in a. We're purposely putting her in a trial to make her confess, rather than actually telling her about the fraud thingy.
This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice. One
So,
of the most
make sure she
outrageous
gives
and
up her Fifth
fantastical
Amendment
arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my
As if your
words.
Fifth Amendment applies
This shall be
in
one of
the
the
VAT.
most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro Archon, Fosalor, will now begin!
Woohoo! Now we're making history.
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
And here we go. The detective team.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins, just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rasula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean, the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontanian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Areneas. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage. Oh? Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Sir Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? So she's already finished it, huh? Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine! So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument! Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duel you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right. I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence. This is the first time Monsieur Nervillette had a difference of opinion with the Oratrice. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out. A Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something. The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think. According to Monsieur Nervillette, both Child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time. I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers. The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Nervillette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance,
Yep,
I
she
still
thinks
haven't
she
even been
still thinks
informed
she's
of
the
my
lead.
supposed guilt in all of this.
Yeah.
Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true. But my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon.
Right?
Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that?
Oh.
Lady Farina's a fraud?
Yep, fraud.
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
Charge accepted. Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah. Even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
Huh. An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am? And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
Game? Oh.
Game?
Yeah, it's not letting me choose for some reason.
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race,
there we go.
which would allow you to naturally
Weird.
possess an
Yeah.
extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, Nervalet?
Lady Farina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the indemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
You tried to reference the Oratrice. But weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
Wait, what?
Basically, this is his attorney.
Yeah,
for some reason.
It's everything with Fontaine. Anything about the court is feels like as attorney, because you actually have to collect clues and whatnot, and use the clues to actually fight back the defendant. Or either the suspect.
Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium! Thus
Just giving more excuses over time.
My divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their
Indemnitium is a energy that is under the Orchis, basically works as a electric stuff. Kind of like the electric energy that's also working on the Orchis there. Basically the power to fuel this thing.
It seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us?
Breaking up.
And all of our parents and grandparents too? And then all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her now? Seems like she really doesn't want to give up. That doesn't
No,
sound
it's
right.
not. Oh. Missing the beautiful seawater. No, it's not. So that's not either. Is this the only? I don't. That's right. It is right.
Established that all Fontanians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
We're just gonna use the primordial water on her.
To be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss
Yeah,
Navi,
if she got
please
smacked
apply
by
to serve as a
primordial
temporary
water,
attorney for the
yeah,
prosecution before
she'll be
addressing
gone
the
if she's
court.
human.
Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry,
Anyone
Mr. Chief
can
Justice.
drown in the primordial
I swear
water.
this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson.
I mean,
as
if you
everyone knows,
see
a
some
massive
trailers
flood
of-
struck the area
There,
not long
there
ago.
are humans who drowned
taking
in
many
the
lives.
primordial water.
Well, they're not drowned, they dissolve. Correction.
Including
Oh, yeah.
those of some of my closest
Yeah.
friends. So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching the seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... that's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
Hey!
I'm fine! Look! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegeween? If you're present, Miss Siegeween, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegeween? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegeween.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying
Oh,
symptoms
she
of
is human.
hyperventilation and flushed skin.
Yep.
These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Thank you, Miss Siegeween. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved! Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have...
I can't believe... You... Listen to me, everyone! Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks! What happened just now didn't prove a single thing! Think about it! How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water?
They don't believe her.
Please,
Yeah,
everyone,
she's
just
broken
listen
up.
to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
Yep, she's broken.
Then why didn't they
I don't
bring
think anything she says at this
any of
point will
the
sway
other
anyone.
nations' archons
The
there?
odds are just
to
too
prove
No,
stacked
that
against her.
point?
because if they bring other Archons into another nation, that's gonna escalate into another Archon war. Bad idea.
With all the things that have been said,
Yeah.
Paimon doesn't think there's
So most
any way
Archons
left for Farina
try to
to
keep
win.
them to themselves because another Archon in another Archon's country is gonna escalate to a war.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end.
I'm
If there
considering
are no objections,
an
we will
idea.
move on
Why
to the
don't
final judgment.
like if they don't bring someone like Fancy, who like Fancy is the most laid back of all the Archons.
Yeah, here's the problem though. Bendy doesn't know the current Archon very well. Like,
Yeah.
he knows the original 7, like, Zhongli. He doesn't know much about A, because A and Makoto are two different people. He
Yeah,
still knows about the Raito Shoga being dangerous, yeah. He knows about Ruka Devada, but doesn't know much about Kusanagi because Kusanagi is a kind of a newborn thingy. And in a way, Farina is similar to Kusanagi. So they're hurt by her, but they don't know in depth.
So yeah, Venti is going to be not much of a
Doesn't help.
of any help.
And plus, like I said before, it's gonna just escalate into another
Yeah.
It's not just
Another
a war.
Archon war.
It's not just a war. It's a country war too. Because why does other country going involved
In
with
my
her?
capacity as Chief Justice, I shall
Yeah.
now render judgment on
Unless, of
Farina's
course,
misrepresentation of
or
herself as the Archon of
Sneak
Fontaine.
and
As a human
anyone
who knowingly
representing
deceived her fellow citizens,
the
Farina
other
is
country's Archon, the Archon is from,
guilty.
agreed. Hey, we can just, we're allowed to have this Archon present in this trial to help.
Yeah, it's best
We shall now turn to the
Conry and
Oratrice
Traveler
Mécanique
to handle
d'Analyse
this.
Cardinal to
And
render the
plus,
final
normally
verdict on the charges.
they will prefer having their own country problems on their own. They don't really involve any other people.
True. The only Venti wouldn't know.
Venti
Oh,
is
in
only,
depth
yeah,
about
both of them tend to meet each other because they actually know themselves well enough, and
According to the
they're
judgment
kind of a neighboring country. The rest isn't. Really.
Farina is
Yeah. Zhongli could technically, if Zhongli accepts a contract that tells him, hey, in exchange for helping with this trial,
No,
we'll give Liu something in return.
If I remember correctly, he will not do another contract because the contract that he has with Sarisa is like literally the contractor and all contracts.
Yeah,
no.
that's
The
which
Oratrice also displays a guilty
instead
verdict.
will be breaking his contract with the Tsaritsa.
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus:
has her own
the
problems.
Hydro Archon,
And same
guilty
as Nahida.
to be punished via the
Oh,
death
So
sentence.
those two are out.
She's gonna die.
She's gonna get executed?
Yep, she's gonna get executed.
That's actually one of the available sentences?
This is
I've always
literally
thought that It was
France.
just a myth.
So literally, the machine says that yeah, she's guilty, so she's gonna die.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out
This
at the
is
court.
basically
It's been
revolutionary
given to
France.
the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Wait, you know the fact that she's a fate, but you didn't know about the death sentence?
Farina's been sentenced to death by
Yes,
the
it's
Oratrice.
unexpected twist. Yes.
We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quickly?
And plus,
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as
we
well
don't
as
know
his
much
recommendations for criminal
about
sentences,
We have no idea about Natlin. It's
Yeah.
zero.
is this sentence really
and the
appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
well, are we sure we want to bring her in? She's the most likely to start her country war.
Mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
Indeed.
Okay.
Not
So
only is Farina's
basically,
sentence overly
Farina
excessive,
not only
the
being
very point of our trial today was
doppelganger
also to prove
of
that
the
Farina
real
has never been the
Hydro
Hydro
but she's
Archon in the
charged
first
with
place.
treason, and yeah.
But now, the Oratrice seems
Yeah,
to
I
have
think,
deliberately
that
invoked the
seals
title
it.
of the Hydro Archon. What does
This
this
means
mean?
there's no means for that trial specifically. There's no way to prove.
Excuse me,
to prove what
if I
to
may
show what would
interrupt.
happen if an actual
Is
Archon
the
were
trial
to
still
make
going?
contact with the
Fremine.
primordial water.
You finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
And
Any mission
because
Father
out of
assigns to
all
me will always be top
all
priority.
the Archons we know, with the exception of the defendant herself, Venti, he might refuse because
I looked everywhere
Venti
and
is
finally
scared
found
that
it at the
and
bottom of the
it
sea.
might cause more
It
trouble.
took me a long time
Zhongli
to get
can't
around some
be given a
dangerous
contract because
stretches
he
of
made
water.
the contract to end all contracts.
I mean, technically, he can make a slight contract, but not to the point that he has to risk his life on something, because well,
Yes.
he's no longer the god. And plus, he's
no
also
longer-
retired.
Yeah, he's supposed to be retired on retirement anyway. A has her own problems with Inazuma.
Has the trial?
I mean, she is the problem.
Then
yeah, she
doesn't
is the
that mean
problem,
I've come
and
too
she's trying to
late?
fix it.
Oh no. Father will be
I mean,
disappointed in me.
he literally became a tyrant when she just
Thank you for
wrote
your
out the
hard work,
Vision
Mr.
Hunt decree.
Please allow
Yeah.
me to review the record left
And
in the slate.
Hida is still trying to learn how to be an Archon.
Because she's literally been
Yes,
caged
while
in that thing for
while being
500
captured.
years.
Traveler, I believe
Yeah.
that you have
Yes.
already seen the other
And
existing slates.
And the
I'd like you
Saritsa
to
is.
come here and confirm
We're
their
not going to
contents.
risk a country war with Snezhnaya because inviting the Saritsa will be the
We have no
Was-
reason to invite her, and plus, if I remember correctly, she locked herself in there.
yeah.
And plus,
Which
if I remember
means-
correctly, she doesn't care. As long as it has reason with the noses, but she doesn't care.
Nobody
Yeah.
cares.
Yeah,
Yeah. So
Mitsui does all the work.
The
I believe I've now
Saritsa.
made sense of
the,
the Hydro
the
Archon's
Saritsa will
crime.
probably just
It
try
has to do with
to
Fontaine's
weasel out
lost
of
history.
One, the Saritsa will try to weasel out of her way. Her way out
Either
of it
that
by
or
sending
Guilty of
a flea.
deceiving her people?
Either that or she'll
Oh,
just
wait,
pull a
no,
Baronia.
that's
Huh?
Farina. And wait
Well,
for
if I remember
it.
correctly,
She's not the High Guardian.
the originally, if I remember correctly, originally Sarissa was a nice, like she's a gentle, nice one, and like what the Harbingers keep talking about her, she's kind, she's forgiving, she's giving everything. She's like she doesn't care about herself. She would give everything to her people. But after the war that escalated in Canaria, her demeanor changed.
She shut off.
And that's why she's
shut
getting
herself.
all the noses in order to, well, do something. We don't know exactly what she's gonna do with it, but yeah, because of that war, she's been gathering them. Because, well, she, unlike the other Archons, she has this attachment to her people, to humans rather. So seeing the Carnaria people just got wiped because trying to one up a god or something. It's yeah, for her it feels like that's very rude. That's cruel. We shouldn't do that. I hate this. I don't like this. I'm just gonna cage myself.
Basically, the idea is that if the Archons and their Gnosis aren't going to, like, join up together, she might as well just take the Gnosis from them and then use it herself.
Yeah.
Probably whatever
In
is
truth,
going to be happening.
Everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until
Yeah.
this
So,
point
yeah.
can be
It's
traced
either
back to the
this
contents
or
of these
Lumine
stone
is
slates.
trying, like,
However,
well,
I'm uncertain as to how
trying
much
to
sense they
rebel
currently
against
make to
heavenly
you.
principles.
Okay, let's try to
We don't
remember
know.
the contents of the
We
other
actually
three
don't
stone
know.
slates.
Yeah, this is so lore.
It's still a
So
big
that
question mark.
Yeah.
So that means the only Archon that's a question mark is the Atlan Archon.
Natlan has the Natlan one actually has a name. I just don't remember what exactly, but she has a name.
Let me just. Yeah, I forgot, but not either. But still, that Archon might be the question mark of the people who.
The first stone slate describes what
who
you
is
just said.
where
It
are
seems
of
to show the
how
previous Hydra Archon
how likely are they
using her
going to
divine
accept
power,
and
and
how
then
likely are they
Lucinids
going to
turn into
in the
humans. Does that mean that
to start a
Fontanians are
war?
transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon
So yeah,
wasn't expecting that.
I'm just factoring how likely are they going to
turn into
accept,
humans,
and I'm also like
this
factoring
process can
how
be
likely
reversed
are they
as
going to start a war with Fontaine.
The second stone slate
I
shows
would
select
say
Not about
they're
start-
having
I don't
a.
see starting.
It's not war against the nations. It's basically right now the situation is between Abyss versus the Celestials, rather.
Mm-hmm.
And some of the Archons doesn't even seem to like the Celestial. And don't even get me started with this Dragons of Origins. They hate it. They hate the
Yeah, so
like
there's been like a bit of friction there. when it
Like,
comes to
the Dragons Origins really hated the Celestials, and especially hated the Archons because, like what Nuvolet mentioned way back then, or this is probably explained in Sumeru, Dragons Origins, like example, Nuvolet, he's a Dragon's Origin of water. Originally, when he has a full power, the usurper took part of his power to turn into Gnosis, and that Gnosis was transferred into the Hydro Archon, which prevents him from going full power.
The big dragon.
And that is why most of the dragons really hated him. And
Yes.
plus, the Dragon Soldiers used to be the leaders before Archons was a thing.
Yeah, basically they're the origin. Basically, they're the origins for all the nations
Power
there.
Archon.
Yeah, yeah. Basically, that all these nations like Mondstadt, Liyue were all like under the dragons there.
Yeah, each of
Until
them
the
have their own
Archons.
dragon until not really until the Archons came, more like the Usurper came, and then the Archon War happened. The Seven Seas were built. The Gnosis were given.
Well, the first slate is
Yes.
the prophecy the Fontanians have been talking about.
Basically, the usurpers were basically responsible there. So the Archons pretty much took them when the Gnosis were.
Yeah. Like there's a in-depth story in Sumeru where there is one living dragon sovereign living there. It's not Hydro, it's a Dendro named Apep. Yeah. And Apep definitely hates the Archon because I think it was she explicitly says that the Celestials came in, just took our land, took our power, gave it to the Archon, and then be gone. She really hates
Basically,
them.
they are basically the Celestials, the ones that taken them were basically the usurpers.
Yeah. So that means the dragons would be. The alternative would be you bring a dragon in from any of the still living dragons left.
The problem is that they're not. The problem is that because of the usurpers, the chances are they may not have the same power as they were before.
Yeah.
So
Perhaps what is about to take place.
The only
That's
thing that matters in this trial
the
should
true
be
sin
either
of the
ability,
Hydro Archon
whether
that
they can
Nervalek
withstand
mentioned,
primordial
and the original sin cast
water
down
or
on the
not,
people
right?
of Fontaine by Celestia,
They
as
still show that
recorded on the stone
resistance.
slates.
It might give an idea that would allow them to replace
We
the
know from
Archons
the
in
case
trial.
of the serial
But not
disappearances of
only
young women
in
that Fontanians can be
you do
dissolved in
devouring,
primordial
you may have a
seawater,
chance
and
of
the first stone slate
stripping
tells
of
us that
them
long
of that
ago,
immunity.
the Hydro Archon used
Where
her
are we
power
going
to
to fight
turn Oceanids
a dragon
into
to begin
humans.
with?
This might be the reason that
well, let's
Fontanians
not
can
say
dissolve.
that they would be fighting.
No, I know that. Well, they have no reason to fight on other people's lands to begin with. They never been like.
No.
I know one thing. If Celestia tells the Archons to attack a certain place, like what happened to Cornelia, they will do it. They don't matter.
They would do it
Doesn't
without
matter
any
what the country.
questions.
Yeah, they don't matter what the nations are. They will still do it. So it's ultimately up to Celestia. If Celestia says that, yeah, screw that country over. Everyone has to do it.
Yeah. But then this is the part where it becomes complicated with the current generation.
Yeah, because right now we have the original Archons, aka Venti and Zhongli, and then we have the one who's there. We have the Semi Archon, aka A, because A and Makoto are always together, but then because Makoto died, A has to live on her own. So technically she's there, but she's not in the war. So she's there. And then there's Nahida, and there's Farina. Those two those two didn't they didn't participate in the
Didn't
war.
participate in the war.
Yeah, but their former Archon are like the Dendro Archon.
Basically, their predecessor.
Yeah. But the Dendro Archon didn't really go to the war because she was guarding the Ermin soul. But the Hydro Archon, on the other hand, I don't remember why, but I remember that something that happened to her that she has to sacrifice herself.
We have no clue on that.
interrelated means
falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea,
Basically, A's
her
sister
consciousness was subjected to judgment.
got
The
killed,
stone
and
slates show the people
Makoto was the original, right? We got the original Archon. No, A.
Makoto, yeah. No, A was basically
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
No, I was saying.
So that means there's literally only a handful of people still have to prove.
The prophecy.
And by the way, this is all in connection to 500 years ago when Conria was basically
the fortress
destroyed
of
because of the cataclysm.
Primordial seawater.
Yeah.
Which we know can cause Fontanians to dissolve. It seems
So that means
increasingly likely
there's
that the prophecy may come true.
not that
if
many
we hadn't
people
dealt
left
with it in time,
and
things could have gone very badly.
who can proof on who can be used as proof on how primordial water will
the primordial sea, but won't
what
cease to
effect primordial water will have an effect
will flow
on,
in the seawater.
and the few who live are probably too important to
well, I wouldn't say too important. More like they chose to like not like tell on that because
yeah, it's too dangerous.
Either that they've taken like for them like some of them would probably take a vow of silence or not to relive those horrible memories because these Archons, because remember that despite them being Archons, they still have human emotions and some still behave humanly and some don't want to really relive such a terrible thing that they experience.
Yeah.
Or like some have chosen what we call a vow of silence. Basically, I will not tell. You would have to
in the Mafia.
Yeah, you basically have to like, if like for example, like if Zhong Li took like that kind of like vow of silence, there he would pretty much tell the traveler that I cannot reveal that information, but that is for you to basically uncover yourself.
Paimon gets it now.
Yeah, basically just uncover the truth yourself.
Because even if they tell you like what they know, sometimes you can't. There's a problem with that. You don't get the bigger picture. You only get one piece of the picture. That's from one person's perspective. So it can't work that way.
All Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon.
I mean,
which I feel that this whole adventure.
Finding
for that can be found in
his sister,
how
but
only
then
Fontanians
when she was
could
involved
dissolve
with
in
the
seawater.
Conrian people,
All the girls
with the
were
monsters,
also turned into
then Evo started uncovering the truth about Tibet and Celestia.
Yeah, Tibet has really like something deeper than what we expect there. The more that we keep progressing here.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission.
This is one of it. Basically, yeah, sure they can do things, but if Celestia hates it, they will punish them.
That could also explain why
and that's the thing that and that's the thing that probably
it's to account for that ancient sin.
Sariksa is probably thinking of that.
Was
that Celestia may not be very trustworthy.
And yet,
here's a problem with that.
Celestia, Celestia. For me, I feel like Celestia is that one person is like, okay, what I do is my absolute order, and I can only do this.
Yeah.
Nobody else.
No. Yeah.
Don't even try to play God. I know you're God, but you're not God.
Yeah, this is also where it creates a conflict of interest for some there that feel like they're lower. Because they can feel like, if this person is absolute, then we have a problem. We do have because remember that when you have someone who's on the high chair there, you'll have the subordinates feeling like, you know what? There may not be some confidence in there. You may feel that there could be some distrust there brewing.
You've made some keen deductions.
Yeah.
I must say, given
because
how
they
much
say
you
that
still
sometimes
don't know,
absolute
it is
order will
impressive
be
that
pretty
you
much
already
someone's
managed to connect
downfall.
so many pieces of the truth. However,
not
while
only
you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source.
Man, and all
when we
this
were at the
comes
ruins,
from
I tried to decipher the hidden
Lord
information
comes from
recorded in the
idea.
slates. But since we
why
only
don't
had
we
3
bring an
slates at the
actual
time,
Archon
I was
into
unable to
the
come to a full
trial?
conclusion. Now that the slate
Well,
collection is
because
complete, I shall make another attempt to
people like
decipher the narrative
Zhong
recorded
Li
within.
is,
If everything goes well,
he's off
we
the
should
radar.
finally be informed of the unadulterated
I mean,
truth.
nobody
not
know
knowing that,
he's
and
alive unless minus the abducti. Nobody else knows that he's
Yeah.
alive. In case of
Yeah.
Venti, some people like the Knights of Hibernius knows them. That one guy named Stanley knows about him. The Lord also knows about him. Yeah.
Venti
Ven-
drunk though.
in
He's too busy being
in the case of Venti, this guy, random guy named Stanley, only knows about him because if you do the story part, that's the only time you know he's a god. Because the other two were trying hard to blend with the people, to not to make them look like Archons, while the others doesn't even care.
I'm just thinking
I believe
is
I
that
should
when
share this truth
Nicolette
not only
wants
with you,
to
but with
put
all the
Venti
people
on
of
trial,
Fontaine as
I'm
well.
just thinking of,
I will try to briefly
there's a
summarize
painting
it
a
for you.
mental image of
Your
Venti just
hypotheses
being
regarding
drunk
the
so
origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were
because
both
this
correct.
is because you cannot
In the
take
Fontaine of
someone
old,
like
the previous Hydro Archon sensed the
the
yearning
Archon
of her
of,
Oceanic familiars for life on
Animo
land.
quite seriously ever since the fact that he
The Oceanids were enamored
he's
with
kind
the
of
beauty and
bit of a
romanticism
drunk
of
there.
human
He's
beings,
living his life as
wishing
it.
to have those experiences for themselves,
Yeah.
expressed to the Hydro Archon their
He's one of
desire
those
to have
Archons
the
you
same.
cannot take.
However, even though water
I mean,
as an
nobody will
element
believe
is
him.
intricately linked with the power of life,
Zhong Li, on the
the
other
Hydro
hand,
Archon, as
probably
one of the
like
seven, did not possess the authority to create a new
he's
form
someone
of
that
human life.
could probably take a trial like very seriously.
Not one to give in.
Yeah.
She eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies
Right, and
for her
Shogun, on the
familiars
other hand,
by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She
there could be
poured
some
primordial
issues
seawater
there
into the
because,
Oceanids' blood vessels, creating
Yeah.
humanoid mimics in the
Just
process.
decided to do it, and they will
But
give
if
her the death
Fontainians
penalty
were
for
to ever
losers.
come into
Though I
direct
do know that
contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would
the
escape these
Dendro
artificial
Archon, on the other
restraints
hand,
and
probably
return to the sea.
nothing against
As a result,
her
their
because
forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to
she's
their
quite
original
different.
forms as Oceanids. Of
Furina,
course,
on the other
the
hand.
Hydro
I
Archon
have,
never
I don't
received
know.
permission from the heavenly principles to create
Quite
a
the
new
gremlin
human
there.
race.
Yes.
Thus, the Hydro Archon
Yes,
and
not
all of her
very
creations
good
came
actor.
to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the
she's still
power
a
of the
gremlin there,
primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information
What?
for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing.
Me being funny on you sometimes.
Wait, but if that's the truth, we
Yeah,
can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death.
I don't know
After
how
all, her
that
only
came
sin
into
was
light.
creating us.
Well, Furina being a gremlin, cheeky.
Oh.
Sometimes
I mean, I
end
thought
up
you
being
said
like
you're not
that.
gonna pull her.
I know, but I'm just
Alas,
making.
your
No, I
hypothesis
said that, but
regarding
I'm
the
just
third
making
and
an
fourth stone
example
slates was inaccurate.
of
the slates'
of
respective positions are,
of
in
that
fact,
kind of relationship
correct.
with Nicolette and
A key point of
Furina.
the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water
Basically,
are
it's
humans
like,
rather than Oceanids.
You have
They
the man who's
not
trying to
been
babysit.
dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the
Basically,
nation
you're
of
in the
trials and
you're in the
justice.
same boat.
Instead of being the literal element,
I'm not the one with
water
tools.
in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice.
Dealing with
You may also recall
babysitting.
Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many
Babysitting for
others
days.
who intended to hold a trial
I mean,
to
it's
determine
true.
her fate.
It is true
Therefore,
sometimes that
the
Kagami
meaning
has
of the
to do
third
that.
slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice.
Especially when we like to be
Yes,
goofballs.
It
there.
refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy,
And the thing is,
in
Nicolette, I
truth,
think, has
everything
been
we've
memed
done
on being
has
the
happened
dad
exactly as the
there.
prophecy foretold.
While
So now
Furina
it
acts like
seems
a little
We're the ones
kid there,
making sure it comes true.
being cheeky.
What should we do?
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled.
Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions. About the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause of the catastrophe,
yes?
I believe you've already encountered it once before.
Don't mind me. I just recently got a friend request from a friend.
Wow.
Okay, good.
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come.
I didn't expect you to get that game.
Disaster.
Wait, who got the game? Is it Matoi or Agnes?
It's me. It's me.
Oh, it's Agnes.
What?
Agnes.
Oh, it's... That was quite unexpected.
Let me add you.
I heard that in the background.
It was both dream.
I apologize for any voices in the background.
Yep. Oh, and any sort of events that's happening right now in Honkai Star Rail ends in an hour or so.
Primordial Sea, right?
The truth,
so,
the original
yeah.
sin, the
By
trial,
the way, I added you on Steam,
and the root cause of the
Kirana.
disaster.
Kirana.
Thank goodness I didn't
Okay.
Uh-oh.
put that name.
Uh-oh. I don't like that. I don't like that. Something going on.
Uh-oh. The earth is shaking.
The darn well.
Uh-oh. Oh! Oh, that's defying all logic. Wait, what is logic?
By all the logic.
No, I mean, there is no such thing as logic. Actually. I mean, look at this. This thing broke through a theater here. Oh, look who's here.
Child, killing the whale.
I don't know about that. Thank God for his timely arrival, otherwise those people would have been doomed.
Oh. Yeah. Could have killed.
That was way too close! How did that thing just
That's
burst
exerting
into
a
the
lot of
Opera House? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels.
Yeah.
And once it has
That
finished
makes a lot of
consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontanians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that
True.
whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
It is too late. It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it.
So,
At this point,
beat a
it has
whale.
become practically
And this
integrated
narwhal
with
is
the
not
sea
normal.
itself.
This is not from the planet itself.
Even
This
if
is
the
something
entire
Is it-
completely
it's
artifact
from
were
the
to be
abyss?
destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will accept.
Abyss that birth
We've
kind of,
already
yeah.
done everything we
You know,
can,
it's
and we even
technological
found the true
advances.
culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last
Yeah,
hurdle
if
is some
this thing cannot be
impossible
stopped, then
foe.
they will
That's
just
just
devour
not
the whole
fair.
world and then any
Indeed,
other world next.
that's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it
Like
to the
with
end.
Starless in
No matter what.
PSO2.
Yeah, and also like the Antimatter
prophecy
Legion
will be
in
fulfilled no matter what,
In
huh?
Honkai.
Honkai Star Rail. Yeah.
I mean, technically, they are the same.
They basically are.
The prophecy.
Yeah.
Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history
I mean,
of the
we did
future.
get a profound darkness in base, but Starless are just the beginning.
Starless is just 500 years.
900 actually.
Just
Well,
as prophecies
well,
are
900
usually
after
only the future, as seen
after
from
the
the
whole like
perspectives of the
ending
gods.
of PSO2.
Actually, no,
things
we
be
don't
happening
know
in
exactly
different
how
corners
long
where the
the
god's
gap
gaze
between the
does not
base
fall?
PSO2 and NGS. I do know that 900 years ago, the Stardust attacked. But we don't know exactly how long the gap between PSO2 and before the Stardust attack. That's the problem.
Ultimately,
Yeah,
And not to mention that neither of them give any clues about the old Guardian.
Or the old Guardian or Arcs.
Yeah, our Guardian. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a gap. We don't know how long. Oh no. Uh-oh. Machine.
It's carrying out the execution.
I believe
It is now
it is
time to
preparing
pass
to carry out the
judgment
death sentence.
on Lady Fury.
Farina!
I believe it's carrying out the execution.
No, I still need answers.
Damn, that's an interesting thing.
The puzzle, alright.
The real Archon?
Yeah, the real
world?
AKA Fossilors.
Yeah, that's Fossilors.
You.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Farina. Who are you?
The sweet
Didn't it just,
sound of
Farina?
It's not. It's the
A sure
Farina is
sign
like
that my attempt to
yeah,
deceive
but now it's
everyone was a
Fossilors.
resounding success.
Yeah, it's Fossilors.
But to answer your
The
question,
other side.
I am Fossilor. You know,
It's still funny
the
that,
god.
the name just said it.
Fossilor. Why did you deceive us?
The real one.
Oh, that
Well, I
wasn't
can't
my
say
goal,
real
of
one.
course.
I'm just. This is
Goodness,
basically
no.
the Fossilor side.
But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
It was It was pretending to fight against the Celestia apparently.
Deceiving the heavenly principles.
It's all
There's a problem
because of that
fighting them.
pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? everyone doomed to dissolve.
Yeah,
Fontaine condemned to
I
be
believe she's
flooded.
also in the same manner of thinking like Sarasar's like, so she's like she wants to protect her people, but Celestia was like, no, destroy.
One was not immune.
No,
Yeah, I know that-
destroy
In
everything.
fact, one was positively
In other words,
bemused
yeah,
when that problem was thrust
Celestia's
upon me
trying to
by
make
my
their words
dearest
absolute
predecessor.
there.
That's the former Hydro Archon
But-
Egeria.
But because here's the thing, though, remember,
it hardly gets
remember
more
that
disastrous
since
than
we've
a
explained about how the
preordained national
Archons like,
catastrophe.
they're also still human
does it?
beings too.
She knew full well that
They
the
care about
prophecy
their
would
people the
surely
moment
come
that
to
they
pass.
started guiding them in a
And
way.
as one of the seven, she
They started
also
caring
knew
for them,
full
so
well that one
this is where they start
defies
questioning the heavenly
principles
principles
at
there.
one's peril. So yes,
And Celestia as
as
well.
you have no doubt surmised,
Yeah,
it was a
that's
rather
basically Celestia there, the
impossible
heavenly principles.
situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long
basically,
time mulling it over,
Celestia was like,
alone
no,
on the
destroy
ocean
everything.
floor.
Destroy anything
And
you
I
can.
was almost growing barnacles by
when
the
it comes
time
to them,
I
it's some
finally
sort of like
realized
rebellion there in
there
their
was
own
only
manner.
one
Okay,
possible
let me
solution. Confounding conundrum.
pack this up, I guess. Basically, Celestia thinks themselves as the higher and mighty. So basically, in order for the Archon to do something, they have to ask the permission from the Celestia, or rather the heavenly principles, to do something. Like I know, I mean, for the small mundane thing like protecting their country, that's fine. But something in almost related to forbidden, aka forbidden knowledge or forbidden act, like example, making humans out of oceanids, or in case of Canria, or in case of Sumeru, gaining forbidden knowledge. It's considered as well a sin for them, so they
Sin
deserve
or
to be
taboo.
punished. Yeah, taboo. Then so far, Mondstadt didn't do that. Liyue didn't do that. Sumeru definitely did it. Inazuma didn't do it because Inazuma has been keeping them by themselves. But A was mad because, well, Makoto went to the war without actually telling her. The previous Archon of Dendro didn't go to the war, but she was protecting the Irminsul. But she was tainted by the forbidden knowledge, so she decided to sacrifice herself, and that basically in return created Kusanagi, aka Nahido. And in case of the for Hydro, yeah, like she mentioned before, Egeria, aka the actual Hydro Archon, created people out of oceanids, which the Celestial find that as a taboo because, well, those are your minions and now you make them into humans. What is this? So, yeah.
Basically, yeah, it's basically like the highest order had created subordinates to basically keep in check there.
And not to mention that, if I remember correctly, in almost every practice of alchemy, creating humans from nothing is considered a sin of taboo.
Yeah.
And
basically,
in this case,
Celestia in their eyes.
Yeah. And in this case, in Hydro's case, even after Egeria died, it carries over to the next Hydro Archon because, well, you're still a Hydro Archon and you're still doing it, so it's your sin. Also, there was another one. I just need to remember. There was another one. What was there? Was something else that just crossed my mind before. Okay. Here's another thing. So the Gnosis, by the way, without the Gnosis, the Archons has no authority whatsoever to talk to the heavenly principles. Basically, aka demoted. That's why the ones without the Gnosis are considered, well, weak and not worth talking to.
I had to outwit the heavenly principles.
And this is why I suspect that Cerisa is gathering all of them in order to deal with the Celestial herself.
Yeah,
I'm
basically,
a genius, I know.
if
I
not,
can
it's
only
a
assume
basically
that's
way
why Julia
of her
chose me
own
as
kind
her
of rebellion
successor.
there. She's secretly rebelling against
Although,
this
looking back now,
because she
it
doesn't.
was
She
hardly
believes
the
that this is.
inheritance one dreams
Uh,
of.
let's
Between the
put it in a
task of saving
perspective.
the
When you
nation,
have such an
the
order like
quotidian
this,
duties of
but
the
you
Hydro
feel like
Archon,
this is
and
too
not to
archaic.
mention
This
the
is
original
not.
sin of
This is
creating
not
a
the
new
way to
race
go.
of
It's becoming
humans.
so old
I
that
dare say she
you
left
can't
me
have this
quite a
continuing any
colossal
longer. We have
mess
to
to
think
clean
for
up.
ourselves. You cannot dictate us anymore
But one
just because
can
you're a
only
higher
play
power.
the hand one is dealt.
But
I
the higher
didn't
power
choose this,
refuses to kind of
any
like
more than I
stubbornly
chose
let
to
go of
be
that.
one
So
of her
basically, what the
Oceanid
Saritz is trying to
familiars.
do is secretly trying
So
to
you were
rebel
also
against
once
this,
one of the Oceanids,
but she cannot rely on the
transformed
on
into
the
a
other
human by
archons
Julia's
themselves. So
hand.
that's why she's
Yes, I
she's
was.
asking the harbingers
I
to take the
always
gnosis
dreamed
there.
of becoming human.
Because if she
And
can't
I
rely
still
on them,
do,
then she can
even
only
now.
rely on their
In my
power
eyes,
there.
to be human is to be part
And
of
she
the
has to do
greatest
the dirty
opera
deed.
ever known. After becoming a
It's
god,
basically saying
I
that, you know what,
separated
if
my
no one wants to
divinity
get their
from my
hands
body
dirty,
and
then
spirit,
I will be
leaving
the one to do
behind
it.
only a self that was as naive and
So,
bewildered
in
as my past self
conclusion,
on her first day as a human
Celestia
being.
has begun its eventual downfall.
I mean, Celestial has always been like that, but the problem is nobody
Yeah.
actually dare to fight them back because the nails, the fucking nails. If you don't know about the divine nails, you see one in Dragonspine, you see one in the chasm, you see one at that one cursed foggy area in the Zumo. Don't get me started.
Yeah.
Basically, they have the power to actually change everything.
Yeah.
The
In a
me
way,
you see
in a way,
before
they
you
have a
now
coffin
is
and
that
nails waiting for
divinity.
you if you even
And
dare
the human
to
counterpart
go against
I
them.
left behind, I named Farina.
So it's like
She
that.
could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between.
That's why
She
Saritza
could
is
be
the
as
only
vain
one
and
that
conceited,
feels like, you know,
or as
she has
meek
to
and
do this.
vulnerable
Because if no one
as
else
she
is going to
wished.
do it,
Her
then she has
strengths
to.
were of a kind only
Like I
a
said, it's
human could
basically
possess,
saying, you know what?
as
If you
were
want to
her
keep everyone's hands
shortcomings.
clean, you're the
But
only one
in
that has to
my
get them dirty.
eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect.
Basically, don't drag
She was
everyone
perfectly human
else.
in every
Only
way.
be the one responsible there.
The person I always wanted to be.
Which is quite
So
funny.
let me get
so
this
then
straight.
I cursed her.
Oh, okay.
All part
So
of the
let me
plan,
get
of
this
course.
straight.
The plan to
Creating
deceive the
humans from
heavenly
nothing
principles.
and Oceanids, or even consuming forbidden knowledge is seen as treason by Celestia.
Yeah,
And
taboo.
And this is
got-
why Carneria was destroyed in the first place. The forbidden knowledge. They know about the forbidden knowledge.
Yep.
And they actually use it to fight them back, but in return they got cursed.
Yeah.
Do you still
Basically,
remember the final
there's always a
scene of the
price to pay just for
The
like,
Hydra
you know,
Archon
Yeah.
alone,
don't get. It's
weeping
basically
on her
saying
throne.
you're going against the hand that fed you,
Well,
that took
technically,
care of you some way.
here's the funny thing though. When the dragons are already around, they were just fine. But Celestia was like,
Yeah.
just imagine Napoleon Bonaparte going towards America. Just imagine that. It's just that. That's all I can say. Just like you were living just fine. The dragons are fine. Some of the dragons are friendly enough. Some of the dragons are actually helping. But then you.
Yeah,
In
you
order that
decide
the
to like
prophecy
let
might
me
appear
let me ruin
I
everyone's
invited
day,
Farina to be an actress,
life.
to play the part of the Hydro Archon
Wow.
in the prophecy.
Because remember,
Yeah,
because remember
So long
that
as
Celestia and the Heavenly
Focalor's
Principles are so
divinity
stuck
continued
up
to exist,
up
she could
their
not die.
behinds
But nor
that
was
they
she
re-
free to live
they
her
don't
life in
care.
the
They
pursuit of
only care about their
happiness.
own absolute
Instead,
authority and power.
She was forced to take the
overall.
stage in the opera house.
And that's where we
to
call
embrace
and
the role of
this is
leading
what we call
lady,
power corruption in
to
there
forever
because
play the
they
part
refuse
of
to
the
kind of
god
change their
from
way.
the prophecy. All to
Yeah.
create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy.
And you know
coming
what
to
leads
pass.
to that there?
I
It
suppose
leads to
now you
to like
probably understand why your
to
court is called
leads
the
to plots of
Opera
secret
Epiclese.
rebellions and
But Farina
you
is
know
only human,
clashes there.
isn't she? Even though she has
Yes.
had
So
a
at some
long
point
life,
this will become
her
inevitable.
mind is
in
no
a
stronger
disorder.
than that of any other ordinary
Yeah,
human
so
being.
basically, in some point, there will be an inevitable showdown or a clash
had
there.
to endure.
but not anytime soon.
It must have been torture.
But yeah,
Yeah.
right now, Furina has been living like that. She's a regular human. Like, Furina and Fossilos are actually one single person. But then they decide to split. The divinity turns into Fossilos, while the body and spirit turns into Furina, who absolutely has no power whatsoever. So, the entire time, Fossilos was like, okay, we're gonna try to deceive the heavenly principles. So I want you to act like that the entire time, okay? And yeah, that's what Purina has been doing for 500 years. So
basically, real Hydro Archon has went into hiding.
More like actually perish.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form.
Because, apparently,
apparently
Fossilos and Purina, or either the Fossilos in the whole body, was originally an oceanid.
It's been 500 years.
Oceanid.
And all along, she's been
so
playing her
she's been
part
acting like
in
that
the
for 500
most
years.
Unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and
I find nothing wrong
agonizingly
with that.
painful opera of
I just find it more interesting.
Yeah, this is why people say that if you never play 4.2, you don't judge her. This is why.
No, I just love her more.
Yep. I mean, I know she's acting bratty, but she's never been like. I do know she's been like. I do feel like she's like. What was her word? She's bratty, sure, but something just feels off. Like, it's not bad bratty, but
intentional, just to hide something.
Yeah, it felt like
So that
she was
means-
pretending the entire time.
But that's what I love about her, is because how she pretends. How she pretends and how she's like, she makes it quite interesting. Like, that she's like, I have no control or anything, and then all of a sudden she goes into silly Hu-Tao mode, like, well, that's how it is then. Toodles! Bye.
Hang on. What? Hang on. I can't even climb. Fuck it.
Fuck it.
No stairs for you.
You have a tower.
Who permitted you to come onto this stage? Now, I understand your admiration
You're like,
for
screw
my
stairs.
self,
Let me use tower.
but I must ask you to keep to the rules. All right. It is not my intent
Don't
to
look at me.
reprimand
Don't look
you.
at me.
There is no need
She's-
to state your name. Just be off with
She
you.
has
Do not
a
distract
different
me from my performance.
different dialogue apparently. It seems like this is what she responds, but I think that the bubble that appears over there, it's more like her actual thoughts. Yeah.
Oh, do not jest. Can
Yeah, that's
you not
her
feel it?
inner mind.
I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontanians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
He's still acting.
Where are the lights?
Dear audience, the performance
Oh.
is experiencing a technical
Hi.
difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Oh, we got an enemy. We got the guard.
Of course.
Settle down.
They should be. I'm afraid of my laser thingy.
It's Hydro Pump. Yeah.
God damn it.
You never know about a hydro pump? He doesn't know
He
about a
has- he
hydro
hasn't-
pump?
He does not.
Hang on.
He has no clue.
Hey, what gives? The audience is still
Chains?
watching me,
Shackles?
you know.
Chains? Guards?
Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
Spring forth!
I will have forward, bitch.
Get
get a little chilly. Silence.
So you have Hydro Pop. Now I have Waterfall.
Let the mighty be humble.
Flashlight.
Silence.
What? He's destroying the guard.
Yup. That's literally my strongest character right now.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god. Ads with freaking
Whoops.
Windows 11.
You have been 11.
I have been 11'd. At least it wasn't a 7-Eleven, thank God.
I never actually seen that kind of before.
I know, but I'm thankful that they didn't do that. Otherwise, I would smack it. I would smack these ads so far up where they belong to.
Everything is dark.
Oh, you're...
Farina. Farina.
Oh, you now notice the back of her hair gone?
Yeah.
Who's that?
Because this is her Osea form.
Me? Where are
And
you?
her clothes is black.
Yeah, this is her Osea form. Her Puma form had the longer hair and the white form clothing.
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're mirror me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me. What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side, and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh? How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
Wait, what?
Part 2.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. Now she has the white parts. It's now black. And her hair is longer now. Actually, the more I look at it, looks like her extra hair was just purposely snuck in like an extension, rather.
Probably some extension.
Yeah. I mean, in a way, maybe an extension, and maybe another way is just the way that, just say that it's the goddess. Because you never really saw her as the, in the black outfit. She's always in the white. There's never been once in the black version.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people.
Yeah, the
What
goddess
should I
always
say
wears the white.
to most appear like a god?
Not
To be honest,
suit. I guess
still
the
don't
dress.
know.
Huh?
Perhaps
Wait, what?
I
Never
should
wore-
first try to
I think the
act
goddess
natural.
always wears the white
Yeah.
dress and
Yeah,
not
she's
the
always-
black suit.
Yeah, she always wears white, while, Frona always wears black. But now, when she turns white, if I remember correctly, in her gameplay, she heals. While when she's in black, she's a DPS person.
I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken
And
on
why
the
is the
role
healer,
of Hydro
right?
Archon.
Yeah, white is the healer, aka the pneuma form.
Farina de Fontaine, your new Archon. In
So
truth,
Farina's
I know
kid
little
is
about
actually
becoming a
a
nation's new god.
DPS and a
She
healer
can
switch.
turn in between both of them. She can be a healer, and she can be a DPS.
As the god
Oh, that's
Ocelor,
cool.
the god of justice, I shall do
It all depends on her outfit colors too. So when she's white, she can heal people. That's in around her vicinity. Basically, she can heal her party member. But if she turns black, she summons some enemies instead to help her attack. But if I remember correctly, one of her skills actually drains the people or her party members. Basically, drain the HP to do stronger attack or something.
Thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Geo Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-backed puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy. Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Farina. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play. Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Personality? It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before. Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech. My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin. The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine. There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
And
Yep,
there we have it.
this is
That's
how
what
he
she's.
acts.
Yep. Part 3.
Wow.
Basically how she played her part.
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now. Was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial.
A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right, Deuteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
You're such a gentle and wise god. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy.
So basically, they're working with the Fontaines. Also, yeah, working with Fontaines while trying to deal with the prophecy. And she goes to bed.
Right.
The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved. All right, Farina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Farina, I've waited
It's getting
so
repetitive
long
for her.
for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Yeah, it's
Lady
basically
Farina,
the same thing.
We're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood.
Basically, nothing
Keep monitoring.
changes.
For
Keep
500
me
years.
informed should anything come up at the Institute.
Yeah.
I don't think
I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
Yep. Again, and again, and again, and again. I noticed that she tends to change her forms. Sometimes she's Numa, sometimes she's Osio. And the markings at the back. Yep. You see how many slashes on the back?
It's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored
my God,
to receive
so
an
many
audience
scenes.
with you
Yep.
was Madame Deoteria, almost 20 generations ago.
Are we going to
what a
just
fine
go
family
through
yours
this
is
montage that's
It
essentially
gives me great
Yep.
joy to meet such a faithful believer.
I mean, she has to keep act with it,
descendant of a line
and there's no
most
end with it. So basically, this entire time she's been acting. There's no stopping. She cannot stop.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Farina.
Yeah.
My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Are you crying?
Oh, really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
And more. Yeah, she's getting exhausted.
So interminable.
Much worse. This is the kind of suffering that she meant there.
Yep.
Just how much longer?
Yeah.
Worse
The
than
endless
death.
suffering.
Years must have passed by now.
No, this is actually a thing worse than death.
Perhaps the
Because she
show
has to
is
act. She's unable to be herself at all.
I never imagined.
Yeah, basically the real Hydra Anchor cursed her for like, what a year?
Huh?
Hey, how long the real Hydra Grand cursed her arena for?
No, it's not the if I remember correctly, 500 years, because after Carneria, the original one died, and the curse got transferred over to the next Hydra Archon. But in this case,
but I wouldn't say.
in this case, this body originally was for Solars too, but like I mentioned before, they were split. This is the human, while the Four Solars, aka the one with the longer hair, the white outfit, is the divine one, aka the actual Archon. But yeah, the actual Archon asked her to pretend. Basically, she asked her to pretend for this entire time, just so the Heavenly Principles, aka the Celestial, thinks that this is the Archon, not Porcelars, who's basically behind the scenes doing something.
Oh God, Kagane, I gotta show you.
Reached my limit.
Apparently, I didn't see this until I just realized what this is.
Perhaps I reached
So,
it long ago.
essentially,
Today I didn't even notice my own tears.
It's a it's a body double. It's a body double moment. Yeah, in a way, yeah. Technically, it's also kind of like a body double because this is just pretending to be that person. She's pretending to be Porcelars when she's not, while their actual Porcelars is somewhere. We don't know where. Maybe it's still alive or still dead, but we don't know. But probably basically, according to her, she's been trying to find the means to resolve this world prophecy shit.
I want to tell
But
someone,
she has to curse her.
anyone,
That way, it looks like the prophecy was still ongoing, and the Heavenly Principle still thinks that this is Porcelars, but she's not.
I've conducted
So she has to
so
pretend.
many investigations
Because, well, if she tells it to anyone, and if she's being exposed that she's not the actual Archon, then she cannot do anything about the upcoming prophecy about the people actually getting dissolved by the water.
Drowned.
Yeah.
Is keep heart. I must.
Yeah, this thing I posted to you in DM.
It's all.
It's Godzilla minus one meme.
What Kokomi?
Godzilla.
Yeah, apparently, let me post this in
1,000
in social flyer.
182 376 182,478.
You don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone.
This is kind of cheeky.
Your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
And I put it in social flyers for everyone if they're wondering on that. It's just basically Godzilla minus one meme. It's just with Nouvellette and
That's
it's just
impossible.
like in
It was
panic
stated
mode.
right from the start that
Kokomi
this would
just
be
being
my
the Godzilla
duty
there.
alone.
But even if your burden
Because of that
doesn't
one,
need to be
because
shared,
of that one trailer
you
scene
can still
there.
choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call.
By the way,
a
that
witness.
movie's actually coming into the U.S. in December.
Yes.
Wait, really?
I've heard
Yeah,
that
US
you
and
came
Canada.
to that from beyond the stars.
I mean,
yes.
that's
In other
probably
words,
interesting
you
news
never
then.
belonged here.
Yeah.
And if Tavat
we'd
is
hear
in its entirety a show
big
on a
Jeep
stage,
coming back.
then you're just a spectator.
Yeah, it's basically.
you?
I wouldn't say an international,
If
more like
that's
a North
the
American
case,
release screening there too.
he's right. I could confide
I have
in him.
no idea.
But if things don't play out as
I'm not sure of any other
of
areas
Fontaine
getting
will be
it
the ones to pay the
distributed.
No, Farina.
I'm not sure whether
shouldn't be
Indonesia is going to get that Godzilla movie.
No, it's only right now Japan, and it's gonna be
if it's
distributed
really
in the U.S.
alright?
and Canada on December
Farina,
1st. So
You've worked so
yeah.
hard
Well,
for so
that
long.
means Indonesia's probably not going to get
Surely it would be
that
okay to put
Godzilla
yourself
movie then.
first for
Neither is Europe,
just this once.
unless it's a
Isn't
later
such an
time that they
outrageous thing to do
decide. But
To find
Then again,
someone
Indonesia also
in
got
whom you can
Oppenheimer.
confide your frustrations and sorrows.
Yep.
So she was about to explain about herself to us until, well, the story happened.
If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might.
Yeah, she was
by the way,
trying to.
for anyone who's curious on this, everyone keep in mind that Godzilla minus one is actually a for some reason a prequel to the original 1954. So basically,
Original
like
1950s Godzilla then.
1954 original Godzilla film. This film is a
I have
prequel.
nothing to say. I am Farina.
Oh, you
the
idiot.
Archon
You
of
didn't say it.
Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
So she kept up with the act until the very end.
Until we later exposed her.
Fine.
A complete accident.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
How long is this
it had to
flashback
be
anyway?
done.
Quite
To
long.
deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
She is the machine then.
And then
Ow!
I became
Fucking
one
ads.
with the Oratrice,
Yep.
taking Fontaine's gnosis with
Probably
me.
enjoying this and all this on the
Yes,
ads
it would
volume
seem
is
so,
like
wouldn't it?
louder than.
Oops.
No,
Wait.
that's nothing.
So yeah, she's the oratress, technically speaking. She has gnosis.
Alas, your understanding of this
That's
device
why the
still
oratress
lacks
sometimes like
sufficient depth.
act by itself.
In truth, it is no enactor of justice.
By the way, I've actually
It is, in fact,
like
a device
lately I've
created to
encountered
kill
like well not
the
encountered
god
I've been
of
on
justice.
a stream before where where streamers manage to have control on their ads there, so they basically tell chat there like I'm gonna play some ads there so then we don't have to worry about
Yeah,
that
I
getting in the way.
unfortunately have no control over that.
Yeah, that's kind of sad there. That you have no control, but those that have really big,
have it.
you know,
And to
viewer
be more
counts
precise,
and whatnot have,
not only
which
will
I
the
think is
Oratrice
kind of
take
unfair.
down the god of justice,
Okay, so
it will
Oratress
also take down the
is
divine
technically her,
throne
and
upon
it's
which she
used to
has been
kill the god
placed.
of justice, aka to kill the Hydro Archon. Was made to do that.
I mean, did you
That's
think I would
probably
be the
why
sort to enjoy
it
peaceful
has death sentence
repose
only for her.
while Farina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all a part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it
by
has
the
now
way,
been
fun
stored
fact.
within the Oratrice.
If you, like, well, you know, go to the fountain, you actually hear
Hear her
the
sobbing.
same clip that
Yep.
yeah.
But only power
I believe at nighttime when not many noises are there, if you went to the fountain, like right in the middle, you can actually hear Purina crying.
And breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
It was basically
So the
foreshadowing
Oratrice's call
before
for
this
death was for
new
neither
Archon
Farina
quest
nor
was added.
Fossilor, but for
Yes.
the Hydro Archon.
Also foreshadowing Ignis's
The destruction
question
of that
too.
divine throne. If I do
What
not
do you mean
misunderstand
by
your
that?
intent,
Don't
she
worry
must
about
be.
it.
Returning what's rightfully
This is the
yours
part where
to
you don't
you,
worry
of
about it.
course.
Right.
In other words, this was all done to return the
don't worry about it.
authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But
They always say if you worry about it, you won't get the answer ever.
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
all you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked. Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea. and the heavenly principle stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right
That
and wrong
means
aside, the
as a
descent
big
of the
middle finger
Fontainians as
to
humans and
the
their right to exist in this world
heavenly
would be
principles
Fontaine's
itself.
original justice.
Like purposely say a lot of them doesn't really agree with the heavenly principles anyway. But you know, where we are the noses, they can live just fine. But since it's the way that Celestial is basically ruling them, why they have to do it like this?
In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that
That's a
existence.
big middle finger
Yeah.
she's giving her power.
Yeah, Forsolus is basically giving a giant middle finger towards the towards the heavenly principles. When basically Cereza is gathering all the middle fingers, she just throws a giant fuck you on them.
Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's
Fontaine gets
people
the last
shall
laugh.
live on. That should be the
Yeah,
justice
gets the last laugh against them.
And not to mention that if Forsolus did give the Gnosis back to Nuvolet, basically he is on full power.
At this point, we,
and technically,
whether it
in a technical sense, meaning
or all
he's
other
stronger than the Archons now.
have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex
power
Nervillet,
even
the
for him.
highest judge in our land. When you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign,
Because Elemental Sovereign is
what
basically
verdict
stronger
shall
than
you pass
Archons anyway. Because it takes just a fraction of their power to turn into a Gnosis to the Archons. Just a fraction of it. Don't know the rest of the power.
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in
now
human
going back
existence. But these
zone
5
there.
centuries
Time to
of
throw
living
Paimon in
alongside
first
them
to see
gradually
what
brought
happens.
about mutual
Oh,
understanding
you will
between
throw
us.
her in
And
after
I have even
maybe
attempted to
after the
feel
Will
as
Norman.
they feel.
Not yet. Not yet.
You are a devious one, Fusalo.
Because Paimon deserves
Things being as they are.
Paimon
Surely
deserves to
you
be
know that I
memed
could
on.
never declare them to be guilty.
Oh. Sorry.
the hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Nervillet. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Ow, those cutscenes are so loud in volume.
Is it?
Yeah, they're usually loud. I don't know why is that a... Even when I have the volume adjusted.
Because it wasn't so loud on my side. Strange.
Wait, so that means that she's not going to be playing French. You know what I mean?
this 3.0 update.
Stand back, traveler. Yeah, how do I stand back? Do I go back? Oh no, she's got into sicko mode.
I, Iudex Neuvillette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
What's going on? Is there a rain?
Yep. And it's not the actual dragon now. It's on full power.
Boats are made for transfer.
Zhongli, I hear you!
Zhongli, I hear you!
I was talking of the boobs in the background! Dummy!
But for those who
Sick.
shared in memory.
Oh my goodness.
Let there be order!
No, I just hear him talking about boobs are... I'm like, Zhongli, not a...
Was that bright light some sort
Not a
of
good time,
misdirection?
Zhongli.
He doesn't give a damn.
It's only not the time, bro.
Old man.
But since
Old
we're all
man.
still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We
how
must
Tag-
mete out punishment to that
just
beast.
has the nickname of the old man of the server.
Blame Neon and blame Briss.
Ah.
Say just a moment ago that I can't be defeated?
But then Matoyo decided to call me old woman with server instead.
I have gained the strength sufficient
Yeah,
to
because
deal with
I don't think old man
through certain means.
it right
I now have
for
the
me.
ability to separate
My
the power
tongue
of the
there.
primordial sea from that creature.
Because of your
We
name
should
also
seize the
saying
opportunity
the
to
old
pursue
man
our
of the
quarry.
server. I kind of don't
Traveler,
feel like it
now that the
clicks
oratories can no longer function,
for me.
I require an executor to help
You
me
like
mete
old
out
woman
justice.
server.
The root of the
Even though I'm
calamities
the old one
befalling
here.
Fontaine.
One of the
I
old
have a
beast
better idea
that
for
enacts
this.
the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring narwhal. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
Yeah, you wanted this?
What?
Now my nickname is Katniss.
Yes.
Yeah. Kirana will be named Kiana Tuna.
Oh, I
my
see myself.
goodness. I'm kidding. I will not do that.
I'm going to
Oh
prepare
my
for the
goodness.
fight, so get ready. I just saw Zhongli on the corner, so I know it's gonna be a fight.
Oh no, is that narwhal again?
That's a narwhal.
How are we going to do that? It's huge!
There's all whale.
I've already done my best to separate the power from the primordials. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless
Oh god, it has
I can
that
find
thing
a way to
there.
attack it from within.
Fuck.
I shall share a part of
We
the
should make a joke related to
I shall look for an opening to get you.
Sure. Like, not anyone really cares about ours. We don't
Alicia, can you please come to the stream? I think your
Sorrow turning into a
whale is here.
Yep.
No,
Oh
seriously.
my god. How tiny, like, chipping away of it so tiny there.
Seriously, this oversized value.
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility.
Yeah, this is what's not making any sense is how is this thing able? How little damage you're inflicting on it.
Oh no, not this Billy! Shit! Let me hit!
Uh-oh. Oh!
Remember?
Yikes.
Beanie!
Oh, I hate this part.
Persona, it's Persona!
Let's begin.
Oh, I hate this. I hate this.
I have granted you
Why? Why would you do this?
seize the moment and use my power to
What would
suppress
you
his
bring
roots
this
from
map
within.
from Honkai Impact 3 to...
Why, Mikoyo? Why do you do this? Are you trying to torture players like this?
Because they can.
This is literally giving me the Profound Darkness episode 3.
Yeah, the Profound Darkness.
Yes.
The Profound Darkness fight.
Yeah.
I mean, it does give off vibes, since Nefarious was going to be destroyed by Profound Darkness, but we stopped it.
I don't
Come
think
on,
this is over. This is not
game
over.
is officially the
No.
Oh, this is
I don't
definitely
think
not
it's
over.
over. Nope.
Skirt!
Want some?
Yep.
Bye!
Bitch.
Poor child.
Thanks for helping with the
There he
cleanup.
goes.
It should have been my job, but
Why eat him?
oh well. It was just
You know,
supposed to
she
be a
has
short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime.
It's this pet? What?
Oh, hi, Jing Liu. Oh, no, wait, wrong person.
Actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some
Fact.
point, but
Like,
they
oh,
bumped
wait,
into
wrong
one
person,
another
wrong
earlier
game.
than I thought. What a blunder.
That's definitely Genshin
I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
AKA Bella.
Power.
Honkai Impact.
Who are you exactly?
Paimon has an idea. From
So
what
with
she
all
said
the
earlier, she
recognitions,
must be Child's
missions,
master.
Valor is Honkai Impact, Jinliu is Star Rail,
the
and then
impression that she
Skirt
was,
is Genshin.
Yep.
Talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak.
Less talkative.
But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may speak to me as equals.
Bless you.
I have to agree. It's a
All-devouring
strange use of
narwhal.
a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being...
I know it
Being
fails
that
as a
this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well, Child's master's master. Wait, is that right?
Oh, right. So you don't know
Master,
him.
master.
Sorry, I assumed
So
you
she
did.
has a master.
His name is Sertologi.
Sertologi.
Normal. Oh my god.
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh.
Who?
So Master isn't sufficiently famous.
Ooh.
How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
I know the Foul Legacy. Wow.
The Foul?
Still nothing?
Wait,
Well,
Foul
how
Legacy.
about the
Okay,
Vision?
I heard a read it doctor.
Betterful then?
I heard the last
Or
one.
Gold Rhine Daughter?
Around doctor. I heard that.
That one we've heard. Rhine Doctor's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhine Daughter.
Interesting.
They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the Fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
What?
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only
Fontaine
then
is
will
really
the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
It's regular water. It's not, that water. Yeah, it's just regular water. It's not primordial water that actually dissolves them.
Yep, she managed to deceive them.
Well, technically, prophecy is only half of
It's because it's not the primordial water. That's
Yeah. I mean, they did mention that. Oh, that's the ship from the mirror pit, by the way. They did mention that when everything's washed away, they didn't mention that what water.
They only said only Farina will remain.
Yeah. Only the Hydro Archon will remain on the throne weeping while everything is washed away with water. But they didn't mention that they can fly. Or, well, not in water.
They can use their technology to escape this kind of thing.
Yeah.
And the fact that this is not the primordial water that dissolves. This is just regular water.
Yeah, because
technically not ever.
Yeah, since the primordial water is stopped because we stopped the whale. The whale was the one causing all the primordial water leaking out.
Yeah, the all-devouring narwhal there was basically the culprit.
Oh, the water's going down.
Yep.
And that means that technically Farina did
No, it's the fact that we kind of like bullshit on the prophecy. Basically, we stopped the actual culprit that was causing the primordial water there.
Yeah.
Which is the narwhal.
If we didn't stop the narwhal, all the water will be contaminated with the primordial seawater and thus dissolve everyone, including Farina herself. But no.
Yeah.
So, in a way, she did actually manage to make the prophecy not true by, well, extending her time and letting the chamber to do it.
And basically, our involvement was basically the key.
Yep.
Changing this.
Yep.
We're not
so
just
basically.
We're
so
not just
basically
there for the sake. Yeah, we're not there just for the sake of being there. We're actually there to change all of that.
So we managed to save Fontaine from basically flooding itself.
I mean, technically, it did flood itself, but the people didn't dissolve. The people didn't dissolve because there's no primordial seawater because we stopped it.
Yeah, in other words, we prevent the worst. No, we prevented the worst catastrophe, which basically means the death of people. Yeah.
Yep.
All these people would have died if we had not stopped us.
And, well, technically because the whale did surface, the water did rise. But there was no primordial seawater because Nuvolet absorbed all of them. And kind of stopped it.
Yep. And Skirk was like kind enough to throw the whale out of here.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, it was mentioned that Child was told back to Snezhnaya.
Yeah, because he went through like a freaking hell of a time trying to deal with that.
Like the entire time we were in Fontaine, we were trying to find him, but now
turning out to be a once-overlooked
Yep.
hidden gem.
But now we realize
Okay,
what he
yeah,
was
you did.
actually. Yeah, we kind of realized what he was actually doing after that whole.
If I remember correctly, it was told that he was fighting the narwhal for 48 days straight.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, by the way, does this... So that means this time the Fatsui actually saved the world.
I mean, if I remember correctly, Child has a beef with that narwhal the entire time anyway.
Yeah, I feel like that there's a like a score that he was having to deal with that thing.
The Steambird's idea was pretty simple.
And the fact that this, the fact as what Skirk mentioned that this thing failed as a pet, which means this narwhal is completely a loose cannon, a danger to anything that's living here.
If I were to choose between Arlecchino or Skirk, I would definitely go to Arlecchino because I don't like her vibe, man. That doesn't feel right.
Yeah, I can tell that there's.
It's not a wake up. You previously say that she's not talkative. No, this is way too talkative.
No, I feel like she's hiding something, but she can't explain it there because, you know.
More like, I don't say she's hiding something, but more like, nah, not worth telling you.
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news.
You know what?
If
It's that kind of feeling that it feels like she's kind of looking down on you because you're not really
she definitely
worth
looks
the
up.
conversation.
She definitely looks down on us.
Yeah, but since the fact that we somehow tackle that
will
thing,
be different. Come on, let's head to
and we
Poisson
managed
first,
to even
and then make a trip
beat
to the
it up
fortress.
there,
There
she
are some
probably
things
felt
you'll
like,
only
you know,
when you get there.
like, yeah, I'll answer some of your questions, but you know, you're still not worth my time. So it kind of feels like that.
Oh, where are we going?
I'm still paying the price in Honkai Star Rail for the triple luck. Having Jingliu, Topaz, and Guanifan.
Ah, just one more. Where am I going? Oh. Ellie. Poisson. Yeah, it's actually Poisson. Not Poison.
Poisson.
Like, the I is silent, so it's just like Poisson. Like how Cyril will say his croissant.
Yeah, he'd be like
Croissant.
He's still I like it when he still does that. Cyril makes it completely funny doing that.
Oh, it's you. What brings you all
And
here?
yeah, for once the Fatsui heroes actually help him, not because of Chao. Chao is born, and then you have the Arlecchino trying to help them.
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Oh, the Fatui are here too.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garun Snežević. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies, and is helping with our work. Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people.
Nouvellette being
We're moving forward.
the protagonist
That will
of
have to be
Fontaine.
enough.
350.
I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like
What?
that article you wrote last year about Fontaine's
What
stray
the
cats.
fuck kind of video is that?
Boy, do you.
But if you don't mind,
You're not the
could
only
you not
one who's
emphasize
so
our
funny.
role too much?
And
in
the
your
thumb
work?
and the
It's not shared
thumbnail
with
is
you.
very.
We just happen to share the same interests as Despina.
It looks like it looks like somebody put like
simple as
raising their eyebrows and
would you be willing to
Nicolette
feature
looks
as
smug.
friendly
He
neighbors?
looks
Navia. Yeah,
That would
fan
be
art.
fine. Thanks.
no.
Oh,
No, it's
you're
not
back
a fan
too.
art. It's actually.
How are things?
No, I'm
We
not.
finished laying
No,
down the construction
there was a
materials.
Twitter post about it. Let me
It'll
put-
be
post
another
it on
hour
social
before the workers
flares.
are able to go over there.
on the fact that they're on the
Well,
fact that
her
they're
reputation's
using the
greatly risen
freaking
after
who
that
you gonna
whole
call
duel
from the
business with Miss Farina.
Ghostbusters thing.
So
Oh,
she's here
God.
in Poisson to wait out the heat. All right, all right. She really came here to help me out.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson.
I want to be quite
Miss Farina
honest
has
with
need of
you.
more
That
decision-makers.
is not completely
And,
wrong.
well,
Right there.
I
Because
do already happen to be connected
that's
to
what I
Mr.
feel like
Callis.
Neverlet is for the whole Fontaine
You know, about
saga
how you
here.
felt before the duel,
Is that
about what it was like facing down a god.
he's not there just to be shown. He is the protagonist.
Forget it. I'm sure you can
Man,
find
if
a
only
better
I could
theme
have
than
the
that,
second
Miss
version of
Charlotte.
him actually being full power.
I see you're the same as always.
Wouldn't that be great?
Couldn't you do me a favor for
But
nothing
I don't think you can.
Well, if we're
Unfortunately.
talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler. It's better than wasting time persuading Chlorand at any rate.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let him off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up and smile.
How did it go? Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look cute in it?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots. All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key. Also,
Oh,
not to
don't-
brag, but
don't
I'm
come
pretty
up
good at
with a
building
joke like
connections.
that.
Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Chlorand.
Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit. I'm impressed.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Maripede.
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sijuin who told Monsieur Nervillette, and he told you, right?
That's a very complete information chain.
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media?
Furina's hair actually
I
does
told him
change
that it was best not
forms.
to speak too
Yeah.
soon. There's no
When
guarantee that
she's
rising will
in
make a
her
personal
white outfit,
appearance.
her hands turns longer.
You're right.
And the other
I
way
like
around.
that.
Treasure every moment.
And if I remember correctly,
In which case,
depending
I'll be
on the
making a move
form,
first.
I think it was the white form. You can see the vision.
Stay safe now.
Hmm.
And
Yeah, where you know the ribbon on her head,
I'll treat
Yep.
you
which is
after
normally
you
just
see
a
in
round blue
exchange.
gemstone. I think it was the white one that the outfit turns into a blue vision.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Fortress of Maripede.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling to this place.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Why did I randomly come up with the
All
joke?
the way to the entrance to greet us?
God damn it.
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview. I trust you recall our agreement?
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
Hey, no need to be so nervous. I've already taken all the photos we need. Miss Charlotte, do these pictures really need to be published on the cover of the Steambird?
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier,
Sir, please don't say things like that.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it. Might this interview be very important to you then?
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed, and I'm very thankful to the Steambird for...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. You've definitely got more of that genius vibe going on. The boat that brought about a miracle. The ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back there, like an emissary of legend. Still, if I might ask, where's that flying ship now?
Huh. Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive scoop.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
Really? Well, then in that case, could I have an
probably
interview with
the-
you to make up for that loss?
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this couple of researchers?
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well, then 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. We've seen this kind of thing before. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Wouldn't you like to try this new drink I came up
Someone's
with?
a bit,
Sijuin.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't you, take some pretty photos of our head nurse? Sure. Come on, Miss Sijuin. Over this way. Let's find a brighter spot.
Sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at the fortress?
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right, Mr. Jurier? Miss Lorvine?
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun. Not that you would want that, which is a pity.
I'll just leave the spotlight to you two. I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
He sure did win them over, huh?
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, actually, what about you? Are things gonna change for you too?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duties. As to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's done.
It's like saying never provoke the profound darkness.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day here.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, traveler, let's go. Till next time, everyone.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. Until then.
Doesn't like it.
Oh,
Rizzy doesn't like it.
last stop, the docks.
The docks. Oh. Is it? Are they the party?
Fiorina's left. Elegant. Of course, that Fiorina is left-handed.
Yeah, she's the only left-hander.
Wait, did you see that?
If Fiorina's
when she stabs the ground, she's using her right hand.
The game is being weird.
Well, that's a foot charge attack as well. Okay. Well, I guess that makes kind of sense.
The game is being weird.
The game is as it is.
Game is as it is. Yes.
I can't question it anymore. If it's gonna be like that, then yup.
How long is this left?
Don't know.
Oh, there it is. It took a while.
Just give me some time to stretch. Wow.
Oh, they are.
The fuck? What the hell?
I'm sorry, I was stretching because I know this lip takes a while.
Yep, this is taking a
Oh, my back. Oh, my back.
a promotion for that stretch. And also, I just found out from the Armored Core subreddit that apparently the VA for child, Paralia, is actually the VA for Gun 5 Iguazu.
Navia mentioned that she stayed in
Yes,
touch with
Gunfight
Linny and the others
Iguazu
after working
is
together. Apparently, they've been at the
sharing
docks distributing these
VAs with
strange pockets the whole time since.
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte, too.
I'll send it on Got No Voice.
Would you like a magic pocket? What sort of gadget is it? It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many
There we
things.
go.
The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you. Trick a friend? I wonder which of my friends would fall for that.
No. No.
You could just make a
What?
friend like Fremine here.
Why not?
Isn't
No,
that right, Fremine?
Charlotte was like, I want to walk and I get tricked with this bag, and Traveler and Paimon was like, no.
Is this what you meant by, I'll help you make some more friends?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
Sure. Please, write down my address.
You sure are working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this.
Just be sure that
He even
you're
wants to
not going
assist in our
end up
magic
like,
shows.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can
I
leave
will only
underwater
give you 2
escape
dark
magic to him
falls.
too.
That said,
Aegis
would
and
anyone
Solus.
want to see a diver escape underwater?
I'm talking about Gemini slash.
Oh,
No,
it'll work out.
no, I'm
Every
I'm
journey begins
changing
with
that.
the first step.
I'm changing that.
He'll become a part of our show eventually.
Because Aegis
Lynette,
knows how to
could you
go
come over?
full
Miss
JoJo.
Charlotte says she wants to take a picture of us.
All the poses that he does.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone.
I'm sorry,
the
I'm
moment
going
she
full
realized
meme
I
on
had
this.
something to say to you. So, how have things been, Traveler? Father says that you did a great deal during the latest
Yep.
events. She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
That's alright. We were more than happy to help. So, what's she doing now?
Arguing in
I guess you haven't heard.
with Lady's
Well,
top hat when?
after Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur Neuvillette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a
Or
diplomatic
just that
gift.
like a live TV?
Diplomatic gift? A
Like in Lady's.
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself.
Nobody
But when I
knows.
thought it over, there were actually a number of things going for it.
Okay, Grand Turismo for Randomizer, Trust from 0, Armored Core 6, and Ace Combat 7.
It could have been done as an
Hey, you just-
apology for the
you just
incident with
stopped
Lord
my
Child.
schedule.
Yes!
Or as thanks for his
Talk
help
about
in
my
tying the
schedule.
Every time
all-dissolving
someone passed me, I had to
narwhal.
stay still for 10 seconds.
Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid
Ugh.
to Fontaine and Poisson.
Every time, like, if someone pats me, I have to stay still. I cannot see. I literally have to make that face of someone being patted for 10 seconds.
I would agree, but I've also
Which
heard
prevents me from doing anything.
it seems that Monsieur Neuvillette has had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
So there's some reason for this that only Neuvillette knows about?
What?
On stream.
What?
Katniss, do be talking about my schedule live on stream?
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking of which, I did see him strolling around the entrance to the Fortress of Meripede a while back.
Isn't he real busy and stuff?
Oh god, the croissant meme. I found this of Navia and Fiorina be like that.
But back to the topic. The Gnosis
Oh
was
god,
given to the knave,
Navia's like talking there while Fiorina's like doing the
They
croissant.
say that he's returned to Snezhnaya
Oh,
to recover
God.
from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
That's true.
totally French.
Loads of run-ins with the Fatui.
Yeah, so we got they need definitely confirm that we got child witness scenario.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
That's our next region before.
Oh, hi,
until
Alucino.
we're done with Netland.
Father.
Well, well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done them
Furina
regardless.
imitates the other Archon.
Yep.
That's the worst thing ever.
Here's the funny thing though, the Zhongli part is actually true when he doesn't when he still has his power. If he's not, then yeah.
That is our duty as
Needs more.
Yes, don't be too preoccupied with science.
Also, but sorry, look at the audience when the scenery changes between the four. It depends on the people.
Must wear many masks.
Like for example, the Zhongli people, all of them are Liuan people.
Switching
Yep.
masks
This
is something I've always
Somebody did a video on it and they
Well, that depends on many things. No one truly
with the
knows
last
what the
part
future
being
holds.
Zhongli carrying a big
good is
Mora
honesty if we
coin
can't
there.
rely on it forever.
No, she literally throws a bag of Mora.
As for you,
I know,
I very
but
much look forward
somebody
to our
made a
next
video of this and
collaboration.
they took it like
Good things cannot be achieved
they
alone.
took it to the next step.
And you've proved yourselves to be great partners.
Here, I'll DM it to you and then you can watch it later.
Well, no. This is a bad idea. Hang on.
But
Why? I would definitely prefer giving Child that his vision back, not giving it to Arcano. I mean no disrespect, but come on, that guy trusts us with his vision. So you're giving the vision towards the person he hates the most.
A vision. All right. I'll remember to return it.
Yeah, that's Child's vision that he gave it to us because it was getting slightly malfunction. But now we give it to the person that he hates the most.
That's a wrap for me. Huh? You're...
Oh, also,
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
regarding the
hello.
knave.
If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
What? What?
How did she even got the gnosis in the first place?
She actually did get the gnosis because Nublet gave it to her as a diplomatic gift. Because, well, she literally helped him. So,
oh yeah,
I guess that makes sense. Because technically, that by Fatui joining them to help, that basically means Nesnaya successfully helped them. So yeah, and plus, Nublet has no reason to keep the gnosis on him anyway, since he's not an Archon. He already has his power.
That is correct. So forgive
whatever
me, but I
power
will
the
not be able to
gnosis
serve as a
itself
subject
is
in your
entirely
article.
useless.
I mean, the
feel
power
free
of
to
gnosis
write
is
as
like
much
half
as
of,
you'd like
well,
about
not
our
really a
dear
half, just a
magicians
portion of his actual
and our
power
upcoming
anyway.
wiki town.
So he doesn't really need it. And plus, Farina is just a normal human, so she has no reason to keep it. And right now, the machine that's working with, basically the judgment machine is now no longer working because there's no gnosis. So I'm guessing that from now on, if there's any trials whatsoever, Nublet will do it by himself.
I will.
Yeah, makes sense.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant.
At least Farina gets to
I
live
shall
life
continue
as a
my walk
civilian
while the
now.
weather remains so agreeable.
And also, Arlecchino also mentioned that she might have change of mind about not staying in her rank. So yeah, that's kind of like that's a sign that yeah, she might leave the Fatui, because I remember someone mentioned that her allegiance with the Fatui is very much unknown. Sure, she's
Farewell,
more than them, but she doesn't seem to associate herself much with them.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This will be more than enough for me to write about, I'm sure.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you
that's
go?
interesting.
Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met too. And what do you know? I'm doing the exact same thing right now. So many things have happened, but the pockets are still the pockets. I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own
I
paths,
just hope
and serendipity will lead you to your fated friends. All right then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going now. Have a good day, you two.
Hey, the Fatsui is not always bad, you know.
No, I mean, I personally don't think Fatsui is all that bad. The only time they're bad is when their views clash with us. And yeah, obviously if they're about to toss shit or something.
Yeah.
Considering how exactly is those sus?
Like, what do you call? If I remember Fatsui in Liyue, actually, they were actually helpful for us. They were actually helping us, you know, in a manner of speaking. They're not the actual evil. But then, but then Child trigger it because he's like trying to find where the gnosis is at. Because there are some Fatsui in the chasm actually been doing things, thinking that it will help, if I remember correctly, something in the line of like, they were trying to help. Well, not really help. They were investigating something in the chasm, and originally, the Fatsui and the Liyue people actually are helping each other. But then, after Child unleashed Osiel out, the truth was broken. And not to mention that the Fatsui was still in the chasm until now. Still thinks they're still in the Allegiance, and they will still try to help with the Millelith, only to find out that the Millelith that cannot contact with them anymore.
The entrance to the fortress! Ooh, he really is there!
Or the Millelith stopped contacting them.
I mean, technically speaking, yet this game has... How do I say this? I feel like there are 4... I would say like maybe 4 factions. The regular Teyvat, the Abyss, the Fatsui, and the Celestials.
Every journey has its final day. Don't rush.
And so
we're the neutral party then.
Yeah, we're the neutral. Well, we might we call our sister is the well, not sister, our fat sibling is with the Abyss because she's the well, they're the one leading the Abyss plans and whatnot. And if I remember correctly, the Abyss at the Fatsui has the same mind to combat Celestia.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney.
Meanwhile, the Fatsui
He took the time to greet
decided,
me earlier
don't
when he
they,
passed this way.
to try minimize human casualties.
In any case,
I mean,
it was a good time.
This is because
I was
we
just
call
considering reaching out
the
to you
people
to set
over
up a
here
meeting,
is because
so I
the
may
knave,
explain some
aka
things I haven't had
Alikino
the time to
herself,
before.
was definitely trying to save them. At the same time, trying to get the gnosis. So in a way, it's not like the other. It's not like Sumaru. Oh god. It's not like Sumaru. It's not like Inazuma. Those two burn. Those two can go eat a burning cigarette if I even know. But yeah, those two, yeah, those two are horrible. You have Louis is somewhat horrible, but that's because that's just Child throwing a tantrum.
I mean, one question that they still haven't figured out that the Traveler helped assassinate, well, La Senora.
Did they?
Yeah, by basically doing them to death.
No, you won't, actually. It's not, it's not that, it's not the Traveler who assassinate her, by the way. If I remember correctly, in Azuma, the Traveler and the Signora was facing each other, and then basically, if I remember correctly, the Traveler was like, I challenge you to a duel, and Raiden was like, yeah, sure, go ahead. So the two fight. Signora didn't die yet, at that time. but then the Signor denied losing. So Raiden was like, okay, yeah, that's it, die. So technically, you didn't kill her.
You did.
Raiden did.
Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved? The whole business is still quite the mystery to us.
Well, yes.
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
So essentially, they can just falsify. And since Scaramouche is still with them, right?
What?
They can just falsify
Transforming you into a
the Wanderer,
elemental
aka the Wild Deer. Scaramouche was in the Fatsui, right?
Yeah, he
At the
was.
time of Signora's death.
He's been there the entire time, even before Signora died. But then in Sumeru, after he was defeated, and then he wants to repent. He wants to erase himself from existence. That's why people forget that he's in the Fatsui one. And second, he also forget his memory at that time. He doesn't remember anything. But then some flashback happens, and he end up remembering all of them again. So yeah, he's like, okay, fine. I did that. I know, but it's already been done. It's already been happening. But I'm not in Fatsui.
But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you
When,
did to
like,
save the
at the
Fontanians
time
from
of
dissolving.
Signora's death.
For
So that
me,
means he
the
probably
authority
could
of the
have,
ancient
like,
dragons refers to
reported
absolute
to them
control over the hydro
on
element.
either Signora being killed by the Traveler or Signora being killed by the Shogun.
I would definitely not say that it was killed by the Traveler. No, it's definitely by Raiden.
Yeah.
Fontanians were incomplete
and
humans
of
born
course,
with
that
Egeria's
means
use
the
of the
Fatsui
power of the
knew
primordial
that
sea,
it's
with
Signora
constitutions similar to that of
Yeah,
mimics.
that's
It's
why
just
they
that
actually
they
end up
don't
making
know
a meeting.
how.
They actually end up making a meeting about gathering the people back during midway in Sumeru, because the doctor and the doctor at Scaramouche was in Sumeru at that time. But then they called the people back. Only the doctor went back, but Scaramouche remained because he became a god over that place until
But
we
so long
wallop
as
him
those
off.
primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on
finishing
this
in
planet.
Azuma's Arca quest
In other
that
words, when I
the
gave my
Yaimiko
verdict, Fontanians became true humans,
Inuzuma's
and thus would
gnosis
naturally no
over
longer
to
be dissolved
Scaramouche.
by water from the primordial sea.
Fossilor must have counted on you to make that decision as well.
Though I
You're
waited
right,
so
'cause the
long for
key to making
Sumeru
the
that
prophecy
I
appears
just
to have
quit
come
Genshin
true
Impact
while saving
entirely.
everyone.
Just waiting for like the
And in a
ending
manner
of
of
it.
speaking, Fossilor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish
I was
to turn
basically burned out at
Oceanids
this
into
point.
real people too.
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask.
Okay, so there's a change of story. So apparently, Nuville during that rain actually ended up making the Fontanian to actually turn into true humans. So even though the water is contaminated, they will stay human.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown
that's Charles
chasm when
Law
he was
here.
young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability. As for the judgment passed by the oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association, or Focalor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
Guess Focalor had Fontanians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real humans. Hang on a second. Paimon suddenly got another question. Back when Fontanians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed Oceanids?
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontanians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom.
That's so funny.
Instead, a form of ritual. Those Oceanids who were blessed
There's a
within the
little
spring water
gremlin.
would later descend as new humans in the coming
Guy
months.
Star. Guy Star Rail does quantum.
By the way, it seems like this ritual won't be of any further use, but it'll probably live on as a
The
long
one,
custom.
Ask
yeah,
away. I will tell you the truth as I know.
Xianzhou.
Yeah, about that.
You know, the one who likes to be lazy and likes to play Maho.
Ah, Lady Farina. The people are only aware
Yes,
that
the
her
little
death sentence
gremlin
has
that
not been carried
uses.
She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me.
Yeah.
Before leaving the Opera House. I related Focalor's words to her faithfully and completely. After
Ma
hearing them,
Huang
she seemed neither
basically
saddened nor comforted.
She's a Ma
She simply said that she was tired
She
and needed to rest. Having said that, she then packed
uses
her
that
things
as
and
her
moved out
attack.
of the
She's
Opera
like,
House. Not unlike
give
how
me
an
skill
ordinary
points,
person might.
please.
But she's still got a place.
It's like that meme though, like
You
you
need
know,
not worry.
it's
I
that
will make
time.
arrangements to ensure
Yes.
that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or
And
travel.
you look like you're like.
In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal.
And she's
But
also
now
that.
that
She's
she
also
no
that
longer
character
has to play the
who's
role of
dumb too.
Focalor the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens and lead a normal life.
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon?
After Focalor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will
Four of a
directly
kind.
affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases
So
and
Nubula
pass
is the
verdicts
actual
by myself.
judge now. Doesn't need the machine anymore.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from
He'll
the
now be the
perspective
judge
of
of
the
you.
Iudex, huh?
Nope, he's
So
the
they
one who
returned
has
the
the recall. He has the one who has the say. So basically, he has the verdict.
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I
So
must
that
do.
means he'll
But
put
this
in the
power
verdict on
and
you,
this duty,
Kagani.
a matter
I already
of
have
speaking,
him. I don't
you
need a
could say
verdict.
that both were granted to me.
No, I mean the verdict of your
As such,
punishment.
before I attend to
I'm
my other
kidding.
responsibilities,
punishment?
I must
Is
first
there any
and foremost
punishment, huh?
continue to serve
What kind of
Fontaine
punishment
as
do I
the
even need,
highest
huh?
judge.
What do I even do?
The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the
Why-
Iudex shall
why do I
coexist
need
Oh,
in
punishment
no.
my
for, huh?
Additionally, the Hydro Archon's
Oh,
departure has
no.
brought about another problem,
Someone,
which is that
someone's
the Opera House shall no longer produce
Oh
indemnity.
crap!
I mean, it's fine when Kagane
increased.
does it, but
I
it's
mean,
just
so
scary.
then you're-
It's
then
just
you're right.
scary when somebody
Right
does
for the
it.
people's faith in the Hydro
It's
Archon,
scary. Somebody else does it too.
Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city
No,
are
when
all
Kagane
still
does it, it's like, yeah, as
getting their
predicted.
energy from.
But when you
As I
expect
am
someone
now,
else to do
I have
it, it's
full
like,
command
oh,
of
that's
a new
scary.
Lucia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authority stuff is really quite useful, huh?
Ah,
Ask away.
cutscene
I will
loud.
tell you
Why
the
is it
truth
like
as I know
this?
it.
What, cutscene?
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
basically,
right. They say you've given it to the natives
non-interactive
a
one.
gift or something.
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers
It's
have
always
indeed
those
done much for us
non-interactive
during
ones
this
that are
crisis.
so
Their
loud,
sole
even when I
remaining goal
adjust
in
the
Fontaine,
volume.
at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more. and I do
Basically,
not need the
cinematic
Gnosis's
cutscene.
power. As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary conflict.
What complicated considerations. Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude to the knave and as an apology to Child.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume. I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that land. As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
That land is a nation of dragons. Sounds like something I will explore.
A nation of dragons? You mean like you?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution.
So basically, it's just a
Large
Vinyarra
numbers of them have
of
entered
the
a form of
Xiangzhou.
coexistence with humanity. Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the Knave that I believe may be useful to you. The Harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
El Capitano, aka that guy.
Capitano.
Yeah.
Capitano. That guy.
Yeah, El Capitano is over at the Netland.
Oh no,
I suggest
reset
that
happened.
you fully
Fuck.
prepare yourself before
Rip.
going to Natlon. In
Oh,
the
I forgot it
meantime,
was. I
Fontaine's
forgot the time
doors will
change.
always
Whoops.
be open to you. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
And the fact that instead of the usual Archon, we have to talk about we end up talking to Niblet, what thing separation things.
Hang on a sec, I've still got a question about the Gnosis. When we spoke to Lenny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had clearly changed. We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were aware of.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp.
Yeah, El Capitan is El Capitano rather. Yeah, it's one of the Fortuis.
El
So regarding
Capitano.
this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share
Not to be
something with
confused
you.
with El Capitan in the track from Gran Turismo 4.
In truth, I exchanged
It's
some
a little
further
my
words
Russian
with that lady
language
named
out.
Skirk after sending you two back to the surface.
Yes, you have to.
It went something like this.
You just need to fire your missiles, Ignis. Then reload.
There we go.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on.
Reload,
you hurry over
Ignis.
soon as well, all right, Nervalet?
What next?
Do you want me to say
The
it?
all-devouring narwhal isn't here,
Griffin.
so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power,
Armor Core
what it's
6
made of.
Child.
It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
Ah, of course.
Alright guys,
How could I
unfortunately
forget?
I'm going to
You should
jet.
have the remains of the third descender on your person.
I'll leave
yes.
the for now.
I've never heard of any such thing.
Anyways, catch you guys later.
According
So
to
if
your
you want-
Yeah, I
plans,
need to.
I believe it may be called a gnosis.
I need
Well,
going to
that
bed
much is true.
'cause it's
After
almost
Focalor's
5.
divinity
Fuck.
faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
So
I've been training with my master, the Fowl, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts. And my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
Yeesh. Watch out.
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to you.
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the Gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here. I had guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element-compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender. I wonder, does your body also possess similar properties?
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. That does sort of count as special compatibility, right? No, let's not think about this stuff right now. It just feels creepy, comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all. That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck. Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him. Or go look for his master and get the answers that way.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of being at court.
Alright. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment as well.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human. Was that really what she wanted?
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will. I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops. Life
Yay, finally.
flows like water.
I defeat.
And rain is the final answer.
You defeat what?
The water levels may sometimes
I
tilt
finally
one way
defeated
or
this
another,
whole stupid
but the
thing.
rain falls
Nice.
fairly upon all. And what ultimately is the difference between the rains
Oh,
that fall upon all of us?
Interesting. I spawned in as Raiden Shogun, right in front of A and Yaimiko.
Wait, what are you doing?
Since I finished that fight there, I now spawned in, and I now have A and Yaimiko here in front of me.
Nice. Okay, I'm gonna try to change this. Where's that bitch again?
Where's the bitch again?
Funny. The whale seems to be nowhere to be seen. Is it that just only that one fight? No, it's definitely not a one fight. I know it's weekly fight, but the question is, where exactly does it spawn? Is it at the... Or? No. It doesn't really tell where the whale spawns, but I have my own means. The fact that they actually allow us to do trans domains, especially if we've never done it before. Like example, I never done the Realm Beginnings because it's a Nahido's quest thingy, but they actually allow us to do trans domains now just by opening the menu without even actually having gone there yet. Oh, where is this?
Yeah.
Oh, there. Over there, I see.
Oh, now this is a sight to behold.
Right.
Now I just switched to Kokomi. Now you have A and Yaimiko here. Kokomi on the side.
Look at this.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's the...
Oh, hello, Shadow of Another World.
Yeah, that's the fight to the narwhal.
Isn't that for... Wait, isn't that for Ascension material?
It's the... What call... Half of it is Ascension material, but half of it, if I remember correctly, is for, talent material thingy. But it's a weekly boss, actually. It's a weekly boss.
Oh, so this is not for Fiorina's...
Fiorina's talent is, Fiorina's Ascension is this thing. Hydro Chupo.
Huh?
This is... Yeah. That's her Fiorina's Ascension.
Oh, no, that's not a bad thing, then. I thought it would be the Narwhal, which be like, I'm gonna suffer, then.
Now is weekly. But that thing, Hydro Trooper is oceanite, so Pokemon is not gonna be useful there. I'm gonna try to fight this narwhal again, but with my actual full power and not bullshitting.
Hurry.
Yeah, level 90, level 89, level 70, level 90. What could go wrong? Let's get on. Oh, you're almost level up. Here we go. I'm gonna fight the narwhal with full power. Level 90. It's gonna hurt. Dealing damage to all the one hour, destroying the eye of the monster increasing endures hostility. Once this build is limited, the creature will devour the character, causing damage to enter the belly of the beast. Beating the Dark Shadow will be rebellion, this significant damage to the narwhal, cause it to fall in weakness state. No one else your attacks can. Oh yeah, we're gonna need a 110 character. And when you held all the narwhals relatively low, it will no longer devour characters. So basically, it will constantly eat me. Oh hi.
Solidify.
Having to see these two here together.
Silence.
And then I'm just like, I'm just here just to be for show. Just here for show. What?
Gather. Bow your head.
I hate you games going to the lower level of the chasm.
Music.
What about the music?
Listen to the music. If I don't know this any better, it could be a Godzilla music.
Probably is a Godzilla music.
And now it's not.
It could be secretly because you know how MiHoYo is. But I feel like this is more of,
Face your gift. This is order. Let the mighty be humbled.
So anyway, Kagane, good luck and take care.
Wait, what?
Good luck and take care. I'm gonna go to bed.
Alright. Yeah.
For now, I will have order. Be sanctified.
Scatter! A moment, please.
Stabilize.
Propagate!
Let's begin. sanctified!
Spring forth! Scatter!
Order guide you. Let the mighty be humbled.
Did you beat the whale?
Yep, I beat the wheel. So it is hard. It is hard. But not too hard. It's challenging. Especially there's like 2 different paces going on. Yeah. So at least I know that I fought the at least I know I have the what was it? Experience.
Ad Astra at. Thank you for
This has been no. Ooh. Oh. Yeah. Okay, I think I have enough of the day. It's a lot. It's just a lot of progress today.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is, and it's told me a lot of progress. Ugh. Yeah. So yeah, I'll be stopping here then. Whew. I don't know if there's any plans tomorrow. I'm not sure, but yeah, we'll see. So for now, I'll be stopping here and thank you for coming. See you guys later.